सच्चे पातशाह तेरी मर्यादा तो थोड़ा दूर होया समझदार
भज गए ने पर दिल्ली कमेटी डट के खड़ी अपने भरावां नाल डट के वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह। देख लो हुण फिर ये ना कि सरकार वेख लवे इंतजाम कर लिया जी असीं कहते सी ना भी किसानां ने चले आना है ये आ लो आ बसां दे अंदर सौण दा इंतजाम कर लिया दिल्ली गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ने और 25 बसां अज इहो जिहियां खड़ियां करतीआं ने। सरकार वेख लवे सरकार नूं भुलेखा सीगा भी इन्हां ने तुर पैना है ये किसान चले आउणगे ये किते नहीं जांदे। आ लो देख लो जी आ लो जी खालसा जी ये किते नहीं आपां जाना ये 25 आ गया ने 125 कर देंगे 1025 कर देंगे थोड़े थोड़े चलो पूरे चलो। चलो जी दिल्ली से गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ने अपने भरावां वास्ते किसानां वीरां वास्ते सौण दा इंतजाम परमानेंट करता। अंदर हीटर भी अंदर गर्म पानी दी बोतलां भी पूरे चलो सारियां बसां आ सारियां जिन्हां तुसीं बसां देख रहे जे ये सारियां बसां ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ने दिल्ली गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ਵੱਲੋਂ और ये लेडीज़ वास्ते ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ आ देखो ये स्पेशल बसां बीबियां वास्ते बनाईਆਂ गईਆਂ ਨੇ आ तुसीं देखो ये बीबियां वास्ते बनाई गई है बस। तो ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸੌਣ ਦੇ ਪੱਕੇ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਰਮ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੋਤਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀਟਰ एसी भी हैगा जे गर्मियों की लोड़ पई तो एसी भी हैगा। चलो 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 देखो जी ये सारियां बसां आप दी संगत ਵੱਲੋਂ दिल्ली गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी की जो सेवा आप जी जुम्मे साडे ला रखी आ साडी कोशिश रहिंदी है पूरी कि तनदेही दे नाल अपने भरावां दी सेवा करिए और अज इस सेवा दे अंदर हाजिर आ फिर तो। चलो 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 आ देखो जी सारियां बसां ये देखो सारियां संगत के वास्ते किसान वीरां के वास्ते ये सरकार नूं पता लग जाना चाहिए पक्के बैठे हुण जाना नहीं हुण तक जो ताईं फैसला नहीं हुंदा ये बिल वापस करा के बसां जाणगियां बसां हुण ताईं खड़ियां रहणियां इहो जिहियां सैकड़े बसां होर लैके खड़ियां कर देणियां हुण तक जाणगियां नहीं जो ताईं बिल नहीं पेंदे। दिल्ली से गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी अपने किसान भरावां नाल खड़ी आ डट के खड़ी आ। अज वो गल वक्री आ कि बहुत सारे लोग जिहड़े कल क्या करदे सी मैं मरा ते पंथ जीवे अजकल कहण लग पिया पंथ मरे ते मैं जीवां छड्ड के भज गए ने। पर दिल्ली कमेटी डट के खड़ी अपने भरावां नाल डट के वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह। देख लो हुण फिर ये ना कि सरकार वेख लवे इंतजाम कर लिया जी असीं कहते सी ना भी किसानां ने चले आना है ये आ लो आ बसां दे अंदर सौण दा इंतजाम कर लिया दिल्ली गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ने और 25 बसां अज इहो जिहियां खड़ियां करतीआं ने। सरकार वेख लवे सरकार नूं भुलेखा सीगा भी इन्हां ने तुर पैना है ये किसान चले आउणगे ये किते नहीं जांदे। आ लो देख लो जी आ लो जी खालसा जी ये किते नहीं आपां जाना ये 25 आ गया ने 125 कर देंगे 1025 कर देंगे थोड़े थोड़े पूरे चलो पूरे चलो। चलो जी दिल्ली से गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ने अपने भरावां वास्ते किसानां वीरां वास्ते सौण दा इंतजाम परमानेंट करता। अंदर हीटर भी अंदर गर्म पानी दी बोतलां भी पूरे चलो सारियां बसां आ सारियां जिन्हां तुसीं बसां देख रहे जे ये सारियां बसां जिहड़ियां ने दिल्ली गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ਵੱਲੋਂ और ये लेडीज़ वास्ते ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ वास्ते आ देखो ये स्पेशल बसां बीबियां वास्ते बनाईਆਂ गईਆਂ ने आ तुसीं देखो ये बीबियां वास्ते बनाई गई है बस। तो इहो जिहियां बसां सारियां सौण दे पक्के इंतजाम विच गरम पानी दी बोतलां विच हीटर एसी भी हैगा जे गर्मियों की लोड़ पई तो एसी भी हैगा। चलो 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 देखो जी ये सारियां बसां आप दी संगत ਵੱਲੋਂ दिल्ली गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी की जो सेवा आप जी जुम्मे साडे ला रखी आ साडी कोशिश रहिंदी है पूरी कि तनदेही दे नाल अपने भरावां दी सेवा करिए और अज इस सेवा दे अंदर हाजिर आ फिर तो। चलो 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 आ देखो जी सारियां बसां ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਪੱਕੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੁਣ, ਜਾਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਾਈਂ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਬਿੱਲ ਵਾਪਸ ਕਰਾ ਕੇ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ, ਬੱਸਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਈਂ ਖੜੀਆਂ ਰਹਿਣੀਆਂ। ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਸੈਂਕੜੇ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਖੜੀਆਂ ਕਰ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ, ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਾਈਂ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦੇ। ਦਿੱਲੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖੜੀ ਆ, ਡਟ ਕੇ ਖੜੀ ਆ। ਅੱਜ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੱਲ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਮਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਆ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵੇਖ ਲਵੇ, ਆ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ। ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚਲੇ ਆਣਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਆ ਲੋ ਆ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਸੌਣ ਦਾ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਨੇ, ਔਰ 25 ਬੱਸਾਂ ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਖੜੀਆਂ ਕਰਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵੇਖ ਲਵੇ, ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਭੁਲੇਖਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤੁਰ ਪੈਣਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਚਲੇ ਆਣਗੇ, ਇਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਆ ਲੋ ਦੇਖ ਲੋ ਜੀ, ਆ ਲੋ ਜੀ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ, ਇਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾਣਾ। ਇਹ 25 ਆ ਗਈਆਂ ਨੇ, 125 ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ, 1025 ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ। ਚਲੋ ਚਲੋ। ਚਲੋ ਜੀ, ਦਿੱਲੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸੌਣ ਦਾ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮ ਪਰਮਾਨੈਂਟ ਕਰਤਾ। ਅੰਦਰ ਹੀਟਰ ਵੀ, ਅੰਦਰ ਗਰਮ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੋਤਲਾਂ ਵੀ। ਚਲੋ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਆ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਜੇ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਲੇਡੀਜ਼ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ, ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਆ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਬੱਸ। ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ
ਸਤਨਾਮ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਬੱਦਲ ਵੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਜ਼ੋਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਫਿਰ ਚੜਿਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਅੱਜ। ਸਾਰੀ ਰਾਤ ਮੀਂਹ ਪਿਆ, ਸਾਰੀ ਰਾਤ। ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਉਣੇ ਆ ਅੱਜ ਲੰਗਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਦਿੱਕਤਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ। ਅੱਜ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਦਾ ਲੰਗਰ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਛਕਾਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਛਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕੇ। ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਲੰਗਰ, ਅੱਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਟੇਬਲ ਲਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਖੜ ਕੇ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਵੀਰ ਭਰਾ ਛਕ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਬਾਪੂ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੱਢੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਲਸਣ, ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਖੜ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਰਤਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਅੱਜ ਲੰਗਰ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਰਤਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਅਸੀਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਰਾ ਗਿੱਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਥੱਲੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਫਿਰ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ ਹੁਣੀ ਦਹੀਂ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਪਰੌਂਠਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਦੇਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ, ਜਲ ਦੇਈ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ। ਉਧਰ ਫਰੂਟ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੋਈ, ਹਨਾ, ਕੋਈ ਬਿਸਕੁਟ ਰਸ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੋਈ ਚਾਹ ਪੀ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਈ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਫਰੂਟ ਖਾਣੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫਰੂਟ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਲ ਪੀਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਲ, ਤੇ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀਰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਛਕਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ। ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਗੁੜ ਦੇਖੋ ਬਰਫੀ ਵਰਗਾ ਗੁੜ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੇ। ਕਈ ਡੱਬੇ ਆਏ ਆ, ਦਬਾਬੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੋਂ ਵੀਰ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਗੁੜ ਦੇ ਡੱਬੇ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਵੀਰ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ, ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਜੀ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੇ ਵੀਰੇ। ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿ ਰਾਇਤਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਪਕੌੜੀਆਂ ਪੂੜੀਆਂ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਵਧੀਆ, ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਛਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ। ਤੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਬਾਪੂ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਸਾਡੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ, ਕੀ ਹਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਾਈ? ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਬਾਈ। ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਆ ਬਾਪੂ?
ਮੇਰਾ ਬੋਪਰ ਪਿੰਡ ਆ,
ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ
ਕੈਥਲ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਸਿੰਘ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ।
ਜਸਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ। ਕਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬਾਈ?
ਬਠਿੰਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਜੀ।
ਬਠਿੰਡਾ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ? ਬਰਨਾਲਾ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ? ਗੁਜਰਾਲ ਕੋਲ, ਲੁਧਿਆਣਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ। ਬਾਪੂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜੀ?
ਟੋਟੀਆਂ ਜੀ, ਬਠਿੰਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ।
ਬਠਿੰਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ? ਸੰਗਰੂਰ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ? ਬਰਨਾਲਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ। ਦੇਖੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਭਾਰਤ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗ ਚੱਲਿਆ। ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਯੂਪੀ ਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਾਈ ਮੱਧ ਪ੍ਰਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆ? ਰਾਜੇਵਾਲ। ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਪਿੰਡ?
ਕਰਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਨੇ
ਸਮੋਇਆ ਪਿੰਡ, ਕਰਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ?
ਜਲੰਧਰ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਜੀ।
ਜਲੰਧਰ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ? ਗਿੱਦੜ ਪਿੰਡੀ ਪਿੰਡ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕਪੂਰਥਲੇ ਤੋਂ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ? ਤਰਨ ਤੋਂ। ਤੇ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਕੋਈ ਘਟਿਆ ਆਪਣਾ? ਰਾਤ ਮੀਂਹ ਮੂੰਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆ ਆਪਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੁੜ ਚੱਲੀਏ, ਗਿੱਲੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਕੁੱਪੜੇ। ਅੱਛਾ
ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਵਾਪਸ ਕਰਾ ਕੇ ਫੇਰ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਤਾ ਜੀ
ਹੋਰ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਤਾ?
ਹੋਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਮੰਨੂ ਦੀ ਦਾਤਰੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਵੱਢਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੋਰ ਦੂਣ ਸਵਾਏ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਤੇ ਆ ਜੀ ਬਾਪੂ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੌਸਲਾ, ਚਾਹੇ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਗਿੱਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਛਕਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਔਖੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ। 1 ਮਹੀਨਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕਰੀਬ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਛਕਾਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਅੱਜ ਇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਛਕਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਆਇਆ ਨਿੱਕੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਕੀ ਹਾਲ ਨੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ? ਠੀਕ ਠਾਕ ਹੋ? ਕਦੋਂ ਆਏ? ਹੁਣੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਤੋਂ। ਰਾਤ ਤੁਰੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਤੁਰੇ? ਤੜਕੇ 5 ਵਜੇ ਤੁਰੇ ਸੀ। ਨਿੱਕੀ ਜੀ ਬੱਚੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਨੇ। ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਪੁੱਤ ਤੇਰਾ ਬੱਚੀ ਦਾ?
ਨਾਮ ਕੀ
ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਪੁੱਤ?
ਨਾਮ ਦੱਸ।
ਸੰਤਰੇ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਬੱਚੀ, ਔਰੰਜ। ਸ਼ਨਾਇਆ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੰਮੀ ਡੈਡੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਤੇ ਭੈਣੇ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਿੰਗਾਰ 'ਚ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਲੈਣ ਆਏ ਹੋ? ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ। ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਆ ਸ਼ਿੰਗਾਰ 'ਚ, ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਨੇ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਨਾਂ? ਸ਼ਮੀਤ। ਠੀਕ, ਵਾਹ ਜੀ ਵਾਹ। ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋ। ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਇਹ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਨਿੱਕੇ ਨਿੱਕੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਪਿਕਨਿਕ ਮਨਾਉਣ ਆਏ ਨੇ। ਪਿਕਨਿਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਾਈ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨ ਆਏ ਨੇ। ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ, 8-10 ਜਾਣੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਵੀਰ। ਮੰਨੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਆਏ ਪਿੰਡੋਂ? 12 ਜਾਣੇ। ਠੀਕ ਆ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਠੀਕ ਆ। ਇਹ ਰਾਤ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਰੇ ਸੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੀਂਹ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜੋਸ਼ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹੋਰ ਲੋਕ ਆਉਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ। ਤੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੋਦੀਖਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਆਉਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਵਾਂ ਮੋਦੀਖਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਵਾ ਹੁਣ। ਤੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਿਸਤਰੇ ਬੁਸਤਰੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਢੇਰ ਲਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਿਸਤਰੇ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਛਾ ਦੇਈਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਦਿਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲਈਦੇ ਆ ਹਨਾ। ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਪੈਣ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆ ਦੇਖੋ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਵੀਰ, ਕੋਈ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ, ਸਭ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ। ਰਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਾਈ। ਆਹ ਸਟੋਰ ਆ ਸਾਡਾ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਗਿੱਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਹ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ। ਰਾਤ ਫਿਰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਚੋਇਆ? ਹੋਰ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੋਇਆ ਉਦੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ? ਇਹ ਪੱਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ? ਗਿੱਲਾ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ?
ਥੋੜਾ ਮੋਟਾ ਚੋਇਆ ਇਹ ਆਲੀ ਨੇ ਕਰਤਾ ਜੀ।
ਠੀਕ ਆ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਠੀਕ ਆ। ਥੋੜਾ ਮੋਟਾ ਹੀ ਚੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਰਾਤ ਸਿਹਤ ਵੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਠੰਡ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਜੀ। ਕੱਲ ਲਾਈਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਮੀਂਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਠੰਡ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਰਾਤ। ਉਲਟੀਆਂ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਈਆਂ, ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿ ਸਰੀਰ ਠੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ। ਅੱਜ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੇਟ ਸਰੀਰ ਸੈੱਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਦਵਾਈ ਦੂਈ ਖਾਧੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਸਿਹਤ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਆ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰਾਤ ਠੰਡ ਸੀਗੀ, ਪੈਰ ਗਿੱਲੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਬੂਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਪਾਣੀ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ। ਉਵੇਂ ਮੀਂਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਸੀ ਰਾਤ। ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣੂ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਹਨਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਆ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਵੀਰ ਸੇਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਇੱਥੋਂ ਸਮਾਨ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਉੱਧਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ? ਠੀਕ ਆ ਜੀ ਠੀਕ ਆ। ਚੱਕੋ ਫਿਰ।
ਆਟਾ ਲੈ ਗਈ
ਕਣਕ ਖੰਡ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੀ ਕਰਤੀ ਸਾਰੀ, ਆਟਾ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ। ਖੰਡ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਧਰ ਇਕੱਠੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਤੀ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਕਣਕ ਰਹਿ ਗਈ ਆ ਇਕੱਲੀ, ਸੌਰੀ ਆਟਾ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਇਕੱਲਾ। ਭੈਣੇ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਹੋਰ ਠੀਕ ਠਾਕ ਹੋ ਭੈਣੇ? ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦੇ ਤੇ। ਹੋਰ ਮੰਗਾ ਰਾਮ, ਕੀ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਅੱਜ? ਕਾਦੀ? ਆਲੂ ਗੋਭੀ ਮਿਕਸ। ਆਹ ਸਟੋਰ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜੀ ਨਵਾਂ, ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਬੰਨ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਬਾਂਸ ਬੰਨ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਆ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਵੀਰਾ ਬਠਿੰਡੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਾਈ ਤੇ ਆ ਸਟੋਰ ਬਣਾ ਲਿਆ ਵਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਵਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਰੱਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਆਇਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਵੀ, ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ। ਆ ਛੋਲਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੱਟੂ ਪਾਟ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਵੀਰੇ ਉਹ ਅੱਡ ਰੱਖੀ ਰੱਖੋ, ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਰਤਨੇ ਆ, ਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਚੂਹੇ ਨਾ ਆਉਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣ ਨਾ। ਹਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਢਾ ਲਓ ਬਾਈ ਬਣ ਕੇ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਮਾਨ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਸਾਈਡ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਰੱਖਿਓ। ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਰਤਾਉਣਾ ਆਪਾਂ। ਹਾਂ ਹਾਂ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਦੀਆਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਜੀ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਅੱਗੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਿਓ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਸਿਹਤ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ, ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ। ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ ਕਾਇਮ ਹੋ?
ਹਾਂ ਜੀ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ
ਠੀਕ ਠਾਕ ਹੋ?
ਹੈ
ਸਿਹਤਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਆ?
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਠੀਕ
ਬਾਪੂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਉਮਰ ਆ?
ਉਹ ਮੇਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ 70 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ।
ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਚ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਬਾਪੂ? ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆਏ ਨੂੰ?
ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਮੁੰਡਾ,
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਆ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੋਂ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ,
ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹ ਪਿੰਡ ਤਵਾਹੀ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਚ ਰਹੂੰਗਾ ਮੈਂ।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਬਾਪੂ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਜਮੂਨ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਕਾ ਬਾਪੂ?
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ 14 ਕਿੱਲੇ ਹੈ।
14 ਕਿੱਲੇ ਆ।
ਹਾਂ
ਵਧੀਆ ਸਰਦਾ ਬਾਪੂ?
ਵਧੀਆ ਵਧੀਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਰਹੂੰਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਫੇਰ ਅੱਜ।
ਆ ਵਾਹ ਜੀ ਵਾਹ। ਬਾਪੂ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਆ?
ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗੇ।
ਮੋਦੀ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਆ?
ਮੋਦੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਆਪਦਾ ਜਮਾਈ ਚ ਭਾਲ ਵੱਡਾ ਤੇ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਤੇਰਾ? ਅਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਭਲਮਾਨ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਬਸ ਭਲਮਾਨ ਸੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ, ਆਪਾਂ ਮੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਣਾ, ਪਰ ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿ ਬਾਪੂ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਆਪਾਂ, ਹਨਾ। ਹੌਸਲਾ ਪੂਰਾ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਰਾਤ ਠੰਡ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਠੰਡ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦੀ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੁੜਨਾ।
ਅਜਾਈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਦੀ ਆ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਘਰੋਂ।
ਹਾਂ
ਮਰੂੰਗੀ ਬਹੁਤ।
ਹਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਚਲੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਬਾਪੂ, ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਮੁੜਾਂਗੇ ਆਪਾਂ।
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਛੋਦੇ।
ਹਾਂ
ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦਾ ਮੁੰਡਾ।
ਗੁੰਮ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੂੰ, ਹਨਾ
ਹੁਣ ਫੇਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਲੱਗ
ਬਾਪੂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ।
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਉਂ।
ਹਾਂ
ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਹੀ ਰਹੂੰ, ਉਹ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ।
ਬਾਪੂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਗੁੰਮ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਬਾਪੂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਚੱਕਰ ਜਿਹਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਹੋਰ ਹੀ ਦਿਮਾਗ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਬਾਪੂ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਲੱਭ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਘਰ ਬਾਪੂ ਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਸੀ, ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ ਨੇੜੇ ਖੜੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਘਰ ਹੀ ਆ ਬਾਈ।
ਇੰਚ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਹਰ ਸ਼ਖਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਖਾਉਣਗੇ। ਸਿੱਖ ਲਵੋ ਜੇ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਤਿਹਾਸਿਕ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਾਲਮ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟੱਕਰ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਹਰ ਹਾਲ 'ਚ ਭਜਾਉਣਗੇ। ਹੱਕ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੌਛਾੜਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਮਿੱਟੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਪਹਾੜਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦਬਾਇਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਕਰ ਬਹਿਕਾਇਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਿਆ। पर चुकाया नहीं जा सकता। दिल्ली दी इट नाल इट खड़काउणगे। इस अंदोलन नूं इतिहासिक बनाउणगे। सुत्ती सरकार नूं हर हाल च जगाउणगे। शांतमई अंदोलन नूं दुनिया दे कोने-कोने च भी पहुंचाणगे। सह लैणगे।
ਸਾਡਾ ਆਟੇ 'ਚ ਪਾਣੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਪਾਇਓ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੁੜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਆਸ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਿਓ ਤੇ ਲੱਕੜਾਂ ਲੁੱਕੜਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਓ।
ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਹਵਾਵਾਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣ। ਰੋਡ ਤੇ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਪੀਜ਼ਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਸੀ। ਕਦੇ ਰੋਜ਼ਗਾਰ ਲਈ ਧਰਨੇ, ਕਦੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਲਈ ਧਰਨੇ। ਅਜਿਹੇ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੇਤਾ ਦੱਸੋ ਕੀ ਕਰਨੇ। बीमार हो ठंड नाल मरण वाले किसान याद आउणगे। 40 किसानां दी मौत दे खमियाजे दसो किने भरने। जोर जबरदस्ती ना किसानां नूं रोकना, किसानी झंडे लाउण वाले नूं घेर घेर टोकना। इस तरह यह अंदोलन कमजोर नहीं होवेगा। यह धरना जोरों जोर होवेगा। ना नौजवान नैट बंद कर घर मोड़ होवेगा, ना कोई धरने विच बोर होवेगा। बाबे बातां पाउणगे किसानी स्टेज ते। किसानां दा हर रोज शोर ही शोर होवेगा। सरकार दे प्रचार खिलाफ अखबार भी कड्डांगे। झूठे प्रचार खिलाफ सच लिख लिख टाली टाइम्स तड़के छड्डांगे।
साडियां मावां पैसे लेके नहीं, ये हक्कां लई धरनियां ते आउंदियां ने।
ਘਟੀਆ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਆਖਰ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਵੇਗਾ, ਭਾਵੇਂ 100 ਵਾਰ ਗੰਗਾ 'ਚ ਹੱਥ ਧੋਵੇਗਾ। ਅਦਾਲਤਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੌੜੀਆਂ ਚੜ੍ਹਨ ਦਾ ਦਰਦ ਪਤਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਰਹੱਦ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਦਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਨੇਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸਭ ਇਕਜੁੱਟ ਹੋਣ, ਉਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਸਭ ਕੱਲੇ-ਕੱਲੇ ਰੋਣ। ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਸੰਮੇਲਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦਿਖਾਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਦਲੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ। ਦੱਸੋ ਦੇਸ਼ਵਾਸੀਓ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਣ ਜਾਂ ਰਾਜਨੇਤਾ ਕੁਫਰ ਤੋਲਣ। ਦੱਸੋ ਦੇਸ਼ਵਾਸੀਓ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਣ ਜਾਂ ਰਾਜਨੇਤਾ ਕੁਫਰ ਤੋਲਣ।
ਸਾਡਾ ਆਟੇ 'ਚ ਪਾਣੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਪਾਇਓ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੁੜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਦੀ ਆਸ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਿਓ ਤੇ ਲੱਕੜਾਂ ਲੁੱਕੜਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਓ।
ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਹਵਾਵਾਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣ। ਰੋਡ ਤੇ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਪੀਜ਼ਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਸੀ। ਕਦੇ ਰੋਜ਼ਗਾਰ ਲਈ ਧਰਨੇ, ਕਦੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਲਈ ਧਰਨੇ। ਅਜਿਹੇ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੇਤਾ ਦੱਸੋ ਕੀ ਕਰਨੇ। ਬਿਮਾਰ ਹੋ ਠੰਡ ਨਾਲ ਮਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਯਾਦ ਆਉਣਗੇ। 40 ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਦੇ ਖਮਿਆਜ਼ੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਭਰਨੇ। ਜ਼ੋਰ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਣਾ, ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਝੰਡੇ ਲਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਘੇਰ-ਘੇਰ ਟੋਕਣਾ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਕਮਜ਼ੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ, ਇਹ ਧਰਨਾ ਜ਼ੋਰੋ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ। ਨਾ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਨੈਟ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਘਰ ਮੋੜ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ, ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਧਰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੋਰ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ। ਬਾਬੇ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਪਾਉਣਗੇ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ, ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ। ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਅਖਬਾਰ ਵੀ ਕੱਢਾਂਗੇ, ਝੂਠੇ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਸੱਚ ਲਿਖ ਟਾਲੀ ਟਾਈਮਸ ਤੜਕੇ ਛੱਡਾਂਗੇ।
ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਮਾਵਾਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਹੱਕਾਂ ਲਈ ਧਰਨਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ।
ਘਟੀਆ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਆਖਰ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਵੇਗਾ, ਭਾਵੇਂ 100 ਵਾਰ ਗੰਗਾ 'ਚ ਹੱਥ ਧੋਵੇਗਾ। ਅਦਾਲਤਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੌੜੀਆਂ ਚੜ੍ਹਨ ਦਾ ਦਰਦ ਪਤਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਰਹੱਦ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਦਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਨੇਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸਭ ਇਕਜੁੱਟ ਹੋਣ, ਉਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਸਭ ਕੱਲੇ-ਕੱਲੇ ਰੋਣ। ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਸੰਮੇਲਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦਿਖਾਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਦਲੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ। ਦੱਸੋ ਦੇਸ਼ਵਾਸੀਓ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਣ ਜਾਂ ਰਾਜਨੇਤਾ ਕੁਫਰ ਤੋਲਣ। ਦੱਸੋ ਦੇਸ਼ਵਾਸੀਓ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਣ ਜਾਂ ਰਾਜਨੇਤਾ ਕੁਫਰ ਤੋਲਣ।
ਸਾਡਾ ਆਟੇ 'ਚ ਪਾਣੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਪਾਇਓ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੁੜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਦੀ ਆਸ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਿਓ ਤੇ ਲੱਕੜਾਂ ਲੁੱਕੜਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਓ।
ਠੰਡੀਆਂ
ਲਓ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਪਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਸੁੱਟੋ, ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਬਾਲਟੀ ਸੁੱਟੋ ਯਾਰ, ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਆਉਣੀ ਯਾਰ, ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਿਆਓ, ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਲਿਆਓ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੀਰੋ। ਲੈ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਗਏ ਅੱਗੇ,
ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀ, ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਨਾ ਲਓ। ਮਾੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਗਿੱਲਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਰੱਖੋ।
ਉਹ ਗਿੱਲਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਰੱਖੋ, ਗਿੱਲਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਕੱਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ।
ਮੇਰੇ ਵੀਰੋ, ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਓ। ਗਿੱਲੇ ਕੰਬਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੋ, ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀ।
ਉਹ ਕੰਬਲ ਗਿੱਲੇ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਆਪਣੇ, ਕੰਬਲ ਹੀ ਓਏ।
ਹੈਲੋ,
ਕੰਬਲ ਗਿੱਲੇ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੀਰੋ, ਕੰਬਲ।
ਆਪਣੇ ਬੋਤਲਾਂ ਕੱਢੂ ਪਈਆਂ, ਬੋਤਲਾਂ ਬੇਲੀਆਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬੋਤਲਾਂ ਬੇਲੀਆਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ। मेरा पुलिस प्रशासन से का भी चेतावनी है कि आप लोग किसानों के डेरे की परीक्षा ना लें। पुलिस प्रशासन से भी ऐसा मेरा कहना है कि आप लोग के कानून हाथ में लेने का काम नहीं करें। हम लोग शांतिप्रिय तरीके से दिल्ली की तरफ मार्च कर रहे हैं और आप लोगों ने जानबूझ के हमारा रास्ता रोका हुआ है। एक DYSP जो सुबह से परेशान कर रहा है। आप लोगों से
प्रशासन से अपील है कि हम दिल्ली की ओर बढ़ना चाहते हैं।
प्रशासन
हमें रोका ना जाए।
का
हम किसी भी तरह का टकराव नहीं चाहते।
ले ले, नहीं तो इसकी पूरी जिम्मेवारी इस हरियाणा पुलिस हरियाणा की होगी।
ओ भाई रजिंदर
ਸਾਰੇ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਪਲਟਾ ਕੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਰਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਭਰਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ।
ਲੈ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਆਉਣਾ।
ਮੇਰੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਵੀਰ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ।
ਭਾਈ ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਆਓ, ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ।
ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਪਏ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ। ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ, ਆ ਜਾਓ ਅੱਗੇ, ਆ ਜਾਓ ਅੱਗੇ।
ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ, ਪਿੱਛੋਂ ਜਾਬਤਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਨੂੰ ਵਧ ਰਿਹਾ।
ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੱਕ ਤੇ। ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਕਣਾ।
ਭਾਈ ਕੋਈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਕੇਗਾ।
ਆਪਦੇ ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਚੱਕਣੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਕਣਾਗਾ। ਸਾਰੇ ਭਰਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਵੀਰ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ? ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ।
ਔਰ ਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਹੈ ਬੁਰਜ ਵਾਲੇ ਦਾ,
ਭਰਾ ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ
ਬੁਰਜ ਵਾਲੇ ਦਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਹੈ ਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਦਾ।
ਸਾਰੇ ਭਰਾ ਬਾਲਟੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ। ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ, ਗੋਦਾਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਣਗੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੈਸ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਜੂਗੀ। ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭਰਾ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ।
ਭਾਈ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧੋ ਓਏ। ਲੋ ਜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆ ਗਈ ਹੈ,
ਸਾਰੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਬਾਕੀ ਚੱਕ ਤੇ
ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭਾਈ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਅੱਗੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭਾਈ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਅੱਗੇ।
ਉਹ ਬਾਈ ਇੱਧਰ ਹੀ ਖੜ ਜਾਓ, ਉਧਰ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਹੈ। ਆ ਜਾਓ ਇੱਧਰ, ਉਹ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾ ਭੱਜੋ। ਉਹ ਸਾਥੀਓ ਲਓ ਜੀ, ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਸਾਥੀ, ਜ਼ੋਰ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਕ੍ਰੇਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਬਾਈ ਟਾਈਮ ਨਾ ਲਾਓ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਕੋ ਟਾਈਮ ਨਾ ਲਾਓ, ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਹੀ ਜਾਬਤਾ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਹੀ ਜਾਬਤਾ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ, ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ। ਔਰ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਾਬਤਾ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ, ਛੇਤੀ ਕਰੋ। ਆਰਐਫ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਸੰਤਵੀਰ ਭਾਈ ਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਬੁਰਜ ਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਫੋਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੁੱਛੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗੱਡੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਖਲਾਰੀ, ਉਹ ਕੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਮਾਸਕ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਡਾ ਗੈਸ ਵਾਲਾ। ਉਹ ਵੀਰੇ ਉਹ ਭਾਈ ਓਏ, ਉਹ ਸਾਥੀਓ, ਉਹ ਮਾਈਕ ਤੋਂ ਐਲਾਨ ਕਰ, ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ ਭਾਈ ਓਏ। ਉਹਨੇ ਕਹ ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ, ਉੱਤ ਦੀ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ, ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਦੋ, ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਲਿਆਓ, ਦੋ ਵੱਡੇ ਲਿਆਓ, ਦੋ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਿਆਓ ਵੱਡੇ, ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ, ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ। ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਹਿੱਲਣਗੇ ਜੇ ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਵੀਰੋ। ਭਾਈ ਦੋ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਰੌਂਗ ਸਾਈਡ ਥਾਣੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਓ। ਭਾਈ ਜੀ ਆਂਸੂ ਗੈਸ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਛੱਡੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਓਹੋ
मोदी सरकार मुर्दाबाद, मोदी सरकार, मोदी सरकार।
ਓਹੋ
ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੱਗੇ ਪਏ ਯਾਰ। ਭਾਈ ਬੈਕ ਗੇਟ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕਰ ਲਾ ਯਾਰ।
ਬੱਬੂ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ, ਭੱਜ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਖੜੀ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਮਾਸਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗੈਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਾਸਕ ਆ, ਗੈਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਡਿੱਗੀ 'ਚ ਮਾਸਕ ਆ ਗੈਸ ਵਾਲਾ। ਉਹ ਭੱਜੋ ਨਾ, ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। ਉਹ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ 'ਚ ਦੱਬਦਾ, ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ 'ਚ ਦੱਬਾ, ਉਹ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ 'ਚ ਦੱਬੋ, ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ 'ਚ ਦੱਬੋ। ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ 'ਚ ਦੱਬੋ। जी बिल्कुल ਵੀਰੋ ਗੈਸ ਮਾਸਕ ਲੈਣ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਪਿੱਛੇ ओ यार
लेकिन अगर हम दिल्ली में चलेंगे दिल्ली वाले कहाँ जाएंगे, बात इस बात पे विचार चल रहा है।
अभी फोर्स पीछे बहुत तैनात है।
अरे फोर्स तो हमारी तो है, ये अंदर की बात है, पुलिस हमारे साथ है। अच्छा। इसमें क्या दिक्कत है, ये हमारे ही तो भाई हैं।
सवाल मेरा वही है, दिल्ली दूर नहीं है, लेकिन जब दिल्ली घुसते हैं तो जब हमला करते हैं, अभी लाठीचार्ज करी पुलिस ने, जैसे कि राजस्थान के पुलिस पे, क्या कहेंगे उस पर?
अरे भाई एक बात बता, लाठी खाने को तो हमारा सर हैगा और गोली खाने को सीना हैगा, डरने की कोई बात ना है। 26 तारीख को फतेह करेंगे। हाँ 26 तारीख को परेड में किसान रहेगा। हाँ और किसान परेड में जाएगा।
जो लगातार जो बारिश हुई दबा के, क्या हौसले कुछ पस्त हुए आप लोग?
अरे बारिश में रहता नहीं है किसान, इसे के देखो, ये तो बारिश, गर्मी, सर्दी, ये तो तीनों ऋतुओं में रहता है, इसे कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती। ये तीनों ऋतुओं में रहता है, ये सर्दियों में रहता है, और सर्दी में उस समय पे रहता है जब ऊपर से बर्फ पड़ती है और नीचे ठंडे पानी में पानी लगाता है, इसमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। इसे बारिश में खेत में अपने रहना आइस है, ये खेत में ही तो रहता है बेचारा। अभी तो हमारे खेत में गेहूं की भराई चल रही है, तो सारा किसान खेत में ही रहता है। किसान के बच्चे हैं, उनको कभी कभी ये हो जाता है, कभी ठंड लग जाती है और वो हो जाती है, वो जरूरी है, तो वो सरकार को सोचनी चाहिए। अब यहाँ पर किसान के बच्चे भी आए हुए हैं, परिवार आए हुए हैं।
वहाँ दिन वादन देख लिया ना 26 को, अब तैयारी काहे की है। ये जो 10 किलोमीटर की रनिंग है डेली की, सुबह शाम को 10-10 किलोमीटर की हम परेड कर रहे हैं, तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो किसान भी उसमें अपनी भागीदारी करेगा तो जाएगा किसान।
हरियाणा पुलिस ने आंसू गोले लगाया, कई किसान घायल हो गए।
कोई बात ना भाई, उन्हें चलन दो ना, वो अपना काम करे, हम अपना करेंगे, अपना हक लेके रहेंगे।
हम तो दिल्ली के बॉर्डर पर आना चाहते हैं, भी दिल्ली जाना भी नहीं चाहते।
अच्छा।
26 जनवरी को दिल्ली जाएंगे, उससे पहले हमें दिल्ली जाना भी नहीं, ये खोले हैं बंद रखे, हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
क्या
26 में जाएंगे तो जाएंगे।
अच्छा, 26 में जाना ही बिल्कुल पक्का।
अरे पक्का है भाई, नहीं जा सकते क्या?
बिल्कुल जी,
ये देश का पर्व है, और अगर इस पर्व को क्या देश का किसान नहीं मना सकता?
मना सकते,
तो अगर मना सकता है तो हम जाएंगे।
क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे जिस तरह किसानों पे जो हम हुआ है, चोटें आई हैं?
ये तो हम हरियाणा सरकार से कहेंगे, हमें राज्य सरकार से हमारी कोई लड़ाई नहीं है, हमारी लड़ाई केंद्र सरकार से चल रही है, और हमारा जो वो रास्ता अवरोधक करते हैं पैदा बार बार, ये सरकार को देखना पड़ेगा। अभी तो सरकार को इसका भी हिसाब देना पड़ेगा जो उसने रोड कटवाए हैं। कहीं ऐसा होता है सरकारी संपत्ति को जो नुकसान पहुंचाया है उन्होंने, उसकी जिम्मेवारी कौन देगा? कहीं रोड कटे हैं आज से पहले, आंदोलन आज से पहले भी हुए हैं, लेकिन 10-10 फीट 20-20 फीट के गड्ढे कर दिए गए हों, पक्की रोडें काट दी गई हों। अगर देश की सरकारी संपत्ति को नुकसान पहुंचाया तो उसका जवाब सरकार देंगी, लेकिन अभी हम लड़ाई केंद्र से लड़ रहे हैं और हम डाइवर्ट नहीं होना चाहते कि हमें अभी स्टेट से कोई मतलब नहीं है हमारा, लड़ेंगे उनसे भी।
सरकार तो वही है ना, बीजेपी सरकार केंद्र में भी है और राज्य में भी। वहाँ
नहीं, देखो राज्य सरकार से अगर हम उलझेंगे तो हमारा केंद्र से जो हमारा मुद्दा है उससे हम डाइवर्ट हो जाएंगे। आज हमारा मुद्दा केंद्र से है और हम केंद्र से लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए आए हैं। हमने सारी स्टेटों से कहा है, यहाँ भी तो है बीजेपी की सरकार, यहाँ तो नहीं रोका उन्होंने, यहाँ तो कोई लाठी चार्ज नहीं की। अगर वो लाठी चार्ज कर रहे हैं तो उनसे पूछ रहे हैं कि उन्हें किसने अधिकार दिया था भाई लाठी चार्ज कराने का।
आज से गोले चलाई गई थी और लगभग 15 से 20 किसान घायल हुए हैं, और ऐसा लग रहा था जैसे कि कहीं बॉर्डर पे युद्ध चल रहा।
अरे भाई, किसान का बेटा है और उसका फर्ज है, अगर वो लाठी हल्की मारेगा तो हमें ये लगेगा कि इसे दूध कमजोर मिल रहा है।
अच्छा, उसे
लाठी मजबूत मारनी चाहिए। ये देश के किसान का बेटा एक इधर खड़ा है और देश के किसान का बेटा एक इधर खड़ा है। ये जवान और किसान की लड़ाई है ही नहीं, ये देश की सरकार जो गलत नीति बना करके लाई है उसके खिलाफ की लड़ाई है। और ये तो इनका अपना फर्ज है और ये अपने फर्ज से हटना भी नहीं चाहिए इन्हें। अगर लाठी नहीं मारेंगे तो ये अपने फर्ज से विमुख हो गए ना। सरकार अगर आदेश दे रही है भाई इन पर लाठी मारो, कौन सी फर्क पड़ता?
जवान यहाँ से भी शहीद हो चुके हैं तो किसान।
हाँ, तो वो अब देखो ऐसा है ना, एक तो ठंड के कारण से उनको अटैक पड़ गया और एक ने ये मान लिया कि भाई हम कहीं भावनात्मक मुद्दे को जोड़ दिया उन्होंने, और हमारा सबसे डिमांड ये है कि कोई भी इसको भावनात्मक ना जोड़े। लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, जीतेंगे, और जब तक जिंदा रहेंगे तभी लड़ पाएंगे। मर करके लड़ाई नहीं लड़ी जाती है, हम लड़ेंगे, जीतेंगे और जिंदे रह करके लड़ेंगे।
लगातार जो है, चाहे कोई भी बॉर्डर हो, जवान किसान अपने शहीद हो रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई भी सत्ताधारी पार्टी का कोई भी चाहे नेता कोई ट्वीट करके कुछ भी मतलब मैसेज नहीं दे रहा।
भाई सत्ताधारी के बच्चे कोई बॉर्डर पे थोड़ी हैं। सत्ताधारी के अगर बच्चे बॉर्डर पे होते और शहीद हो जाते तो इसमें देश में भूचाल आ जाता। जिस दिन सत्ताधारियों के बच्चे बॉर्डर पर रहने शुरू हो जाएंगे उस दिन शहीद बंद हो जाएंगे होने देश में। देश में किसान के बच्चे बॉर्डर पे हैं और किसान लड़ाई लड़ रहा है, आंदोलन कर रहा है, इसलिए ये शहीद हो रहे हैं। जिस दिन इनके बच्चे होंगे ना उस दिन शहीद होने ही बंद हो जाएंगे। इनके अभी दुख नहीं हुआ है, इन्हें दर्द नहीं हुआ है, ये दर्द महसूस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि किसान का बच्चा किस तरीका से वहाँ पर तुम्हारी रक्षा कर रहा है, सुरक्षा कर रहा है।
मोदी तेरी तानाशाही, मोदी तेरी तानाशाही।
जिस तरीके से आप बता दो कि जो लगातार जैसे कि जो पिछले 4 तारीख को बातचीत हुई थी उसके बाद से ही किसानों ने कह दिया था कि जो है आंदोलन जो है अब और तेज होगी, और अभी हम दिल्ली बॉर्डर है, पीछे दिल्ली है, जो बैरिकेड देख रहे हैं आप दिल्ली में है, और अब गाजीपुर बॉर्डर से जो है यहाँ पे जो किसान है अपना परेड कह रहे हैं कि 26 जनवरी को जो परेड है लाल किले पे करेंगे, उसका जो प्रैक्टिस करते हुए वो बॉर्डर की तरफ आए और बॉर्डर पे खड़े होकर दिखाया कि दिल्ली अब दूर नहीं है, एक कदम दूर है। अब देखने वाली बात है जो आज जो बातचीत चल रही है सरकार और किसान के बीच में, क्या वो बात बनती है या ये आंदोलन, जैसे कि किसानों ने कहा है कि अगर आज बात नहीं बनती है तो आंदोलन जो है और तेज होगा। अब देखने वाली बात ये होगी कि सरकार इनकी बातें मानती है या नहीं।
लाइव टीवी, सच सबसे आगे।
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी। 26 जनवरी
हम इसी झंडे के साथ जाएंगे,
तिरंगे के साथ,
पूरा तिरंगे के साथ जाएंगे।
पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि तिरंगा चल रहा है पीछे।
तो दिल्ली पे चढ़ाई होएगी,
अच्छा।
चढ़ाई करेंगे। हम कोई पागल न, हम ये देश के नागरिक के अन्नदाता हैं। तब तक दुखी किसान रहेगा, धरती पे तूफान रहेगा। जब तक दुखी किसान रहेगा, धरती पे तूफान रहेगा। ये केवल दिल्ली के लिए जो 26 जनवरी आ रही है उसके लिए परेड की तैयारी कर रहा है किसान। 26 तारीख को फतेह करेंगे। हाँ, 26 तारीख को परेड में किसान रहेगा। तब तक दुखी किसान रहेगा, धरती पे तूफान रहेगा।
लाइव टीवी, सच सबसे आगे।
गाजीपुर बॉर्डर पे जो लगातार जो है ये रैली निकालने के अपने जो है अब ये जो है बढ़ते हुए जा रहे हैं दिल्ली की तरफ। साफ तौर पे ये कहना है कि जैसे कि किसान आंदोलनों के पहले भी कहा था कि अब जो है
are shutting down. People are looking for ways to come out and enjoy themselves. Savannah becomes a very attractive place. And so, this is for our continued safety. At this point, I'm used to criticism. But I'll just rely on the science.
And of course, you can cancel the celebration, but you can't keep people from coming.
Sure.
So is that something on your mind? What kind of plan do you have for that? Obviously, because we saw with the holidays, people just ignore, those safety guidelines.
Well, again, I think that I think that the festival is a draw. And there are some other things that we're going to discuss later on that will help to, I won't say prevent, but discourage people from coming here to do those types of things. We recognize there's a difference between, a couple of thousand and 500,000 people. And so I'm really appreciative to our parade committee and to our partners. They get it. They understand it. The question is for us, are we playing short ball or are we playing long ball? And, do we achieve a short-term gain and then sacrifice our long-term recovery? And again, this weekend was proof positive to me. As I kind of pondered over it through the holidays, it was just like, this was madness. It was too many people. And we could not manage it all. And again, I was going around, I'm looking at businesses, I'm looking at tours, and everybody's just kind of, going at it. And, I think that was kind of the deciding factor. We couldn't manage something smaller. And so therefore, the other thing that was of much concern to me, and I'm asking city manager to crack down on, is we do not have a hybrid license, meaning a hybrid alcohol license. And we have restaurants in our city that develop kind of a bipolar nature. They're a restaurant, and then they turn into a club. They're having food, and all of a sudden they want to charge admission. That is not allowed by our revenue ordinance, and we will shut those businesses down. Because again, there are businesses that are clubs that pay to be clubs, and so restaurants, they're going to be restaurants, they need to act like restaurants. And so we've seen a lot of that lately. Chief Mentor and the police department have been cracking down on that, and I've asked for them to continue to crack down, and ultimately, if they can't comply, then they need to be shut down. So we recognize that's also a problem. And that's not only downtown, we're talking about citywide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good. How are you? Happy New Year.
Good. Quick question for you. So as you had mentioned, unfortunately, our COVID cases are rising again. So
Yes.
I'm curious, what have you been hearing as far as our hospitals go? Are we close to capacity with our COVID patients? And if we do hit that capacity, does the city have a plan for what's going to happen or where those COVID patients will go?
We don't. As you know, we don't necessarily manage the healthcare side of it. We have made ourselves available to help wherever we could. Our challenge is a little unique because, and it really highlights the importance of rural hospitals. But if you look around, I mean, for 50 miles, if you're talking about the best and world-class healthcare, it's Savannah. And that is through St. Joseph's Candler and through Memorial Health. When folks in other communities outside of Savannah need help, we provide that help. And so that's why we're so concerned about the regional approach, because if those folks are coming in and they're using our hospital beds, as our numbers go up, we don't have hospital beds for them. And so I don't think we're at a critical level yet, but I do think we're at a level where a sudden spike, which we're expecting within the next couple of weeks, could put us into overload. And so my offer is, however we can be of help, then let us be of help. And so we're committed to doing whatever we can to be of help.
And when it comes to St. Patrick's Day, how are you expecting this decision to affect the businesses downtown for the second year in a row? What should they be prepared for, I guess?
Well, I think that they prepare themselves, to not make those large purchases they did last year. Obviously, last year it was March 1st or so when the first cases came into the country. We got our first case on the 20th. So I think, they understand COVID better now. The city of Savannah has worked with them to help provide things like parklets. Also, the city of Savannah has allowed these businesses for alcohol licenses to pay them in thirds so that they don't have that huge cash flow issue at the beginning of the year. I think we have to hunker down for another year. The question becomes, are we able to minimize our losses now, or do we put ourselves in a situation where we go for it and then we put ourselves where our city is decimated and we never recover? And again, and that's just part of the very delicate decision-making balance. Most businesses understand it. They don't like it. I don't like it, but they understand. If there was any way, and I think, the city has been very understanding. We've worked with folks. We listen to folks. We've met with folks. We'll continue to do so. But in the end, our number one responsibility is public safety. And right now, our major threat is COVID-19. And it is a threat to all of us. Again, I wish that our state would institute stronger restrictions. Had we done that, perhaps we might be in a position where we could do some other things, but right now it's not. Right now, I could wear a mask on the city of Savannah streets that I'm supposed to wear, and I go into a club and I don't have to wear one if the business says we don't have to. And so I take it off. And so now we have a potential super spreader event. And so I come back out and I have to put my mask back on. That doesn't make sense. And so, it's unfortunate. We have to play the hand we're dealt, and we have to keep the safety of citizens in mind, to include the employees of these businesses, the employees of these hotels, the employees of these businesses, the employees of these restaurants, where some of them, unfortunately, don't let them wear gloves, don't let them wear masks. What do you do for them as well? And so, I dreaded over making this decision. I've dreaded over the implications that it brings. But in the end, I am doggedly and single-minded focused on keeping Savannah safe and getting Savannah through COVID-19 this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay. We'll keep you updated. We will continue to talk with our partners. We'll kind of see how this goes. We have proven that, should things change or conditions change, we'll let people know. It's unfortunate for all of us. Particularly for, and let's go back. We've canceled the Martin Luther King Day Parade, which is a large observance here as well. Our Black Heritage Festival, which is going virtual. our St. Patrick's Day, and then, you know, we'll start looking about what happens past March. We'll just monitor it. But I think to our citizens, if we want to do better, we have to insist on better. If our businesses want us to get better, they have to insist on better. You know, you don't need a governor to tell you that you need to require a mask. You can do that. The quicker we get to where we're wearing the mask and we're watching our distance, we're washing our hands, and the vaccines are coming in, we get to a situation where we get better sooner. If we don't, it takes longer. But I'm hoping and I'm praying this is the last year I'll have to make this type of announcement. And hopefully, this will be the last time we will have to extend no permits for this year. Hopefully. I expect to extend my emergency declaration that expires on the 7th, so I will be extending that, and so we will send that out to you as soon as it's perfected. So, another year, new year, same challenges, but we're Savannah strong, and we'll continue to get through this. May God bless you all. Make it a great year. Thank you.
पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि तिरंगा चल रहा है पीछे। अच्छा, क्या लगता है जिस तरह आप कह रहे हैं दिल्ली जाएंगे, दिल्ली जो किसान आते हैं उस पर लाठी चलाई जाती है, राजस्थान में
Trump's called the Georgia Secretary of State. Would you say it's illegal, and how would you try to hold him or anybody else engaging in that kind of behavior accountable if elected?
It may be illegal. It's certainly improper and disgraceful. It's a direct attack on Georgia voters. It's a direct attack on the democratic process. And y'all, we're in the middle of a crisis where we're losing thousands of Americans per day to COVID-19. Hospital systems and nursing homes buckling under the weight of this outbreak. Millions of people facing eviction or foreclosure. You would not have known that based upon his remarks last night. And he's focused on trying to overturn election results. We need to get economic relief to the people. We need to pass $2,000 stimulus checks for the people. We need to surge vaccine distribution and make testing and vaccines free for every American to beat this virus. Thank you.
John, we're surrounded by media, right? And many of the media teams that are here, the media crews, are actually from other countries. What does it say that this many media crews from all around the world showed up here to Georgia to pay attention to what's going on here?
It shows how much power Georgia voters have right now. Georgia voters have never had more power than you have today. That's the reason the whole world is watching us in Georgia. That's the reason everybody needs to get out to the polls and make their voices heard. I want Georgia voters to feel that power and to exercise that power to make history and to demand better government at a moment of crisis like this. When we win both of these Senate races, we will pass $2,000 stimulus checks immediately for the American people. I spoke with the president-elect about that personally yesterday. When we win both of these U.S. Senate races, we will pass legislation to ensure testing and vaccines are free for every American and to surge vaccine distribution, which right now is not happening fast enough. When we win both of these Senate races, we will pass a new Civil Rights Act and a new Voting Rights Act to secure equal justice for all and secure voting rights for all people.
One of the first orders of business, if he were to get elected into the Senate on Biden's agenda, is to repeal President Trump's tax cuts. And a new study shows that would cost Georgia families $3,900 more every year. Will you still support President-elect Biden's agenda, even if it means Georgia families are going to be paying more in taxes?
So I'm going to vote to cut taxes for working class and middle class families in Georgia. And in fact, I spoke with President-elect Biden yesterday about how swiftly we're going to act to pass those $2,000 stimulus checks, which are currently being blocked by the United States Senate. I mean, here we have the American people crying out for economic relief. President Trump demanding passage of these stimulus checks. President-elect Biden demanding passage of these stimulus checks. But the United States Senate is blocking economic relief for the people. And they will block all of the economic relief that the people need if Mitch McConnell holds the Senate. And that's why it's so vital that everybody in Georgia make a plan to vote. Again, if you're in line by 7 p.m. tonight, your vote will be counted. Thank you so much.
Mr. Ossoff.
Hey, Peter.
Something that your Republican opponents are drawing a lot of attention to is a weeks-old comment from Chuck Schumer, where he said, now we take Georgia, then we change America. Is that something that you find particularly helpful? Because the Republicans are trying to use that against you and essentially say change America means we're going to be a socialist country.
Here's the kind of change that the people of Georgia are crying out for. Equal justice under the law. It was in Glenn County, Georgia, that Ahmaud Arbery was shot to death in the street in broad daylight on camera. And the local authorities looked the other way because Ahmaud Arbery was a young black man. The kind of change that we need is passage of a new Civil Rights Act that will make real America's founding promise of equal justice. The kind of change that we need is immediate passage of $2,000 stimulus checks, where right now what we have is gridlock in Washington and the U.S. Senate blocking relief for the people. The kind of change that we need is legislation that will make testing and vaccines for COVID-19 free for every American. That's the kind of change that Georgia voters have been turning out in record numbers to demand, and that's the kind of change that we can deliver when we win these 2 Senate races today. Thank you, Peter.
Win or lose, can you talk about the infrastructure Democrats have built in the state, feels like the past at this point? And then, secondly, can you talk about what these races, if you win, would say for the Democratic Party more broadly about whether more center-of-the-road policies will bring more voters or more liberal policies?
John, can you talk this way, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Look, this is the culmination of many years of work and struggle. A decade of organizing, much of this work led by Stacey Abrams, to register voters, mobilize communities, empower the people to participate, but decades of work. The legacy of heroes like John Lewis, Hosea Williams, Amelia Boynton, the hundreds who crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama in 1965 to demand voting rights for black Americans. John Lewis had his skull fractured marching in Selma that day. Many bled to secure the right of all Americans to vote. And it was so that we could have moments like this one. So that all people could stand up and demand the kind of change that we need at a moment of crisis when people need economic relief, when our public health system urgently needs support, when we have an urgent need for civil rights legislation to expand justice in this country. And That is the tradition of John Lewis, the tradition of civil rights activism, the tradition of expansion of voting rights and equal justice for all that Georgia Democrats are carrying forward right now. Thank you. I'm a John Lewis Democrat. I'm a civil rights Democrat. And that's the kind of Democrat that's running in the South right now. I mean, think about how far we've come in the American South, that the Democratic standard bearers in these races are the young Jewish son of an immigrant and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. That is the new South. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that's all we're going to have time for. John's going to greet some voters after they vote in the parking lot. Everyone has to stay on the sidewalk while he's out there. We cannot bring the cameras towards voters. So if everyone could really keep your distance, we're so appreciative you were here. But he's going to do that, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
And I thought, why is it when the left shows up, they burn police cars and break windows and beat people? We show up, we sing, we pray, we hug, we high five, we don't wear masks. And yet, some of the people behind us in the castle there, they pay more respect to people that show up and burn vehicles. I'm confused by that, but let me just say, if you're one of my 13 regular listeners, God bless you, thank you. This is the greatest audience I've ever had the honor of speaking with or to, and let's get to it. We, the people, are finally awake. I was wondering, as a conservative, as you all are, I was wondering how long it would take. I was thinking, how long is this going to take? Am I going to be 94 years old? Are my great-great-grandchildren going to say, hey, we should go to the Capitol and see if they give a damn? No, 2020 was the year. It took 2020. It took a scamdemic and a stolen election made worse by tyrant governors across the country and their henchmen. Henchwomen. By the way, I'm so happy to see that the rainbow reefer flag is flying at the castle.
I thought it was illegal.
What the heck is that? My grandfather is spinning in his grave. He's watching down now. He fought in the Philippines during World War II. He was a Navy Seabean, and before that he was in the Army. And my dad is an Army vet. And they're looking at those flags and thinking, what planet has my son landed on? So now, after 2020, we the people can clearly see, crystal clear now. We have the view from here to the other capitals, to Washington, D.C., and now we know who puts America first and who puts themselves before us. We send people to our assemblies and to Washington, D.C. because we need honest representation of our beliefs and our goals as Americans. But if the people we vote for arrive in government and immediately think they know better than us and stop representing what we want because they want to work on their resumes and their power grabs under the dome, now it's time to remove them. In 2020, we learned again who are the patriots and who are the politicians. Who is building their bank account and their resume while we try to build and better our country? Too many people behind me, not that you can see here in the building, the good ones are out here. Too many people are worried about what might be said about them on CNN. Or they might not get invited to a cocktail party at Governor Wolf's house. And how can you eat if you're wearing a mask? No mask! Not anymore. It's a new year. It's a new era in America politics. We demand that our elected representatives put America first because it's their job. It's what we pay them to do. Our money pays for everything. The steps you're on, the heat in that building, and their parking, we pay for it. There's been some confusion. They are our employees. If you own a small business and your employees lied to you and stole from you and didn't show up to work, what would you do? We're no longer going to vote for people that sell out the truth. We will no longer vote for people that don't have the guts to fight for a stolen election. You will no longer get away with locking us down and then ignoring the fraud that you helped create because you're afraid of a governor or how it might hurt your career to fight for a president who puts America first. So the representatives, the senators, the judges, and the government workers who are on the fence about whether an inaccurate and unfair and stolen election is valid, you need to get your head straight. Just get your head straight. What I don't want is something profane going viral, and then they'll be like, you know, those conservatives, they always show up and say that people have their heads up their butt. But I didn't say it, I was just thinking it. We the people know better. It's not too late to put the American people first. Some of the people in the castle there are listening, some are not. Some think they're untouchable. Some are independently wealthy. But they don't realize how outnumbered they are. Stop listening to the pollsters and the lobbyists and the consultants and the stupid news media. We outnumber you by hundreds of millions. What are you missing? We are the team you want to be on. Your wealth, your education, your pedigree in our government means nothing to us if you're okay with an election being stolen from us. This week will change America forever. We are standing on historic ground. This country will never be the same after this week because there has been an awakening. So the people behind us that represent us, or say they do, at least that's what their campaign commercials say. They always say, we care deeply about the children. We care about your family. Until we're on the line and we have to fight, then you can't find us. Are you a patriot or are you just a politician? Take a look at your colleagues that are here today. Take a look at some of the fighters like Kiefer and Mastriano. Like Scott Perry, who's in Washington right now. Getting sold out by Congress. Be grateful for the dozen senators that have come forward under Ted Cruz. From now on, Toomey's at the Democratic Convention. He's setting up tables. He's got a sweet lobby gig coming up in 2 years. If you turn your back on us in a Capitol or in Washington, D.C., if you do it again this week, we don't care how big your political action committee is. We don't care how many anchormen in the media like you, or how you can go on MSNBC and Joe Scarborough will get giggly with you. We don't care. We don't care how big your party is anymore. We don't care about political parties. We are the biggest political group on earth. We are free Americans that follow the Constitution. A political party needs people. And what you're going to find out in 2022 and on, you don't get a lot of votes without us. Start putting America before your party. Start putting the people before yourselves, especially if you work under this dome. I don't know what happens under the dome. I don't know if it's like a hat or something. They're all like, yeah, I'm for you. I'm for you. Hey, yeah, let's have some coffee. Soon as they got under the dome, I will do what the governor says because I want to be governor someday. I like it. Big fat zeros. I'm going to put that in my next speech. If you break the law, we'll find an honest judge. And we'll find an honest FBI agent. And they are out there. They're harder and harder to find. We'll find them. And we'll put you in jail. So we urge you peacefully, respectfully, in the spirit of America and free speech, even though you keep censoring us on social media. Fake book, you're right. Stop the steal. God bless the patriots that are here. God bless the United States of America. Thank you for fighting. I'm in the fight with you. You know where to find me until I'm arrested. I'll see you today on the radio at 3 o'clock. God bless you all.
Ken is an absolute resource. WHP AM 580 every afternoon from 3 to 6. Please listen. Join his audience so he can claim more than 13. I have a very short. Our next speaker was supposed to be Jeffrey Lord. Many of you know that Jeffrey Lord is a national opinion writer. Was fired from CNN for being a patriot. I'm going to read from his email when he was all set. He said, "I was all set with a speech written, and I am now told I am invited to the White House. If I was invited to the White House, that's where I'd be too. I'm just saying. So I have to leave at the crack of dawn. I know the president, so doubtless tomorrow of all days he wants his friends around. Under the circumstances, I want to be there for him. My apologies. Hopefully this doesn't cause too much of a problem. The circumstances are, to say the least, are unique. Thank you so much for thinking of me," and he sends his best wishes to all of you. Next, I'd like a great person to stand instead of Jeffrey Lord. One of the people that Ken Matthews just mentioned, I've known this young lady for a couple of years now. She was elected to the House of Representatives from right across the river. Don Kiefer is a staunch and strong supporter of both the Pennsylvania Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, and it's my distinct pleasure to welcome her to speak to you this morning. Don Kiefer.
Well, good morning, and thank you all. You all are such good soldiers out here, and I appreciate everybody here staying the course and really getting what's going on here. I mean, for a while, we got to say that, we were asleep at the wheel, quite frankly. A lot of people were asleep at the wheel. I mean, that's how we got this state Supreme Court that we have, right? A lot of people didn't show up for that, and elections have consequences. But this is not about overturning an election for me, and it is not about changing the outcome. It is about election integrity. The election that took place in 2020 in Pennsylvania in November for president was unlawful. Unlawful, therefore it's invalid. Okay? They did not follow the law. The Secretary of State and the governor violated our laws, the statutes. In fact, they violated laws that this governor even signed, quite frankly. They continued to manipulate it and bastardize those laws. And then they take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decides they're going to rewrite our laws. They're going to pick up the pen, and they're going to rewrite our laws, right? If they want to be legislators, run for the legislature, right? So they're legislating from the bench, further invalidating the election, quite frankly. And last, let me add, our Constitution requires, our state Constitution requires that our elections be uniform across the Commonwealth. They were not uniform. I'll tell you, my voters in York and Cumberland County were disenfranchised by the counties first of all, they started pre-canvassing ballots before they were legally allowed to, under the guidance of the Secretary of State. Okay? That's first. So they're starting to open them up and look at what's in the ballots. Then they create these lists of these deficient ballots. And they provide the list to different third parties like the Democratic Party. And so they can call, hey, Mary, you didn't sign yours. Hey, Joe, you didn't put a date on it. So they could come in and cure their ballots or fix them, right? My constituents in York and Cumberland did not get that same opportunity, right? They did not have the same access to the ballots. How does anybody in good conscience not think that this was an unlawful election? The rules are there. And I've heard many of my colleagues and many people across the Commonwealth say, you know, we can't just upend everything, right? We are a nation of laws. We respect the rule of law. Oh, well, we do? All the laws? How about the laws that the governor and his Secretary of State are breaking? Do we respect those laws? Those laws were violated. So, Article 7, so then the response is, well, your recourse for that is to go through the courts, is what they claim. You have to go through the courts. Article 7, Section 13, articulates a path to contest an election. But here's the thing. We're not contesting an election. We're declaring the election unlawful and invalid. We're saying it did not happen in Pennsylvania. Right? That's the difference. We're not contesting anything. It didn't happen. Right? So there's the case you probably all have heard about. I've gotten, I don't know, several thousand emails. And it's the McPherson-Blacker case. And it articulates in there, I'm going to read this to you. Because it spells out how this power is exclusively in the General Assembly. And I want you to know that this is one of my points. There is a remedy outside the courts. It does lie with the General Assembly, in my opinion, and it's the opinion of many constitutional experts and scholars across the country. And the McPherson-Blacker case says, the appointment of these electors is thus placed absolutely and wholly with the legislatures of several states. They may be chosen by the legislature, or the legislature may provide that they shall be elected by the people of the state at large or districts, which we did, right? We say by popular vote, that's who the electors go to. However, when they violated the laws and if an election didn't happen, this power is conferred upon the legislatures of the states by the Constitution of the United States and cannot be taken from them or modified by their state constitutions. Whatever provisions may be made by statute or by the state constitution to choose electors by the people, there is no doubt of the right of the legislature to resume the power at any time, for it can neither be taken away nor abdicated. And there, my friends, is your legislative remedy. The path is there. The courage is not. Let's be clear. So, in my opinion, I believe it's a dereliction of duty not to exercise our path. And many times we have been, in the last 10 months, we've seen how the governor at every turn is upending and usurping our legislative powers. Right? Here is a course and a path that's laid out for us that is exclusively the legislatures. And for us not to take this up is a dereliction of duty, in my opinion. If after we exercise this, might we be challenged? Might they take us to court over exercising this authority? Probably, right? Then we go to the courts. But right now, we have this opportunity to exercise this authority. I can guarantee you the Democrats would take this power. Not only would, and they would rewrite it, and they would bastardize it, and they would create new ones to follow, right? But not us. Not us. We can't get out of our own way. And for us not to at least try, I'd rather try and fail than to sit on my hands and act like there's nothing we can do. Let's have another hearing. Let's look at this afterwards. No. To ignore this would be to solidify the corrupt and unlawful elections that happened in this Commonwealth. We have to hold every elected official accountable, right? I mean, everybody has to do their job. And this is one time when we have to step up to the plate. Does it take courage? Absolutely. But that's what we were elected to do, right? We serve you. Hold everybody accountable. We have to do this. This is about our republic. We are a government elected by the people through the process of our elections. And if people don't trust those elections or that process, they will not trust their government, and they will not trust certainly the results, right? That's what's at stake here. Our nation is at stake. And we have to fight until there is justice on this issue. Thank you all for coming out today.
Isn't she amazing? You know, in the vernacular, it's probably dated, but you go, girl. Am I allowed to say that? I guess I'm allowed. I'm not in the House of Representatives where we don't have genders, so I'm allowed to say that. I'm going to bring a fellow veteran up to introduce our next guest. Joe is part of our veterans group. He is a good man, and he's going to tell us who our next speaker is.
I get the privilege of got to understand that we got to win trust for the vaccine. We've been talking about this now for weeks, winning trust for the vaccine, but the best way to do it, of course, is by example. So many people have gotten the vaccine now who had a very good experience with it. It was safe, effective, free, fast, easy. The more people see that, the more they feel it, I think you'll see that hesitancy reduce. But in the meantime, we're going to keep educating people, keep giving those positive examples, keep answering questions. People have a lot of questions. That's fair. We want to answer those questions. And Mitch can talk about how that's being done in health and hospitals. But again, it's crucial to now link that to the bigger picture. Let's choose a number, and I think based on conversations with Dr. Katz and Dr. Choksi, I would place that number over 30%. So let's say at least a third of folks in general are still hesitant. That's another reason why you need more flexibility. Because if I'm looking at a group of 1,000 people and 300 or 400 of them are not yet ready to be vaccinated, I don't need 1,000 doses for that group. I need to finish that group and go to the next group. And we've got to recognize that where there is willingness, that's where we need to lean in. And when there's not yet willingness, we'll come back right around. And ironically, David, the more people get vaccinated in any priority category, the more faith it will give everyone else. Dr. Katz?
Yeah, I think the mayor has explained it well, David. I know it's at our facilities, it is not 70%. That's too high. But I think around 30% is accurate. When I've talked to people, I think you have to, as the mayor has explained, have empathy and really think about what the experience has been of a health and hospital nurse over the last 10 months. How many times science has corrected itself. How many times it's turned out that there was some new wrinkle. And they've gone through every day of that, right? Not everybody has to live the life of the nurse who's told today, this is what works, and then tomorrow, oh no, we've learned something more. It's completely understandable with the new virus that every day we would be learning new things. But while we're learning new things, the nurses are actually working, right? And they're trying to take care of their patients in the best way possible. So is it at all surprising that people want a little bit more time to know that this too will not turn out to be wrong? Anytime in healthcare you adopt something new, there are always the early adopters, right? They can't wait to get it. They're at the top of the line. They want to do it. There will always be a few people who will never want to do it. But the vast majority of people, once you give them enough time, will agree to get a sensible intervention. And I have no doubt that after millions of people across the country are vaccinated, the safety record is shown. Months have gone by. Consensus remains this vaccine is safe. People will go and get it. We don't need to harangue them at this moment. We can allow them the space they deserve for the heroic work they've done.
Amen. Go ahead, David.
And then my question is regarding the Gifted and Talented program and concerns from parents that you have not offered clarity over whether you will proceed with this test. And there are concerns that the lack of a contract signed is indicative that you will not proceed with it. So why have you delayed a response one way or the other in letting parents know about the GNT program or the GNT test? And when can people actually expect a response from your office?
Yeah, David, we will speak to that this month for sure. Look, there has been so much we had to focus on that wasn't business as usual. The central focus has been on the health and safety of our kids and our educators and our staff, and making in-person learning work while doing this unprecedented online effort as well. We're living in the present, getting that right every single day. We did make the announcements, obviously, around some of the other elements of the admissions process. We will be having an announcement shortly on the gifted and talented piece as well.
The next is Nolan from The Post.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Happy New Year, Nolan. How you doing?
I'm all right, Mr. Mayor, and Happy New Year to you and to yours as well. I'm just trying to figure out exactly the source of the dispute between you and the governor over the speed at which the city's public hospital system is administering vaccine. And we put some of these questions to Health and Hospitals yesterday. Didn't get much in the way of hard numbers back, so I'd like to put them to you today to see if you have them, which is roughly how many Health and Hospitals employees were eligible for vaccination before the expansion of Group 1A, and how many of them had received it at that point?
So, Nolan, again, I want to see us all move forward together. I want to be really clear about this. I want to work with the state. I want to work with the federal government. I think if we all work together, we're going to get somewhere. I am fully responsible for all the efforts of New York City government. I expect us to do better. I'm holding every one of my colleagues accountable and myself accountable. But I also know we do need the freedom and the flexibility to do this the best we can. So as you heard Dr. Katz say, once he got the authorization to do more people in his hospitals, he started that immediately. And that will be completed in a matter of days. It's simple. When we have an authorization to do something, we can do it very quickly. But we also do need simpler rules from the federal government. That gets back to that point about the syringes. That right there would be a great difference maker, which is why we're appealing to the federal government on that. Mitch, you want to just fill in any specific?
I think one of the misconceptions that people had is that the data that the governor showed was about the percentage of eligible people who got vaccination. That wasn't what it was. It was the percent of doses. And as I explained earlier in the week, we took on a large number of doses yesterday in order to be able to do this week the unaffiliated providers. I have every reason from my discussions with other healthcare leaders to know that we have done as well as the other hospitals in terms of vaccinating those people who are eligible. And again, I go back to last week. We walked through the hospital, all of the clinical areas where we're able to vaccinate, and told people we have empty slots that are available now. Come while you are on work and get vaccinated. And it happens that not everybody is yet ready for that moment.
Go ahead, Nolan.
I guess I just posit those questions because the governor's office is on the record to the Post this morning saying that those tabulations were for weeks 1 through 3. They don't include the vaccines delivered for week 4. I think this gets to why technical briefings are important, but that issue to the side. On January 1st, the city as a whole injected only 148 people with shots on New Year's Day. Only 148 people were given shots. The city controls one of the largest hospital systems in the city with Health and Hospitals. That's still just an average of 13 shots per hospital on that day. Why, in the best case, did the city's public hospital system only deliver 13 shots per day on New Year's Day?
Nolan, very fair question. Let me say that we can't have another day like that ever again. There are no holidays, there are no nights, there are no weekends going forward. Everything has to be on a 24/7 basis. I do understand, on a very human level, that after a year of nonstop warfare, a lot of people were very tired and spent by the time they got to the holidays. But that's not an excuse. It should have been better on January 1st. And we certainly saw the same problem with the pharmacies under the federal program focused on nursing homes. There was a drop-off that holiday weekend that should not have happened. Going forward, everyone's getting a clear message from me, and I'm responsible. 24/7, everything is going. Every day we're going to keep increasing the numbers. So this week, our goal is to get to about 100,000 doses, and then each week thereafter increase. By the end of the month, I want to see us in all parts of New York City combined at about 400,000 doses a week. Again, these big public sites up and running. We need the support from the federal and state government and the manufacturers, but we're on a trajectory to be able to do hundreds of thousands of people a week and just keep growing from there. Everyone needs to feel that urgency. I certainly do. Go ahead.
The next is Katie from the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good morning and Happy New Year, everybody. Mayor de Blasio.
Happy New Year, Katie. How you doing?
I'm okay. Hanging in. My question, I know there's a lot going on. Obviously, we have the vaccination rollout and lots of questions about that. But I'm hearing from lots of people that they're also very concerned about the rising case numbers. It seems like just yesterday we were kind of stressed out about 3%, and now we're over 9%. So I guess my question is your thoughts on the rising cases. I know, you sent out a daily tweet with affirmations about hanging in there, but is there anything more the city can be doing to keep case numbers down? Because it's very concerning. I think a lot of people are getting very nervous as these continue to go up. They're going up in schools and all that.
Yeah, look, I understand why people are nervous, and these numbers are very troubling. Let me say a couple of quick things. And obviously, to the question what the city can do, will do, is doing. Katie, first of all, one area where there's been a lot of agreement between the state and the city, and I certainly agree with the governor's approach on the hospitals, has been that we have seen amazingly good results from our hospitals, whether public, whether voluntary, independent, all over the state. Hospitals learned so much between the spring and the fall. They are handling these cases really, really well. So thank God, even as we've seen increased hospitalizations, hospitals are having much better results helping people. I don't want to lose a single New Yorker, but what we have seen is many, many fewer people dying, many more people surviving, coming right back out of the hospital, and lots of capacity in the hospitals. This is the big difference here that has obviously changed our assumptions about cases because we're seeing them handled so much better. Second, we've seen that New Yorkers are still doing so much of the right thing. There's still so many people wearing masks, social distancing, taking the precautions. Dr. Choksi's been really clear about older New Yorkers and New Yorkers with pre-existing conditions needing to really be as isolated as possible, and I know people are heeding that, so that's important. So the most vulnerable we have a lot of evidence really listening and making those adjustments. Now we have the opportunity with the vaccine to change the entire environment. Again, we need support, we need flexibility, but this is going to be a game changer. So the city continues intensively to do the outreach work. And again, I thank Dr. Long and everyone at Test and Trace. They're out there educating people all the time, mass distribution. They're out there following up on cases, and every time they follow up on a case, it limits the spread of the disease. So many people are participating effectively in quarantine efforts and safe separation. The testing, we've had the highest testing numbers we've ever had in the last few weeks, over 100,000 a day, one day recently, a number we could not have imagined. That's deepening all the time. And of course, ever-intensifying vaccination effort. You add all that up, I feel very good about where we're going to be a few weeks from now, particularly if we can go quickly and stay ahead of this variant, which is why I want that travel ban in place. Last point, Katie, we're all hopeful. I talked to Dr. Fauci about this. Everyone I've talked to agrees that there's a hope that at the latter part of January that the impact of the holidays really will dissipate. So all those gatherings, Christmas and New Year's, et cetera, whatever impact they may have had, that will be trailing off by the end of January, just as vaccine distribution is intensifying. That's the hope for how we continue to turn the corner here. Go ahead, Katie.
Just to follow up, while I understand Thanksgiving and Christmas and other holidays around December are popular, I don't have much hope that people will stop gathering indoors. You could count a million different things between now and the summer. in terms of gathering, right? Just indoor dining isn't open. Where else do people want to go? So my question is, I mean, the numbers don't add up to me, and the timing doesn't add up to me. Looking at the slow rate of our vaccinations here in the city, and what will probably be a brutal winter, I guess, what can the city do to double down to stop these rising cases? Because it is a huge concern. You're seeing more cases in the schools. You're seeing it at 9. There were even times. Can the city do more than just, tweeting out, keep it up?
Again, Katie, I'm going to turn to Dr. Varma. I want to get him in the mix here on one of these pieces, because I think it's really important to remember how all the previous efforts have added up with what's happening now. Clearly, when we're tweeting encouragement to people, that's something that's actually really important, to thank people for all they're doing. New Yorkers have been heroic, and they deserve thanks and encouragement. But what is so crucial is all the tangible efforts to keep schools safe, which have succeeded, all the amazing efforts in the hospitals to protect people, which are succeeding more than ever before, all of the work of the Test and Trace Corps, all of the work of this vaccination effort. These are all really tangible, high-impact things, and they're going to grow each day. Dr. Varma, I want you to speak to this point. We know, in addition to the power of vaccine, even the first dose helps to protect people. We also have gotten probably between 2 and 3 million New Yorkers who have been exposed to the disease previously in the course of these last 10 months. And that is an important piece of this equation as well. If that big a piece of the population has been exposed and is therefore, from everything we've seen scientifically so far, less vulnerable to having a new infection, or particularly a harsh new infection, that really does affect the equation. That protects people inherently. And what we're concerned about, of course, first and foremost, is saving lives. So Dr. Varma, you've been at this the whole way through. Could you please talk about that combination of the impact of vaccine, but combined with the impact of millions of people having already been exposed?
Great. Thank you very much for the question. I think that of course, none of us can predict what's going to happen over the future. And I just want to reemphasize the most important points are the strong adherence to the measures that we know work well. The mask and the distance are absolutely critical. And then combining that with our testing and tracing. Those have been the reason why New York, while we've had a very severe and difficult resurgence, has not faced the same challenges that other places have. It has clearly blunted our resurgence and kept things under better control. The mayor's point is that is a very important one to keep in mind as well, too, because we now have another defense against this disease. We have the combination of a vaccine that specifically when it's targeted at people at highest risk, those who are 75 and older, those who are essential workers, is going to have an impact on reducing our disease. Now, you can combine that with what our estimates are of people who have been previously infected. Now, this does get challenging because one of the big unknowns is how much immunity do people get from prior infection and how long does it last? What we think has happened is that probably somewhere on the order of about 25% of the population, and there's some range around that, had COVID infection at some point since the epidemic started last year. Now, we know that some percentage of that population is going to have protection against either a very severe infection or infection at all. So when you combine the people who have some measure of acquired immunity with the people who are vaccinated and all of our other measures, testing and tracing and masking, we are confident that we are going to get to a point in New York where we can start to progressively see declines. I think the real unknown and the thing I won't be able to put a finger on is that going to be at the end of this month? Is that going to be end of February? It's going to depend on a lot of different factors, particularly maintaining adherence, speeding up vaccination, and continuing our testing and tracing.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
We have time for 2 more for today. The next is Yoav from the city.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. You released in September, you released an outline of an economic recovery agenda and kind of promised more details in the weeks and months to come. I'm just wondering, as it stands now, what is the city's current economic recovery plan and how comprehensive is it?
Yoav, we're going to talk a lot about the economic recovery in the month of January and the whole of 2021. The bottom line to me is I feel very, very positive about where this city is going to go in 2021 and beyond. We're already seeing some very promising signs, real investments coming into the city. In our technology.
ट्राली कोले बाई नु करो ट्राली कोले करो जरा पीछे इधर तू है तो इधर तू है तो इधर कोई नहीं ट्रालियां दे करा आगे बुझ गई ट्राली वाली भी आ वेखो धुआं ही धुआं सरकार दी करतूत अग दे गोले बरसाए ट्रालियां नूं अग पई कई साथियां दे चोटां साह भी नहीं आ रहा माणूके दे जसवीर दे भी सिर चोट पुलिस पुल ते चढ़ के बड़ी हरामी हुई पई है प्लास्टिक दीयां गोलियां अग दे गोले बरसाए जा रहे हैं हर किसी नूं साह लैण च बड़ी दिक्कत होई खड़ी है ओ भाई उस पासे इधर तू है हवा इस पासे है एक बारी साह ले लो थोड़ा जा पासे भाई अब पानी पा दे पानी देते ट्रालियां दोला ले लो भैन च इन्होंने नाल ट्रालियां आ गया अपने कोले ओहो दूर ट्राली कोले बाई नु करो ट्राली कोले करो जरा पीछे इधर तू है तो इधर तू है तो इधर कोई नहीं ट्रालियां दे करा अग बुझ गई ट्राली वाली भी आ वेखो धुआं ही धुआं सरकार दी करतूत अग दे गोले बरसाए ट्रालियां नूं अग पई कई साथियां दे चोटां साह भी नहीं आ रहा माणूके दे जसवीर दे भी सिर चोट पुलिस पुल ते चढ़ के बड़ी हरामी हुई पई है प्लास्टिक दीयां गोलियां अग दे गोले बरसाए जा रहे हैं हर किसी नूं साह लैण च बड़ी दिक्कत होई खड़ी है ओ भाई उस पासे इधर तू है हवा इस पासे है एक बारी साह ले लो थोड़ा जा पासे भाई अब पानी पा दे पानी देते ट्रालियां दोला ले लो भैन च इन्होंने नाल ट्रालियां आ गया अपने कोले ओहो दूर ਟਰਾਲੀ ਕੋਲੇ ਬਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਕਰੋ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਕੋਲੇ ਕਰੋ ਜਰਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਤੂੰ ਹੈ ਇੱਧਰ ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਾਂ ਅੱਗ ਬੁੱਝ ਗਈ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਆ ਵੇਖੋ ਧੂਆਂ ਹੀ ਧੂਆਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਕਰਤੂਤ ਅੱਗ ਦੇ ਗੋਲੇ ਬਰਸਾਏ ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਪਈ ਕਈ ਸਾਥੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਚੋਟਾਂ ਸਾਹ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਾਣੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਜਸਵੀਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸਿਰ ਚੋਟ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪੁਲ ਤੇ ਚੜ ਕੇ ਬੜੀ ਹਰਾਮੀ ਹੋਈ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਪਲਾਸਟਿਕ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਅੱਗ ਦੇ ਗੋਲੇ ਬਰਸਾਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਹ ਲੈਣ 'ਚ ਬੜੀ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਹੋਈ ਖੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਾਈ ਉਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਤੂੰ ਹੈ ਹਵਾ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਹ ਲੈ ਲਓ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਪਾਸੇ ਭਾਈ ਪਾਣੀ ਪਾ ਦੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ ਦੋਲਾਂ ਲੈ ਲਓ ਇਹ ਭੈਣ ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਪਾ ਗਿਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਓਹ ਹੋ ਉਹ ਦੂਰ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਕੋਲੇ ਬਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਕਰੋ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਕੋਲੇ ਕਰੋ ਜਰਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਤੂੰ ਹੈ ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਾਂ ਅੱਗ ਬੁੱਝ ਗਈ ਟਰਾਲੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਆ ਵੇਖੋ ਧੂਆਂ ਹੀ ਧੂਆਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਕਰਤੂਤ ਅੱਗ ਦੇ ਗੋਲੇ ਬਰਸਾਏ ਟਰਾਲੀਆਂ
Finally, tax the rich. We make the wealthy pay. Because the details matter. Unlike these other financial centers across the world, we do not have this tax in New York State. There used to be a stock transfer tax that was applied and that we saw revenue from until the 1980s. And since then, that full potential revenue, billions of dollars every year, is rebated back to the wealthy. That's right. That's not right. It's unacceptable. Because what it actually means is perpetuating inequality. It perpetuates the burden that is imposed on poor and working people in New York instead. And now, more than ever, we can't afford to allow the wealthy few to get a pass while our neighbors are suffering. The Invest in Our New York Act includes a bill that would place small taxes on the trading of stocks, bonds, and derivatives. It's time for us to implement this financial transaction tax along with the entire Invest in Our New York Act
America's favorite politician, Donald Trump, because as you know, he claims he got a small loan of $1 million from his father. And I want to bring that up because inherited wealth in our capitalist society, inherited wealth has been the biggest driver of the racial wealth gap in this country. Somebody said, where they got from? What city did Donald Trump get that inheritance in? New York City! It's Donald Trump's real. When our communities suffer, we are tired of wealthy white communities building intergenerational wealth in the millions, the tens of millions, the hundreds of millions, while our schools crumble, our transportation falls, people can't get health care, people can't get good energy. We are tired of that. So I'm proud to be a co-lead sponsor on the heirs tax that's saying when you inherit those $1 million mansions, those $1 million estates, some of it is coming back for the people. Let's tax the rich. Invest in New York. Thank you.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Agustina Vélez. Soy miembro de Se Hace Camino a Nueva York. Yo vivo en Queens por más de 13 años, donde fue el epicentro de la pandemia. Mi familia y yo nos quedamos sin trabajo y gastamos nuestros ahorros para poder sobrevivir. Han pasado más de 260 días y no hemos recibido ninguna ayuda. Hemos pasado formando filas para poder recibir una barra de pan, una lata de frijoles para poder comer. Hemos sobrevivido al COVID. Días estamos viendo una pesadilla, pero no sabemos cómo vamos a poder pagar la deuda de nuestra renta. Estoy aquí afuera de la oficina de COVID para contarles cómo fue nuestra Navidad. Mientras que el gobernador Trump cenó con su familia en una mesa llena de comida, la mía no tenía regalos ni una cena para poder comer. Les tuve que decir a mis hijos que Santa le dio el COVID, era por eso que no podía viajar. Familias como la mía, encontramos maneras para pagar impuestos, pero los ricos encuentran maneras para evitarlo. Me duele que los políticos, líderes como el gobernador Cuomo, se nieguen a aumentar los impuestos a los ricos para ofrecer apoyo financiero a las familias. Estoy aquí para exigir apoyo para los cientos de miles de trabajadores excluidos como yo en Nueva York. Nos merecemos más y la solución es sencilla. Aumentar los impuestos a los multimillonarios y pasar los fondos para trabajadores excluidos. Nuestras vidas dependen literalmente de esto. Gracias.
My name is Angela Solis. I'm an organizer in Make the Room New York. I want to make sure that everyone can hear her story, so we're going to do it a little different. We're going to do a people's night. Is everyone else okay with that? Yes. My name is Agustina. My name is Agustina. I'm an excluded worker. I'm an excluded worker. I'm a mother. I've survived COVID. I've survived Queens. I've lost my job. I've lost all my savings. Over $200
260 days.
With no relief.
With no relief.
I'm living a nightmare.
I'm living a nightmare.
I'm outside Cuomo's office.
I'm outside Cuomo's office.
Because while he died, and his family, and a table full of food, mine was empty. I told my children, there'll be no gifts. I had to be strong. I told them Santa got COVID. That's why he couldn't come this year. This hurts. I don't know how much longer I can take this. Families like mine find a way to pay our taxes. But the rich find a way to avoid them. Cuomo! Tax the rich! Fund exploited workers! My life, our lives, literally depend on this. So fuera, ¡Aplausos para Agustina!
I want to bring up next Assembly Member Ron Kim, the sponsor of Capital
By design, our tax codes are regressive and punishes the poor working families. What does that mean? It means no matter how hard you work, how much work culture you may have, what kind of good family values or self-discipline you have, you will never be able to be birthright in this country. For years, including this COVID crisis, you've heard corporate politicians like Andrew Cuomo blame individuals for their poverty. What do you think he means when he keeps telling New Yorkers we are New York tough? At a December press conference, Governor Cuomo said, "These times test us. The pressure finds the crack and the weak crumble." Well, what kind of a deranged person would say something like that when we have constituents dying of hunger and waiting up for pension rights? This is not, but this is how we justify and rationalize extreme wealth and income inequality. Governor Cuomo can get away with it because our regressive tax codes validate social Darwinism. When we tax labor income at a higher rate than investment income or capital gains, we're telling working people who rely on wages that they are not as worthy, hardworking, or talented as the rich. When we cut taxes for the rich without even blinking an eye, we're telling working people that they're not as productive as the rich. When we allow tens of millions of untaxed wealth to transfer from one generation to another, we are rewarding extractive and exploitative behavior by the rich. These progressive tax policies we're pushing this year are not just about revenues. It's about economic and budgetary justice. It's about telling all low-income and working families that moving forward, their ambitions and hard work will be birthright in this country. It's time to invest in our New York. Let's get to work.
I want to bring up Brother Reginald Brown from Vocal, New York. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Reginald Thomas Brown. I'm a board member of Vocal, New York. Vocal stands for Voices of Community Activist Leaders. Vocal, New York will not sacrifice our values to the idol of austerity. That is the elimination of economic and social support for New York City, for New York's most vulnerable. We must tax the rich and end homelessness and end the overdose crisis and AIDS in New York State. About 4 or 5 years ago, the governor, get this, gave tax rates to owners of yachts, private jets, and helicopters. If there's going to be any austerity, the austerity needs to start there, not on our backs. Tax the rich.
Harvey Epstein, the police sponsor of
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We want to make sure that the governor, Marvin Mojica, hear our cries. We're here to talk about it in New York. We're here to talk about our future, the future that we want to live in. In 2017, the guy in the White House, we all know his name, cut corporate taxes from 35% to 21%. That's right. So all these corporations, all over Manhattan, all over New York, are doing better than they were, while millions of New Yorkers are struggling, have fallen into poverty. Our job is to correct the wrong. Our job is to say, well, if you're a corporation in New York, pay at least what you were paying in 2017. Pay at least what you were paying then. You have an obligation to the millions of New Yorkers who are struggling every single day. So the message is clear. We want to tax corporations, tax the rich, so the rest of us can survive. That's the message we're here saying today. That's the message we're going to Albany with. Hey, thank you for being here. I stay with my colleagues, and we fight for a progressive taxation system.
welcoming State Senator Robert Jackson, police sponsor of progressive income tax.
I'd like to thank the coalition for being all out here. I'm glad to see some of my colleagues from the state senate are here. These are the leaders that are pushing the agenda. All of the grassroots organizations and all of the legislators that are here. Let me thank you on behalf of the millions of New Yorkers. And to my sister, I'll give you a hug. Because you deserve all of it. And I say to everyone, we must invest in New Yorkers. And I ask you a question, are you New Yorkers? Are all you New Yorkers? All over the state of New York. And let me tell you, the top 1% of New Yorkers have the lowest tax burden of any income bracket. While many of our neighbors lost their jobs, losing their homes, losing their businesses. Last year, others faced eviction. The 130 plus billionaires in New York became $77 billion richer. Is anyone out here got richer as a result of this? Well, I say to you, and that's why I'm sponsoring the progressive income tax bill in the New York State Senate. Someone making $50,000 and someone making $1 million should not pay nearly the same rate tax as they do now. That's right. This will generate billions of dollars in revenue for the issues and concerns of our community. And you know what I say? We want to make sure people stay in their homes. We want to make sure people stay in their apartments. We want to make sure people have enough food to eat. We want to make sure people have good health care. We want to make sure our children get the education they rightfully deserve. That's what this organization is about, the coalition. Now is not the time for austerity. You know what austerity means, right? They're going to hold back and not give you anything. Is that what we want? No! Is that what we want? No! Is that what we need? No! We need $50 billion, not one, not 10, $50 billion in order to make sure that our brothers and sisters in New York, in Buffalo, in Rochester, in rural areas, suburban areas, that we all survive this pandemic. Is that right? Yes! So I say to you, we need to tax the wealthiest New Yorkers. Governor Cuomo, where are you at? Where you at, Governor? Come here.
Escucha, estamos en la lucha. Pueblo, escucha, estamos en la lucha.
We
We want the governor to work with us. But the bottom line, if he doesn't, we, the New York State Assembly and the New York State Senate, we have enough to do what we need to do. So I thank you all for understanding that in unity, there is strength. In unity, there is strength. And we have the strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Welcoming Senator John Liu.
RJ already said everything I wanted to say. First, let me say how happy I am to be here with this incredible coalition and with an entity that this man tried to put down. Cuomo tried to put down in the most unjust and vindictive of ways. But the Working Families Party is back stronger than ever before. Congratulations to all of you and all of us who will help make that happen. A lot been said already, but the fact is this: New York State is a great state. In fact, it's the greatest state. It's a great state because of all of the people of this state. The people have been hurting. The people have been dying. And we need help. We need help now. Multimillionaires and billionaires, they've become even richer during this pandemic. Congratulations! But we need your help. We need you to share in the pain as well. We need to make New York State continuing to be the great state that it is. So it's time to tax the rich. Puestos a los ricos. Yes. Fund the poor. Fund our schools. Fund our healthcare. Fund our excluded workers. Fund the things that make New York great.
Thank you. Good morning. Buenos dias. Listen, this is real simple. My colleagues have spoken a lot about what we're facing here today. I represent one of the poorest districts in the entire country, the South Bronx. We know that whenever you have budget deficits, they try to balance the budget on the backs of the poorest people in the state. This is not a time for that. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what my colleagues have already said, but I will say this. $8 billion deficit. All revenue, all kinds of revenue have to be considered, especially taxing the rich. Now, this argument about billionaires leaving the state, we have well over 120 billionaires in the state. If decreasing their wealth, or taking a little bit of their wealth that they've accumulated over $77 billion since the pandemic started, if these billionaires want to leave because we're asking them to pay a little more so that a single mother doesn't lose her apartment, a senior doesn't have to decide between getting medicine, food, or living in an apartment. If they have so much angst about this, then I say, I will open the door for you to leave, and be careful it doesn't hit you in the ass on the way out. Estamos aquí peleando para los derechos de las personas más pobres de este estado. Sabemos que en este estado los billonarios han aumentado su riqueza y queremos aumentarle los impuestos a los billonarios para que una madre con un niño no sea desalojada de su apartamento, para que un anciano no tiene que decidir si comer o recibir medicina. Y si los billonarios quieren irse de este estado porque le estamos pidiendo que paguen un poquito más para que estas personas, estas madres, estos ancianos puedan sobrevivir. Si quieren irse por eso, le digo lo que digan en inglés. Yo le aguanto la puerta y cuidado que le toquen las nalgas cuando salgan. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
आत्महत्या के आंकड़े बताने बंद कर दिए। अरे एक किसान मरता है उसके पीछे पूरा परिवार होता है, वो अकेला नहीं मरता, उसका पूरा परिवार खत्म हो जाता है। इन्होंने वो आंकड़े बताने बंद कर दिए देश के। अरे नीति लानी तो उस नीति उस पर लाते जब किसान का टमाटर, किसान की प्याज जब पक्के, किसान की 6 महीने की मेहनत जब पक्के तैयार होती है ना, और उसका कानून लाना था। वो कैसे बिके, कैसे अच्छे दाम में बिके, और वो रोड पे बिक्री डोले 1 रुपए किलो, 2 रुपए किलो, और जैसे ही 3 महीने बाद पूंजीपति के यहाँ पहुंचे 50 रुपए किलो, 100 रुपए किलो बेचा हुए। ये सिस्टम के खिलाफ कानून लाने थे और इन्होंने किसान के बीच में खंजर भोंक दिया है। ये खंजर किसान बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा, सरकार याद रखे।
जो किसान ये शुरू करे उनके पास सर्टिफिकेट मांगा जा रहा है बीजेपी के नेताओं को।
भैया जो सर्टिफिकेट मांग रहे ना बीजेपी के नेता, इनकी जांच हो, कमेटी बनाए। असली देशद्रोही देश के ये हैं जो देश को बांटने का काम कर रहे हैं, जो देश के बेटे को, देश के किसान को किसान नहीं कह रहे। ये जो है ना असली देशद्रोही ये लोग हैं, देश की अखंडता को तोड़ने का काम ये लोग कर रहे हैं। देश में जो जहर खोल रहे हैं ये लोग खोल रहे हैं, इनके खिलाफ सरकार सख्त सख्त कार्रवाई करे। पहले इनका सर्टिफिकेट ले, ये बताए तुम में से कौन सा बड़ा देशभक्त है, कौन सा खेती करता है, कौन से का बेटा फौज में भर्ती है, कौन से का बाप ने, कौन से का दादा ने 4 पीढ़ी इतिहास उठा कर देखो ना। इसे किसान की रोटी ये भीख मांग कर खाते दिन के बड़े बूढ़े लोग बात करते हैं। लोग
हमने देखा एक तरफ जहाँ बारिश
in the parking lot, everyone has to stay on the sidewalk while he's out there. We cannot bring the cameras towards voters. So if everyone could really keep your distance, we're so appreciative you were here. But he's going to do that, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Everyone, you got to stay back.
ولكن نائب الرئيس لذلك إعادة جريدة بايدن أو كثير إذا ما نجح قبول الأمري قد يضطر يعمل مساواة مع الأمر. هلا هو رح يضطر في قوانين تحتاج إلى 60 لا مش
'Vaccine operations. Again, we need the supply to do that, but
we are already setting those up. We did it with the COVID testing. We'll do it again here. And then I've made a point to say this state is going to make a statement as to social equity. And we're going to make sure that the social injustice and the healthcare disparities that we've seen are not replicated. I'm going to be getting my vaccine when it's available for my age group in Black and Latino and poor communities. And we're going to be setting up pop-up vaccination sites in churches and community centers and pharmacies. And that's a priority for me. The distribution system I'm outlining can deliver millions of doses. Again, we're getting 300,000 per week, and we have to wait for that to increase. Again, there's a lot of possibilities for the feds to increase supply, but they have to. Last point, the UK strain is highly problematic, and it could be a game changer. First, for the capital region, we had the case in Saratoga. Anyone who was exposed or anyone who was exposed to someone who was exposed, please contact us. There's nothing to be ashamed of. This is a virus, it travels. But we have to know containment is vitally important here. This is a virus we have to be extra careful with. We spent the morning talking to global experts on this viral strain. The numbers are frightening on the increase of the transmittal of the virus. Even if the lethality doesn't go up, the fact that it is so much more transmittable is a very real problem. And look, we are in a foot race right now, as we said, between the vaccine implementation versus the infection rate and hospitalization capacity. That's the foot race. This UK strain changes the whole foot race because the UK strain, the rate of transmission goes way up. The rate of infection goes way up. And it's no longer the race that we were running. Apparently, the UK strain can actually overtake the original COVID strain in a matter of weeks. That's how quickly it can transmit. This is something that we have to watch and we have to pay careful attention to. The UK strain is not only in the UK, it's in South Africa, it's in 33 other countries. But it dramatically increases our challenge, and we have to be aware of it. You know, this virus has been ahead of us every step of the way. And this country has been playing catch-up every step of the way. And it's time we stop, and it's time we become more competent. You know, government was competent. Government is supposed to be competent. Government leaders are supposed to be competent. They're not supposed to be about excuses and apathy and bureaucracy. Why do we not have mandatory testing of everyone flying into this country? I mean, why not? Not a travel ban, just mandatory testing. We have gone through this. Just test all international travelers before entry. Tell the airlines you have to test them before they get on a plane to come to this country. Or say, if you land in this country, we're not going to allow you in until you take a test. 140 countries banned or required testing of UK travelers before the United States acted. 140 countries. New York acted before the United States. I called the airlines and I said, I want New York to be added to the 140 countries. And they added New York to the 140 countries. What's really infuriating This is what happened to us last spring. Learn the lesson. The virus left China. The virus went to Europe. It was in Italy. It was in the UK. People got on a plane, came to New York. And that's why New York had the explosion. That's what I call the COVID ambush. We've learned nothing. So now there's a second strain, and it came from the UK again. And again, the USA did absolutely nothing. Secretary Azar, Dr. Redfield, how you can explain to the American people your lack of action, your negligence, your irresponsibility. 140 countries banned people from the UK, and you did nothing. You know that there are viral strains in other countries now. You know that is a fact. Why wouldn't you mandate testing? How many times do you have to learn the same lesson over and over? What happened to competent leadership in government? The USA must act. If the United States won't act, then New York State will act. But I can't allow people to fly into this state who we know are coming from countries that have other viral strains. New York loves being the gateway. We welcome people from all across the globe. We are on the Eastern Seaboard. That's always been our role. That's how we all wound up here. We celebrate it. But to allow the virus to be landing at our airports and to make New York a petri dish and the federal government does nothing, I can't allow that to happen. I wouldn't be doing my job as governor of the state of New York. Let's take some questions.
Thank you, Governor. If you would like to ask a question, please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your window. We'll take a brief moment to compile the Q&A roster. Governor, your first question comes from Jeff Cole of WWNY. Jeff, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Governor, good morning. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you, Jeff. How are we doing?
Not bad. Hello from Watertown. There's a lot of COVID data online, and when it comes to hospitals and how many doses that they have been given and how many that they have used, there's a deadline that you set. Is New York going to require this information to be reported and posted online? We're finding that some hospitals don't want to be very transparent with that.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a work in progress. We posted online. When I don't know if we did it. I guess we considered it online. We released yesterday the 10 fastest and the 10 slowest. And it's Department of Health data that they confirmed. By the way, it embarrassed some hospitals that were slow performers. It wound up showing some hospitals that were performing very well, and the ones who were performing very well were happy, and the ones who were shown to be slow were upset. But life is about accountability. Some of the hospital management said in defense things that were not true. The data that was reported was not for allocations they had just received. It was from allocations they had received over the first 2 weeks and not the most recent allocation. So they were slow in distributing older allocations. Also, you have some hospitals who have only done half their workforce. Now, we've only had enough allocation for half of the workforce, the healthcare workforce. But some have only done half the workforce. We have to do better than vaccinating half of our healthcare workers. If a hospital says only half of their employees will take the vaccine, we have a problem. Critical mass on this vaccine is 70 to 90%. Healthcare workers who are the most informed, I don't think it's possible or credible that only half of them will take the vaccine. I have also been deluged with phone calls of healthcare workers saying, I can't get a vaccine, and I'm going out there every day and I haven't gotten a vaccine. So it's a combination of slow hospitals and we've only had half the allocation for the healthcare workers from the federal government. Now, when I talk about slow hospitals, I have greatest respect for nurses and doctors. I'm sure they're all doing everything they can, and they've done a fantastic job. It's the leadership that I'm talking about. You know, the nation at war and the army keeps losing. President calls and fires the general. It's not a comment on the soldiers. Soldiers are killing themselves. The general gets fired. End of the losing football season, it's the coach that gets fired. It's about the leadership. So it's nothing about the nurses and the doctors. It's about the leadership. It's about the management. It always is. And that's taking responsibility and accountability. We'll continue to release the high and the low performers, but I don't know that the data is ready to a place where we could distribute it widely. Is that fair enough?
Yes, and as the governor said, we have 636 providers who have enrolled. This number is growing, who are currently getting the vaccine. This number is going to grow. It's important that they are aware of what data they need to submit. They're submitting it timely in an accurate manner until we can work through that with them. And as the governor said, our plan is to have a public dashboard as soon as we can, but we want to make sure the information we're putting out there, everyone can rely on.
Yeah. And just to be clear, the figures that we used yesterday were for the first 3 weeks of allocation. We're in the 4th week. We did not include this week's allocation. This is from the preceding week 1, week 2, week 3. So if they want to complain about accountability, know your facts. And facts are facts. I think hospitals shouldn't complain about the transparency, because if you're doing your job, then what are you worried about? And if you're not doing your job with a vaccine that could be the matter of life and death, then people have a right to know. Next question, operator.
Thank you, Governor. You now have Keisha Clucky from Bloomberg. Keisha, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my question. If you don't mind, just twofold in there. Why are the hospitals so slow? Is it possible that they maybe were over-allocated vaccines? And then also, what's the legal ramification or legal side to fining the hospitals, particularly public hospitals as well? If you fine the public hospital systems, wouldn't that just hurt the state in terms of funding? Thank you.
Yeah. On the hospitals, 1A is hospital healthcare workers. Using the hospitals to distribute to healthcare workers makes eminent sense. As I mentioned, we also have 600 other places in the state, retail outlets, 600 other retail outlets where healthcare workers can go now to receive the vaccine. But it was primarily through the hospitals, because that's where the healthcare workers are. Many of them have done a great job. Some of them are slow. Some have been at 99%. Some of them are at 15%, whatever it was on the bottom. So there's a very wide spectrum. Were they over-allocated? No, because our allocation is, we've only received enough vaccine for half of the healthcare workers. We've only received enough vaccine for half of the healthcare workers. So no, we don't have enough vaccine to go to all healthcare workers. Then why are they slow? A variety of reasons. You know, these are 194 hospitals. Some of them, frankly, operate better than others. It's like anything else in life. You know, you take 194 barbershops. Some are going to operate better than others. You take 194 government agencies. Some are going to operate better than others. You take 194 city governments. Some mayors are better than others, you know. You take 50 states. Some governors are better than others. It's the marketplace. It's human nature. They have a whole host of reasons, you know, but we can't. We have to vaccinate the healthcare workers. Now, again, we have 194 hospitals. If a hospital doesn't do it well, that's fine. But then I want to use a hospital that does do it well. Let me take a step back. We have two issues. For the hospitals that now have the vaccine, I need them to get that vaccine in people's arms. And if they don't do that, they can get fined, or we can retrieve the allocation. Retrieving the allocation is a problem because this is refrigerated, it's not easy to transport. So for those hospitals that have it already, use it or lose it, you won't get any more, and you can be fined. Going forward, we just won't use those hospitals again. There are other hospitals, use the hospitals that are better at administration and are faster and more efficient at doing the job. We have 194 hospitals. We don't have to use every hospital. And we're going to have thousands of retail centers. So we want to use the hospitals that are better at doing it. And I've spoken to dozens of hospitals. It's a function of that hospital. You know, you have hospitals where they've only done half their employees after 4 weeks. You know, how do you explain that? Well, the other half wouldn't take it. That would be a real debacle. But we didn't have a chance to do it, you know. Dr. Zucker is the great defender of the hospitals, being as he's the doctor. So I'll ask him for his rationale.
I think the governor has nailed all the key points here. The hospital systems, I've spoken to several of the hospital CEOs. They need to be aggressive, and they recognize this. Some are just more efficient at moving things forward. I think that they'll push forward to get all those vaccines in employees' arms, and I remain optimistic about that.
And look, your point about the fine, this is not about money. This is about saving lives. We're not really interested in collecting fines. We're really interested in, for those hospitals who now have the allocation and are slow, move the allocation. Move it quickly. We're serious. And if you don't want to be fined, just don't participate in the program. It's not a mandatory program. We don't have to have all 194 hospitals. Just say, I don't want to do it. That's fine. We have plenty of hospitals, and I'd rather use the better performing hospitals. The situation we're in is we've already allocated to all the hospitals. And again, as I said before, it's hard to get it back. But if a hospital calls up and says, I'm going to use this allocation, and then I want out, fine. That's totally fine. Next question.
Thank you, Governor. You now have Emily Burkhardt of WNYT. Emily, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor. I was curious if you could tell us a little bit more about whether or not Wadsworth has been able to determine if the other cases found at the jewelry store in Saratoga are in fact a result of the UK strain. And I'm also curious if the State Department of Health is stepping in with contact tracing. We've reported on issues in Saratoga County before, and now that this strain is supposedly more transmissible, is the state stepping in to help with that?
All good questions. We're going to turn them right over to the Commissioner of the Department of Health, since they are all specifically Department of Health questions.
Thank you. With regards to the contact tracing, we're doing aggressive contact tracing of all of those who were in the store. This is has been taking place since the minute we learned about this. Regarding the issue of the testing and do we have any further information, it takes 44 hours or so to do the actual genome testing. So we learned about this yesterday. We got the samples yesterday, and we are doing this. And as soon as we have answers, we can provide that. I will note that we do this a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently than the federal government. The CDC takes a lot longer than that, and other states have reported it takes several weeks to get results back from the federal government. So we're moving very quickly on this regarding the samples that have come to see whether the other individuals had the UK strain or have the UK strain. Thank you.
Actually, it's a very involved test for this UK strain. It takes the CDC 2 weeks to do a test. It takes Wadsworth about 40 hours to do a test. As you know, the normal COVID test is very quick. So it is a complicated situation. And again, just to make sure I was clear on the hospitals, we had distributed it to all hospitals in the state. Going forward, we'll just distribute it to the hospitals that do a better job, because we'll have other options also. But in the meantime, for those hospitals that already have the allocation, get it out, get it out, get it out. Question, operator, let's take a new question,
Thanks,
please.
Sir. Next question comes from Peter Haskell of WCBS Radio. Peter, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hey, Governor. I've got questions about these retail sites. So a few of them quickly. Do you have the staff to cover all these sites? When do you expect they'll open? And then how do people sign up? People hear they're going to have this opportunity. Where do they go? How do they do it? Do they need to prove they're eligible, an essential worker or otherwise? And should we expect to see lines like we've seen in other places?
Okay. Good to hear your voice, Peter. We're not there yet, first of all. We're getting 300,000 vaccines right now a week. We've distributed 900,000 vaccines for a 2 million population of healthcare workers. Obviously, to get through healthcare workers, if you're doing 300,000 per week, you need another 4 weeks of allocation before you can get out of healthcare workers, roughly, before you finish 1A and you move to 1B. 1B opens essential workers and general public over 75 years old. Could you move a little faster from healthcare workers? Look, if you have a hospital now that says, I did all my healthcare workers and I have an extra allocation, contact us and we'll move it. It would be a very bad sign if a hospital said, only half of my healthcare workers will take the vaccine. Obviously, that's a bad sign for the overall effectiveness of the herd immunity program, which is 70 to 90%. And also, I don't believe it. I don't believe a hospital that says only half my workers will take it. I can tell you I'm deluged with phone calls from healthcare workers who are saying, I want the vaccine, I can't get it. We expect about a 70% acceptance rate of the vaccine. Federal officials will say 70 to 90. I don't think you ever get near 90. I think if I was offering to give away cash to New Yorkers, I don't think we'd have a 90% acceptance rate. So, but a 30% refusal, 25% refusal is what we expect to see from the healthcare community, but not 50%. The retail component is this. Every year you do the flu vaccine. Who administers the flu vaccine? The private market administers the flu vaccine. Roughly half the people in the state take the flu vaccine. And it's very little government involvement. There's a whole private market that can distribute vaccines. We now have today, Peter, in New York City, 200 retail outlets for you to get a vaccine. Just check that number.
207 in New York City.
207. I know you're specific, Peter. If I said 200 and it was 207. 207 retail outlets today in New York City where you can get a vaccine if you are eligible. Now, you'd have to go there and prove that you are a healthcare worker, EMS, EMT, doctor, nurse, etc. And you have to show proof of that at that facility. Next tranche, the essential workers, what I'm asking today is as many essential workers, police, fire, teachers, transit workers, as many of them as can use their own networks, that would be great. Their own networks meaning either their employees can vaccinate that unit, police have EMS, EMT, fire department can vaccinate police, etc. Teachers have a healthcare network, transit workers have a healthcare network. As many of them that can handle it themselves, great. Otherwise, we have the retail system. The retail system will be hospitals, will be pharmacies, 5,000 pharmacies in the state, just the way you do a flu vaccine, will be federally qualified health centers, will be urgent care centers, will be local health departments. And when you get to the general population, it's easier, Peter, because the main criteria is going to be your age. So your license would do it, right? There are many pieces of ID that can actually document your age. But again, this is down the road. But that retail system has been used in the past. We've been using it now to do the COVID testing, right? So we'll implement that. And then we'll have supplemental efforts, as we did with COVID testing, state-sponsored drive-through sites, Javits Center will operationalize, and then special outreach to Black, Latino, and poor communities. So that's where we are.
Around the state. Over 70% of our work are state and local warrants. The U.S. Marshal Service has only 5% of the United States Department of Justice's employees, but we arrest over 50% of the people that the Department of Justice arrests. The impact that our task force has on violent crime and keeping crime low is immeasurable. The last 3 years, our Violent Fugitive Task Force has arrested over 2,500 fugitives here in Utah, and over 500 in the streets of Salt Lake City. In the previous year, we've seen a rise in homicides, robberies, sexual assault cases that have been referred to us. And while this is somewhat routine to us, it's not routine anymore, and we're seeing something that we haven't seen before. The criminals are increasingly brazen. The criminals are increasingly carrying firearms in the commission of their crimes. We're seeing firearms stolen from vehicles and from homes because sometimes our citizens are not cautious of protecting those weapons. The issue we have here in Utah is not specific to us. It's a problem we're seeing around the nation. But what is unique is that we have a United States attorney and federal partners who understand the importance of local relationships. And we have local partners who see the value of bringing federal agencies into the mix. The best way to disrupt violent crime is to do it collectively, leveraging federal resources with state and local partnerships, both federal and local law enforcement, and also politicians, city leaders, civic leaders. There is no us versus them. There is just an us. But employing this new strategy requires some self-reflection on how we got here and why we are here. I'm often perplexed at how many repeat offenders we see. I send a task force out several nights a week, 15, 20 guys to make an arrest, guys booked in jail, and the next day he's out. It's mind-boggling, and that has to stop. Simply, many criminals that we apprehend have no business running around in our community. But laws such as no bail, pretrial release sometimes allow it. Research in criminal justice, as our U.S. Attorney said, tells us that a small percentage of criminals commit a large percentage of crimes. Presently here in Utah, there are over 2,000 warrants in the National Crime Information Center database, and over 260 warrants that are issued from Salt Lake City. What I'm seeing around the state is our local departments, and even here in Salt Lake City, are becoming inundated with new crimes. And what happens is detectives and investigators investigate crimes, and then that crime that happened 2 weeks ago falls by the wayside because new crimes are being committed. That's where we come in. And what I'm recommending to help this problem is to utilize our federal task force, to utilize the U.S. Marshal Service in helping clean up the warrants that Salt Lake City has. That's what the Chief's around about that a little bit. What we'll bring is our expertise, our technology, our manpower, and our ability to find fugitives that are hiding in our neighborhoods. Salt Lake City is a special place. It's our capital. It's a city of first impression when people from around the world come to Utah. I'm committed to this partnership and this initiative and to help Salt Lake City ensure that this city remains the vibrant, safe, and industrious city that it is. Because the people in our community deserve an all-hands-on-deck approach to fighting crime. Thanks for your time, Mayor and Chief.
We'll open up to questions for a moment.
So, what you're saying, it sounds like you're doing a good job arresting people, but you can't hold them in jail. So is this more of a jail problem? Are we back to that again? Or how much is the jail and corrections playing a part of this?
You want to take the roads?
You want to go?
Oh, you can clean up.
Okay.
There are police resource limitations as well in Salt Lake City and across the state and across the nation, I'm sure, as our officers face COVID exposures and general attrition that's happened and some elevated attrition in the last couple of months. So there are local resource conversations that we are actively having with our city council to make sure that we can keep bringing on classes of officers as we did at the beginning of November with 18 new officers coming onto the force. And we have going training at the moment.
I'll send it to you. I had, for almost 8 minutes, 2 Antifa guys had their arms around my neck like this, holding a twisted T in front of my face, right in front of the state troopers, a foot from them. They didn't stop them. Went on for almost 8 minutes. I kept saying, get away from me, get away from me. And one of the guys said, what you going to do, bitch? Oh, my God, it's awful.
What did the state troopers, and this
They
is
did
on video?
nothing. Yeah,
This is on
they
video?
did nothing.
On video?
On video in front of the governor's house.
You gotta be kidding.
No, you could go to my YouTube channel. You'll die. I'm still
Wow.
sick over it. They wouldn't do anything.
Like myself, not that you're going to do this, but if they even come close to me, which I didn't come here to go anywhere near them. But if these people come close to me, you know, they stabbed Bevelyn Baines.
Yeah, no, I know.
I consider that to be a threat to my life. I mean, I would consider using deadly force if
They had
came
a
that
Twisted
close.
Tea, 24 ounce full can, this close to my face,
Okay.
and they wouldn't move.
Okay, I would tell them you need it
I
back away
kept
from
saying
my
they
space.
wouldn't. They wouldn't. What are you going to do, bitch?
Or I'm gonna-
You have to see the video.
I'm going to use deadly force.
They would have arrested me.
They would have.
Yep. This was right in front of the governor.
Rittenhouse.
Yeah. So it's bad. It's
Yeah.
bad, but we're not backing
Well,
down.
You know,
we're not.
that's, you know, I mean, but then again, if, you know, myself, I'm putting myself in your shoes, I mean, that's a
I'm
very,
a woman.
very-
I mean,
yeah,
what was
you're
I
a
going to
woman.
do?
Right.
They had their hands, both of them, in the Twisted
Yeah,
Tea
that's
in front of me.
terrible. You would expect the police
Nothing.
to be
You know what one of the
stepping in,
cops said to me, the
intervening.
statist said? The statey guy said, he can do that all day long. So, as God is my witness. That's what the state police guy said to
You
me.
can do it all day long.
Yep. Right in front of the governor.
To provoke you. But what they end up doing is stabbing people. So you come within stabbing distance, I consider that a threat to
No,
my
they
life.
didn't
I'm
care.
going to use
They
deadly
didn't.
force.
They did not care.
going
I'm
to.
telling you, it's so
And if
bad.
I have to get arrested for it, if I truly believe that my life is in danger, you know, I'm not thinking, oh, well, my life is in danger, but I'm not going to protect it because I'm going to be arrested, you know?
No, it was. You have to see it. I'll get it to you. Oh, look.
Oh, I can't.
That was in my
No,
face.
I'll go look it up. You want to meet Ashley?
Yeah, I do want to meet Ashley.
Ashley Jones?
Yeah, that was in
You're
my-
buzzing this way? Or?
Yeah, because right at where are you guys buzzing? Because at 1 o'clock
We'll
they're
be back
doing.
over here.
They're
1
doing-
o'clock they're doing something?
Yeah, at 1 o'clock they're doing Women for Trump. They're all coming all over.
Women for Trump?
Right here at the Supreme Court, starting
Okay.
at 1.
You can look it up if you go on
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. So that's a big lawsuit to with the state police and the governor. They've been trying to get us out of that place for like 39
Did you
weeks.
tell them? Back away?
Yeah,
I'm in
I
fear
said,
of my
get
life.
away from me, get away from me. What are you going to do about it, bitch? He was so close to me. What are you going to do about it, bitch?
Wow.
Yeah. Brown shirts, seriously. And then the police aren't doing anything.
Diana Ploss.
Massachusetts.
Sensation.
Hi, what's your name, honey?
Nice to meet you. I'm
She's
Travis.
a radio
Hi,
talk
Travis.
show host
Hi, Travis.
out of...
Oh no, I got booted. Remember they broke my contract because
Oh,
I
they
said
did? They
speak
kicked
English
you-
in America. Speak English in America.
Said that on the radio. They
No,
kicked
I
you off
said
the
it.
radio?
I said it on the way in, and it went viral.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's all right. Whatever. So people are. Jared's triggered. Say hi to Jared. He's triggered. We got Tennessee. Everybody say hi to Pete Santilli.
Hey, love Diana Ploss. Hey, make sure. Where are you streaming out? On Facebook?
Right now on Facebook. Yeah.
You have to smash that algorithm. Click that like button. Smash it. Come on. do
Smash it. Click it.
Follow her. You need to
Smash it. Click it. Smash it. Click it.
Los niños le saludan a Yacu Pérez. Contentos, algarabía, el coro oído. Saludos, Paul Anonemas. Estuvimos en el norte de Quito también. Un gran recorrido desde Carcelén, San Carlos, Iñaquito, La Carolina. Ahora estamos en el centro histórico de Quito. Saludos a la gente de Bucay, que también se conecta a esta transmisión. Nos encontramos en la estación Marín Central, en el centro de Quito. Muchas gracias por el apoyo, por el respaldo. Todo 18. La lista del arco iris. Pachacuti. Esta gran caravana de la honestidad, esta gran minca por la vida. Arribando aquí a la Marín. Los autos se paran, los taxis se paran, los buses se paran a saludarlo. Aquí estamos también con nuestro compañero Marlon Santi, con nuestra candidata Jessica Castillo, Consuelo Arequipa también, y todos los candidatos que nos acompañan, que apoyan, que brindan el respaldo a nuestro futuro presidente, Yacu Pérez. Saludos a Naranjito también. Saludos a Naranjito. A toda su linda gente. Ese es el apoyo, el respaldo que hay aquí en el centro de Quito. Es grande el apoyo, es grande el respaldo.
Tienes que apagar.
Just to follow up on that, we have in 2020 made a number of arrests of individuals that have a lot of dope that they're selling, and they're in possession of firearms, and they're restricted persons. We've arrested them, we've put them in jail, we need to see them back on the street again. So really, we're calling them audible, we're kind of going to give them play, and we're going to go with these federal charges for these crimes that are being committed over and over and over in Salt Lake City.
I want to re-emphasize what Attorney Hoover was saying about these community impact crimes. And he listed a great many different crimes that his office can focus on, those bread and butter crimes. But as he mentioned in his previous comment, Mike, that we'll be focusing on those community impact crimes and working specifically with Salt Lake City detectives. So some of those that clearly could escalate to the level that his office would have interest, but are not community impacted. They're not impacting the quality of life of our residents and our businesses throughout Salt Lake City. They're not likely to be elevated through this process that we're doing. We're really taking a focused approach.
Yeah. So there've been, like 57 resignations from Salt Lake City PD this year. A lot of detectives, I think 20 have been moved over to patrol. Do you see this federal partnership as a way to maybe alleviate some of their caseload? Since there are going to be fewer detectives, is this the work they would normally be doing, or is this related in any way?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Absolutely. Putting people back to patrol. First, we have to answer those calls for service. That's the backbone of any police organization is patrol. And so we're going to put more people into patrol so that we can fill up the beats, the communities of Salt Lake City. Everybody deserves to have a police officer in their neighborhood. But it's also a proven fact that just the presence of an officer, either making traffic stops like Commissioner Anderson was talking about, or just driving through the area, reduces crime. So that will help, but yeah, we're hoping that as we catch some of these apex criminals, the ones that are habitually reoffending, that the caseload for detectives will go down. Absolutely.
DianaPloss.com, info@DianaPloss.com. JM, if you can send that to me, I'd appreciate it. Send me your address. We're being careful, don't worry. How many people are in our group?
Yeah, I don't know.
4, 5, 6, a lot. I don't know, 20? There's so many. We're all in different places right now. Magazona's in the house. Hello, Lori. Diana and Libby and Alice from Mississippi. I love how that flows. What is she doing? She's on the phone. Who's she talking to? Everybody she needs is right here.
Yeah. She said, I'm not walking that way.
Really?
So I guess we'll pick her up.
We got North Mega Dakota.
I think we'll stay here, though.
Amy, I wish you could be here, so we'll stay here for a little bit.
yeah.
And we have to get, if Poozy, if you can, we got Magasota. Thank you, JM. Poozy, if you're watching, can you send the link that you sent to me to John Heidi, to Barbie? Is that Bevelin? And Michelle LaBelle. Hello, Jeannie, Magazona. What? Look at this. Oh, you like that? Well, you know something? You are a merchandise addict. He is. He is. Hey, Tommy, Mega Michigan. Hey, Mindy. And Virginia. Let's see if we can find Alice Butler Short. Okay, let's see if we can find Alice Butler Short. I'm just going to take a look around. Oh, because they're on that side.
But if there's something like drugs or pushing the uptick in crime? I'm sorry, that? So I guess going off her question, what is pushing the uptick in violent crime? Is it the drugs, is it gangs, can you point to one thing that's causing all the increase in crime?
I don't think we can point to any one thing, but I think the lack of accountability for individuals in our community, knowing that there is no recourse, there's no time out for bad behavior, is perpetuating that violent crime. And so that's the message today with this task force and these partnerships under the leadership of Mayor Mendenhall. We're putting our foot down. It's going to be a new game here in Salt Lake City.
Thanks, everybody.
Fine here.
Relaxing, having a nice conversation.
How are you? Are you all right?
What? I'm talking to Doug.
Doug, so there are a lot of different events going on at the same time. We just met Pete Santilli. Hey, Pam. Huh? No, that's right. No, he was right. He's right around here. All right. Is he right? Hello. Is he right there?
Who are you looking for?
Pete Santilli. He's right there. He's right behind that bush.
Would
Go
you
to
like
the
CD?
What is it, honey?
It's my music. It's Battle Hymn of the Republic, This Land is Your Land, A Warrior's Prayer, She's
Okay,
patriotic,
thank you.
and hymn. Battle hymns,
Okay,
I call
I'll
it.
just take one. I can share it. Thank you, honey. This for you. You're the DJ. Hey, Caroline. We got Megan Noyce in the house. Let me know where you're watching from. So this event...
Opportunity to spend New Year's with them. I know that's always been something that's been on my bucket list. Maybe not on top of the bucket list, but nevertheless, thank you for that opportunity. It does feel like a long time ago, but it was actually only, if you can believe this, the beginning of last week when both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol came together to pass a targeted, responsible, and necessary relief package, which became law with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed here in the Senate 92-6. Members on both sides of the aisle, myself included, have demonstrated that we are willing to dedicate resources to those struggling during this pandemic. The problem with what is being put forward, the House-passed Cash Act, is that it is not targeted to help those who are most in need. Now, just as a sort of point that out, it's not just us saying that, Mr. President. Even the Washington Post editorial board, called it one last bad idea for 2020. They singled it out as especially wrong-headed, the efforts of the progressive left to depict this, and I quote, as aid to desperate Americans despite the huge amounts of their term, this is the Washington Post term, their term, destined for perfectly comfortable families, end quote. As others here on the floor have noted, the bill would provide a payment to a family of 5 making up to $350,000. A family of 5 making $250,000 would receive a $5,000 benefit. Now, just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, that's more than was paid to a middle-class family of 5 under the CARES Act that we passed back in March. In addition, the bill would add an additional $463 billion, nearly $500 billion to the annual debt. And again, it's all money we have to borrow. All of this is money we have to borrow. And that's just more than the first 2 economic impact payments combined. So put that in perspective, Mr. President. If you think of other ways that you could use that amount of money, the truth is that those types of sums could potentially be spent in many more targeted ways. But our colleagues on the Democrat side don't even want to debate some of those alternatives. Allowing small businesses a second draw of the Paycheck Protection Program would have cost approximately $285 billion. For the cost of the Cash Act, we could do another round of assistance to help small businesses keep their employees on the payroll and still have almost $200 billion left over. The expanded unemployment benefit signed into law last week cost approximately $120 billion for 11 additional weeks. That means that we could provide more than an additional 40 weeks, 10 months of enhanced unemployment insurance benefits for those who have lost their jobs for the same cost as this proposal. Mr. President, this is simply not targeted relief for the people who need it the most. And those who say that we should just vote on this flawed House bill conveniently leave out the fact that they do not want us to amend it to make it better, to deliver more assistance to the people who are hurting the most. So, Mr. President, for all those reasons, and again, maybe just point out one last time that has been less than a week really now since the Senate voted and the President signed into law a proposal negotiated literally over months. Every fine point of that proposal negotiated, signed into law to provide targeted, fiscally responsible assistance to the people in this country who need it the most. This proposal is a shotgun approach where a rifle makes a lot more sense. If you really want to help people who need this the most, at a time when we are running a $26 trillion debt, borrowing every penny that we're making available to do this, we ought to sit down and figure out how to do it in the most efficient, effective, targeted way possible. This absolutely does not do that. When you have a family that is making $350,000 a year in this country, getting up to thousands of dollars of payments, and $250,000 a year in this country getting under this proposal a $5,000 check, I would argue, Mr. President, that is not targeted, that is not fiscally responsible, that is not efficient, that is not an effective way to spend the American taxpayers' dollars. Let's help the people who need it the most. We just passed a proposal, signed into law that does that. I think many of us on this side of the aisle are willing to look at other ideas and things that we can do that would help those people more, but this certainly is not it, so I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is noted.
Just very briefly.
The the Democratic leader.
Someday soon. Mr. President, the only thing I would say through the chair to my friend from South Dakota is many of the proposals he proposed as alternatives to our proposal, the Republican majority objected to when we had our negotiations on the CARES bill. We believe this can be in addition to the expansion of unemployment insurance and other things. Given the state of the economy, that is what's needed. And I thank you for that and yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. And let me say to my friend, Senator Thune, it's certainly, I concur with you, what a pleasure it is to be spending New Year's Day with you and our colleagues, exactly what I know and every other member here wanted to do. But here we are because we have to be here. And we are here because back home in my...
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Black Lives Matter, defund the police. I find it disgusting that the LAPD is slaughtering peaceful protesters on the street. I had 2 friends go to the protest in Beverly Hills a couple days ago, and the protest was peaceful until the police showed up with their excessive violent force, shooting rubber bullets and throwing tear gas. Is this what you think of protecting and serving? Because I think it's bullshit. Fuck you, Michael Moore. I refuse to call you an officer or a chief because you don't deserve those titles. You are a disgrace. Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you.
On a food drive in Burlington, Vermont, where I live. Quote, over 30 volunteers showed up for the Champlain School to help bag groceries and to hand them out to those who came out. Unfortunately, there was not nearly enough donated food to provide a bag to everyone who showed up, despite us planning on an increased need. The line of cars filled the parking lot, wrapped around the school, and went out onto the main road for half a mile. This represented a major uptick from the October event that we were involved in. This is Burlington, Vermont. Hundreds of cars lining up for emergency food, and the volunteers did not have enough food to distribute. They had to say to families who are trying to feed their kids, sorry, we do not have enough food. So what we are doing today is very simple. And that is, Senator Thune and Senator McConnell and others have raised objection to the House-passed bill. And in the United States Senate, when we have differences of opinion, what we should be doing is debating that bill. So all that Senator Schumer is asking, all that I am asking is a simple request. Bring the bill to the floor. Not even asking you to vote for it. Bring the bill to the floor. And on top of everything else, we need 60 votes to pass. 60 votes. Can we get 60 votes? I don't know. I think virtually all of the 48 Democrats will vote for it. It means, Senator Thune, that we need 12 Republicans. I gather we got one right here who indicated he would vote for it. 5 or 6 others have been public about saying they will vote for it. Will we get the rest? I don't know. You don't know. But what is the problem with giving members of the United States Senate the opportunity to vote on the legislation? And when we have that debate, you can come up and you can raise all of your objections and we can debate it. Now, I hear Senator Thune and Senator McConnell before him talk about this bill being socialism for the rich, which I've got to tell you I find, Mr. President, somewhat hysterical, because that's an issue I have been talking about for many, many years. And I am very delighted that my conservative Republican friends now recognize that we do have socialism for the rich. To paraphrase Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said that we live in a society where we have socialism for the rich and rugged individualism for the poor. King was right. But despite what my Republican colleagues are saying, truth is that according to the Tax Policy Center, the top 5% of Americans, the wealthiest people in our country, would receive less than 1% of the benefits of these direct payments. Less than 1%. Doesn't sound to me like too much socialism for the rich. But while we are on the subject of socialism for the rich, which my Republican friends have suddenly become very concerned about, let me talk about the Trump tax proposal that was pushed very hard by Senator McConnell and the Republican leadership, and where I think every Republican voted for it. You want to talk about socialism for the rich? It is not the bill that puts $2,000 into working class hands all over this country. That ain't socialism for the rich. This is socialism for the rich in that bill. Amazon, oh, by the way, I must say this if I may, we were quoting the liberal Washington Post owned by Jeff Bezos, the wealthiest guy in the world. So here is Jeff Bezos' company, Amazon, and they received a tax rebate. They paid nothing in 2018 in federal taxes. That's a corrupt tax system to begin with. But then on top of that, they received $129 million as a tax rebate. That, Senator Thune, is what socialism for the rich. In fact, this particular company is owned by the richest guy in the world. You gave him a $129 million rebate. But it's not just Amazon. Delta Airlines also paid nothing in federal taxes in 2018, and yet they received a $187 million rebate from that particular bill. Chevron, helping to destroy our planet with their carbon emissions, $181 million in a rebate. That, my friends, is what socialism for the rich is about. Socialism for the rich is not, in the midst of this terrible pandemic, putting a $2,000 check into the hands of working families. Mr. President, truth of the matter is that as a result of this pandemic, we are living through the worst and most difficult economic period since the Great Depression. Tens of millions of families are facing eviction. All over this country, in the wealthiest nation on earth, moms are struggling to feed their kids, keep the electricity on, and be able to go to the doctor. Now, I hear from our Republican friends that the economy is doing better, but I would like to just read to them a few of the stories that I have received in my office. We ask people, simple question, how are you doing out there? What's going on in your lives? And we receive many, many thousands of responses from people in every state in this country. Just a few, just to bring some dose of reality here to the United States Senate, which often, in the midst of all of the campaign contributions coming in here from the rich, does not know what's going on in the real world. Here's the real world. Gentleman in Texas wrote, $2,000 is the difference between keeping our apartment and being evicted. Mother in Virginia wrote, $2,000 means I can afford to feed my 3 kids. Now, maybe we should give her a long lecture on macroeconomics and how well the stock market is doing. All she's worried about is feeding her 3 children. A woman in Wisconsin wrote, $2,000 would mean not having to choose between rent and groceries and not having to ration my partner's meds. A woman in Nevada wrote, it means paying my rent and getting life-saving treatment because I can't afford the $50 copay through my work insurance just to see my neurologist right now. Father in Florida wrote, quote, it would mean I could pay my bills. My electricity and phone are about to get shut off. I didn't have money for my son on Christmas, and I won't have money for his birthday on January 2nd. Father in New Jersey wrote, it would mean I could pay off credit card debt accumulated during this pandemic, feed my children, and pay my bills. Parent in Massachusetts wrote, it would mean that I could pay my rent and electricity and put food on the table. Woman in Missouri wrote, it would mean getting out of crushing debt. It would mean survival without daily fear. Someone in Texas wrote, it would mean I could actually put food in the fridge. Man in Maryland wrote, quote, it would mean I don't have to beg or go without food, shelter, and medicine. It would mean my family stays warm another couple of months and my dad gets proper treatment.
Senator, yield for a question.
I would.
I'd like to ask a question to the senator from Vermont through the chair. I have listened to the Republican analysis of the bill which you and Senator Schumer and I are asking for a vote on. A bill which passed the House and would give $2,000 basically in allotments or payments to families across America with certain income restrictions. And I've heard from the other side of the aisle repeatedly that this is socialism for the rich, that this is fundamentally unfair, and that we should do things in a targeted way. That's the argument that's made over and over again. And reference has been made repeatedly to the COVID-19 bill that passed last week with 92 votes, including many of the Republicans, virtually all of them, not all of them, but virtually all of them. And so that bill, if I remember correctly, had a $600 payment included in the bill. And I asked my staff, would you please analyze the formula for distributing the $600 and compare it to the formula for the $2,000, which is part of our bill. And lo and behold, they discovered it's the same formula. So if there is some fundamental moral injustice in the distribution of these funds, then I'm afraid all but 6 of the Republicans are guilty of the same immorality because they all voted for that formula last week when it was $600 and now are scandalized by the notion that the same formula they voted for would be used for a $2,000 payment. I'm sure I've missed something in the translation here. I'd like to ask the senator from Vermont to explain this full outrage from the Republican side of the aisle.
Well, I think my friend from Illinois missed nothing in the translation. He's exactly right. But I also...
Senator from Illinois makes a good point. Senator, yield for a question.
Yeah.
So if the same formula is used and you're increasing the amount by $1,400 per person, so you're going from basically for a family of 4, what would be $2,400 payment to $8,000 payment, and you phase that down using the same formula, does the senator from Illinois understand the math and why that skews toward people who make a lot more money than they would under the other formula?
If the question's directed toward me, I'll answer it.
Well, I just think that you're making a point and a statement which is not accurate, because you're saying the formula is the same. The formula is the same, but the inputs change. And so the way it ramps down means that somebody who makes $350,000 gets a payment under the Sanders-Hawley proposal that they wouldn't know, and it phases out a lot sooner, as you know. So let's be clear about how that formula works, because you are misrepresenting the way that formula works.
Can I ask my friend from...
Senator from Vermont has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would ask my friend from South Dakota, do you disagree with the Tax Policy Center, which says that the top 5% of Americans, the wealthiest people in our country, would receive less than 1% of the total benefits being dispersed?
I have not seen the Tax Policy Center, but I know math, and I know as a basic principle that when you stick bigger numbers in there, and you're using the same formula to phase something out, you're going to make it available to people who make a lot more money. That is a mathematical fact. And what you are saying when you talk about the same formula, it skews entirely different in the income scale. You know that. And all I'm saying is don't misrepresent the facts.
What I am saying is that according to a very reputable tax center organization, people who do this for a living, less than 1% of the benefits of the entire program go to the wealthiest people in this country. So when you're talking about trying to say, oh my God, all of this money is going to the rich, that ain't really true. But I would also ask my friend, where did you suddenly become a religious adherent about concern of socialism for the rich when you gave 83% of the benefits to the rich and large corporations in the tax bill that you supported? Where was your concern about socialism for the rich when Amazon, owned by the richest guy in the world, got a $129 million tax rebate? I didn't hear much about socialism for the rich during that debate. Yeah.
Well, very simply, what you are suggesting, so what you're saying here is the owner of the Washington Post who said this is really bad policy and shouldn't be done in this way at the end of this year. Is that what you're saying, that because he is a wealthy person that somehow that's...
Victims' compensation.
Hey, Dennis. That's all right.
18 years until President Trump gave those heroes their due. Donald Trump, he's the man, and his will is his command. So the Statue of Liberty can glow. Have no fear.
Hey, Madeline.
Donald J. Trump
will rope-a-dope.
And as one nation, make America great again.
Hey, Danita. How are you, honey? Hey, Kathy. Hey, Betty. Hey, Cousin Betty. Hey, Judy. You're welcome, Karen. I'm right there, Karen, honey. That's the Capitol building. Woo!
And I don't know.
There won't be any violence here. We're not allowing it.
Collusion.
So look at other people coming.
Looks like the Democrats are stuck in delusion.
What happened to
and our
Lisa? Did we lose her
military
again?
has never been stronger.
Do you guys want to walk down there, or
Yeah,
you
she
want to
wanted
stay
to go
here?
down to Freedom
Okay, let's go.
Plaza, so she was going to leave without us.
No, let's go. We're gonna walk. Let's walk.
If I ever have a son,
Hello.
I'll probably name him Donald J. Trump.
We're gonna walk down here. We'll go.
Donald Trump, he's the man, and his will is his
Okay, we're gonna walk down.
the Statue of Liberty
She's right over there.
Hello.
I'm wondering if
Just want you guys to see what's going on. Great again. Anybody know what time it is? Because I go on with Doc Green. 1:09. Oh, hey, Heidi. Woo! Hello. How's it going? It's snowing? Wow. It's a little misty or a little drizzly. Okay, we're walking. You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Karen.
funny.
Okay, let's find. Where is she again? You know, she keeps getting lost. We got to put a tracker on her. Lisa, let's go. Onward. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, so let's just walk down and we'll see what's going on.
I know. I want to find her so bad.
Are you taking a shortcut?
Right?
Okay, Lisa's taking a shortcut. So I just want you guys to see what's going on over here. No, wrong way. I want to go the other way. I was right. Thank you, Dennis. So there are other events. Look, we got porta potties, just in case. Somebody asked that earlier. Hey, Kennedy. See, so there are events going on simultaneously.
They threw it out. Yeah, whatever.
Oh. There's takeout.
That's awesome.
We brought food.
Yeah.
Liz wants to know, why does Lisa always walking away?
Really? Really?
Because I don't like to be in one spot
We're
for too long.
gonna put a leash on her.
No, I don't want to be in one spot for too
I think we
long.
put a tracker on her. I told her on the other side, on the other side of this, it says if lost or if found, return to.
I love it.
Yep.
Return to the Smith family.
We have no idea.
COVID tracker. I wonder if we can tap into the COVID tracker.
Oh yeah, we could put her on the COVID tracker.
But, I don't know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. And so there's like 2.5 dozen. More than that, probably like 3. Yeah, probably at least 3 in my sights now. How you doing? How's it going, man? I'm doing all right. Can't complain. Well, I mean, I could a little bit, but it's not worth it, probably, you know. clear shot of some vehicles. A bus here. How you doing, sir? Hey, so, not to be that guy, but I don't know who that person is that you're telling people to go follow, so if you do that again and I happen to see it, I will unfortunately have to kick you, because I don't want to have people going to some, you know, I don't want people going over to, I'm not saying he's crazy or anything like that, because I don't know him, but, you know, so if you could please keep the comments to comments about what's going on, I would appreciate that. Yeah, it did seem pretty pleasant. That's true. How you guys doing? I'm doing all right. All these resources and we got $600. Did we even get $600 though? Is the real question. I still haven't been stimulated. Have you guys been stimulated yet? Starting court now. Courthouse and police station. So we're on the, this is the public safety building here, as well as the jail. So that is, we're really close to the courthouse. We were just going around the corridor of the fencing here, just to kind of check everything out. So they got more. So I've counted at least 6 dozen National Guard. Very unsimulated. It's unfortunate. They got more armored vehicles down by KCDC, huh? Your sim went to a fraudulent bank account? Oh man. I don't want to, you know, do a government rant right now, but dang, we really want to give these people more control? Like, we really want the mayor to have unilateral power, but these legislators seem to just always, I don't know, drop the ball and only really care about themselves most of the time. Because, I mean, I'm not going to be that guy, but also, where was all of this before? You know? But now it's like, we need to make sure that we look good, or people can't blame us for everything. So, roll out the big guns. And if things went the way like they went yesterday, then all of this is literally just going to be a waste of taxpayers' dollars. But hopefully we need it, right? We'll see. You see how that happens? You want to say, hopefully we need all of this, but really we want to say, hopefully we don't need any of this at all. But if we don't need any of this at all, then this is a big waste of everyone's tax dollars. And which equals time, which equals energy, which equals life force. So, but I mean, we'll see. That's a nice mural. We are the bridge. Feel that? Prepare yourself so you can be a rainbow, someone else cloud. Oh, in someone else's cloud. Whoops. There we go. I mean, they're kind of ridiculously deep. And if we kind of spin and turn, we also have a bunch here as well. So, I don't know, that gate's open. Do we have to go to court? Should we go in and go to court? Or you think I'd probably just get tackled or something? I don't know. don't want any stupid prizes today, so I'm not going to be doing that. But still not really anybody out here except for the National Guard. So I'll keep on trucking around and checking stuff out. Oh, imagine that.
Financial sense is if their CCP is making a long-term play to have control of our food supply. So go find a local farmer. Go find and buy a cow from a local rancher. Localize your food source. All right, the third part, and this is the new part. I had a epiphany on Christmas. Right? I've been running around with these amazing pastors who've been so good for me and brought me closer to God. I had a realization about the motto. It's like, well, we're missing the most important part, which is none of this, all of this, is above our capabilities, which is every time there's been an obstacle put in front of us, God has cleared the path. Without God, none of this is possible. All of this organizing done on the road in short time periods would be impossible except for our God. So we've got to keep God front and center. The last part, personal responsibility. Now, I got to hammer this one home. The masks that they demand everybody wear, those masks aren't about science. It's not about your health. It's about taking your identity away. Because if they could take your identity away, then you don't care what happens to your neighbor. You don't know about who your neighbor is because they're covered up. It is a symbol of control that has to be rejected. We have that choice. Now, if you're in one of the risk groups, you want to wear a mask, you want to wear an N95, I get that. And that's your choice to make. But all of us, we made the choice to not wear a mask today or to wear a mask. And as Americans, that's our right to do. So, 96,000, that's the one, right? I think I got it right this time. Text 96,000, text pray now to 96,000 so we can give you guys updates in real time. We have a great lineup of speakers today. We're going to do some praying, we're going to do some worshiping, and then we're going to have some political speeches mixed in. Because really, this is about God, and it's about setting the stage for what's going to happen tomorrow. And what I'm so encouraged by is that the only way the plan for tomorrow is going to work, to my understanding, is if enough of us show up that it can't be ignored. That if enough of us show up in Washington, D.C., they know they can't pull this crap, right? So tomorrow, I really believe we're going to have 4 or 5 million people here. And so today, we're going to pray for our safety, we're going to pray for our republic, and we're going to give our praise to God for giving all of us this opportunity to clean up the swamp, to drain the swamp, and to stand for the greatest president of all time, Donald J. Trump. Now, I got to check my speaker lineup here because I got somebody coming up. Pastor Jordan, you want to lead us in prayer, brother?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, thank you.
Hey, let's pray. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this beautiful, beautiful day out here, Father God, just celebrating our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, Father God, all of our amendments. I praise you right now for that, Lord. I thank you so much that we're here gathered together peaceably.
Military companies reporting on Chinese United Front Work Department in the United States and abroad. The list goes on and on. It's a very serious piece of legislation when it comes to deterring China. And that's one of the things that we're concerned about. China is our #1 threat and will be for perhaps, regrettably, decades to come. So this bill brings us along where we should be. And once again, I want to say the effort that has gone into this bill, the weekends, the hard work, and Liz King and John Bonzo, I'd have to say to my good friend Jack Reed that they've probably worked more weekends than they have not worked on weekends. So it's been a real effort. It's the most important, most significant piece of legislation that we'll pass, and this next vote's a very critical vote. And I would yield to Senator Reed for any comments that he would like to make about this. But I want to keep in mind that this is a real, people are talking about the Democrats and Republicans don't do things together. This has been an example of what can happen in government.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Let me first begin by commending the chairman for his extraordinary effort. He led this process. Let there be no mistake about it. He rose to challenges, and this has probably been the most challenging NDAA that I have witnessed in more than 20 years in the United States Senate because of many different effects. The pandemic, the need for social distancing in terms of hearings, the whole scope of challenges that have arisen in the past few months, and the chairman has done a remarkable job. Let me start by saying that this is essential for our national security. This bill is not optional. If we want to continue to maintain our security for the United States, we have to pass this legislation. It's that simple. What does it do? Well, it does things that we have to do every year. One, it provides for the support for our servicemen and women and their families. And I know we're all celebrating New Year's Day here. And, you know, it's kind of disconcerting to be working when everyone else is partying. But if you feel a little bit sort of like put upon, think about the soldiers in forward operating bases in Afghanistan that are facing danger. Think about the submariners and the ballistic submarines that have been at sea for months now, protecting the United States. Think about the airmen that flew the B-52 bombers to send a signal of deterrence to Iran. Think about them and their families, and you'll appreciate, I think, more of what they do every day and what we might do once in a while. One of the issues that the chairman spoke about was cybersecurity, absolutely essential. And as he said, we based our efforts on an extraordinarily insightful report by the Solarium Commission, headed by Angus King on our side, Congressman Mike Gallagher, and I want to make sure I say Mike Gallagher because I think I identified him with another Irish name last week, but it's Congressman Mike Gallagher. And
recently, the most recent thing is we've got about a handful of legislators in Michigan that are going to be sending a letter to Vice President Pence today telling him not to certify the Michigan electors. You know, we don't know if this is going to work, but you know what? This entire process has been taking one step at a time and doing the right thing after the right thing after the right thing, and there are a lot of people out there doing the right thing in our legislature. So God bless you all. We're going to get through this, and God bless President Trump.
Okay, before I go, everybody here say fake news. Do not believe the fake news. God bless you.
Everybody's support, because it's not just Michigan and Wisconsin. The reason that we put over 10,000 miles on the bus in the last month. We've been to more than 27 states. I think 28. I think 28, might be 29. But the reason we went to states that weren't just battleground states is this election isn't just being stolen from President Trump or the people in the battleground states. It's being stolen from we, the people. But the fake news and all of these media people, right, who've been around for a long time, they are complicit in what's pulled out to the same people that are buying our politicians a long time ago. And I want to point out some in particular. RSBN, the Right Side Broadcasting Network, these guys not only broadcast every rally for President Trump, they were the ones who said, you guys want to do a bus tour? We'll come to every stop with you so that people can see it. They've been attacked for it. They've been building something special, though, over there. They just went over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and they deserve your support. Now, one of our other sponsors and speakers coming up here in a little bit, My Pillow's Mike Lindell, has been working with RSBN. And so if you guys want to go get an amazing pillow and help Real Media, use the code RSBN when you go buy your My Pillow. All right, our next speaker has been telling the truth and been a truth seeker for a long time. And what people don't realize is that if you're a real truth seeker and teller, they work so hard to marginalize you, to ostracize you, to try to take your credibility away. And it takes real spine and courage to keep going. And I'm so proud to call our friend Millie Weaver come up here.
All right. Thank you all for coming out here today. It's an honor. Thank you. I love you guys too. You know, the fake news media, they want to disenfranchise you. They want to gaslight you. They want to just lie to your face and act like there's nothing to see here, that this election evidence that's come forward is all BS. But we know the truth, and we will not be lied to, and we will not believe complete horse shit. We have heard whistleblowers, people who have, by coming forward and being scrutinized and attacked by the mainstream media that wants to play makeup and make believe for Joe Biden. Okay? Joe Biden is not president-elect. No. He's president-select by the establishment, and he is not going to be our president. No matter what happens tomorrow, Donald Trump is still my president. Right now, the Democrats want to take away your First Amendment. They want to censor the press. We see it now on social media where journalists like myself have been targeted by big tech companies. We've seen people all but disappear off social media for exposing the truth. We've seen it happen to Laura Loomer and many other people. We are all next. They're picking us off one by one, boiling the frogs, so to speak. It's time for us to take a stand before they take away our constitutional rights. And that is what
worry about our communities. Can you see it? That's what they face. A lot of people talk about police reform, and rightfully so. They talk about police accountability, and rightfully so. But we also need to start talking about violent crime, not just in the city of Houston and Harris County and the state of Texas, but across this country, where police officers are putting their lives at risk every day just to chase the same crook that goes in one door and out the other. We have got to hold everyone accountable. Bad police officers, but just as importantly, the people that are out here committing mayhem in our community. And I'm hopeful that after we get past this COVID, that the public will start paying attention to what's going on with the coddling of violent criminals in this country. It's putting people at risk, and it's putting officers at risk. I want to thank again the Harris County Sheriff's Department for coming out and conducting the criminal investigation. We will conduct, in terms of the actual officer-involved shooting, we will continue our multi-jurisdictional investigation with the ATF and our crime gun strike force. We will continue our investigation into the robberies. We will do everything we can to make sure the suspects that were caught here, the 2 suspects that were caught here, one that was in that room that we actually helped arrest with that assault rifle I just showed you, that they go to the federal prison where they belong and where they'll get some significant time, hopefully, because they're part of the cause of death of this young man. Our officer will now be placed on administrative leave, which is consistent with our protocols, and then return to limited duty as soon as we can. We will have the district attorney's office here working with the Harris County District Attorneys and Internal Affairs and our patrol tactics unit from the academies here looking at our tactics to make sure that our tactics are appropriate and we're following our policies and procedures to make sure there's no room for lessons learned to make things safer for everyone in the future. So with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Can you tell us a little bit more about who exactly went into that room?
That's another one of the suspects that's in custody.
And was that the one, which suspect was that?
That's the one that's one of the two that's alive, and he actually has a bulletproof vest on. It looks like it has evidence of a bullet strike from one of their capers, according to.
I'm not even sure if I'm going to leave D.C. We might make this Fort Trump, right? Who has the president's back? We're going to keep fighting for you, Mr. President. And I just want to say, everybody, be safe. We're really excited again to work with all these coalitions. We're excited that there's like 12 or 20 different events happening, but we hope to see you at the Ellipse. Sign up at marchtosaveamerica.com. We already sent out the initial guest instructions. If you have VIP tickets, those instructions we sent out later. I am so honored to be sharing a stage with the president tomorrow, but it's because of all of y'all and chanting, "Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal!" Thank you.
Well, if you ask me where I come from, here's what I tell everyone.
Hi, everyone. Being blocked off. It sounds like people are right here. Wow. So you can see the roads are blocked off here. Oh, they got a green light. Somebody else getting out of their car with the Trump flag. It's very exciting, Nina. Are you glad you're here, Michelle?
Yes.
Yeah, Michelle's
awesome.
glad. Naomi said I would be so tired walking that much.
We'll crash when we get back tonight. I'm good as long as I don't sit.
Oh, we got some young men here. Okay, let's go.
Because we keep us safe. I probably shouldn't keep walking away, but I don't know. Because there was a lady saying that we had to stay near the stuff.
Like last night, someone let me know.
Are we supposed to stay near the stuff?
I mean, just
I mean, is it gonna be okay?
Right now. No, he bagged. Oh no, not him. Not him.
Okay, because she was telling us to stay like within 10 feet, or it's like it's
that guy, he just talked good.
It's
those guys members.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mary Poppins. So that guy, I know that guy. He was here at the Supreme
They
Court.
teach their kids hate racism. They do. And I just pray and hope that those kids educate themselves and do not only listen to their parents. Because guess what? Damn it! I keep squeezing the squeaker out of my little piggy.
Watch those two. No. Watch these two. And they don't want not.
Anyways, because I was one of those kids. My parents were some psychos. They were some psycho right wing. So yeah, and now look at me now. I just broke my little piggy. They're so fragile.
My favorite man, how are you doing? Good. I'm so out here fighting for my bike.
I'm weak.
I protect my place. I have your shirt.
Damn, I'm so mad about my piggy. Let me get it. Oh, I do have a couple more though. There's a guy that walked by that had a bulletproof vest on that said "Babies' Lives Matter."
And he's a
Lord help us.
YouTuber for abortion.
Yeah.
Abortion, not that.
God. Huh? Yo, yeah, he did.
He just does that, but he don't make donuts.
He's not. Yeah, he wears it like no one's even trying to get him. I don't even know why he's wearing a bulletproof vest. Like he just walks around with a microphone. What made you want to educate yourself about Black Lives Matter, and are your parents still have those beliefs? Mostly what changed me when I was like 15, one of my best friends got shot by the police in front of me. Yeah.
He was asking about this morning when we got followed by those.
Oh yeah, we got followed for like a mile.
Oh no. The black guy with the dreads and then his friend.
Oh yeah, we got surrounded.
For
And
no
it was
reason.
bad.
For no reason.
It literally for no reason. Like I would be honest, like if I was talking shit, but we weren't.
Yeah, like.
And they ran up. They came sprinting up.
And I said I came from your mouth for like vagina, and he got so offended and he came running. They came running after me just to be funny.
Let's go. Let's go.
Anyways,
There's two more maggots.
no, yeah, they're on some extra shit. They're on some extra shit right now. So how they ran up. Anyways, but yeah. When I was 15, my best friend got shot by the police in front of me, and they thought he was someone else. And it was just really bad, and that's when I just like started realizing like just how fucked up the police are and the system is, and who contribute to this. And I just started educating myself and just realized what privilege I have, you know, every day. Like that would never happen to me. Like the police would never fucking shoot me, mistaking me over someone else. Like that will never fucking happen as white people. So, but it happens to black people every fucking day. So, but yeah, that's what made me really good. Like around 15 or 16, and I've been marching, like with Black Lives Matter marches, like honestly, ever since it started. I was in Texas when the mass shooting happened, when that guy came out and started shooting at police. I was there. But yeah. And now I'm just like dedicating half my life to it, really. I feel like if everyone dedicated half their life to a revolution or like serious change, I mean, it would happen. No problem. Our government is scared of us. If you can find Radar Beam on social media, they have more piggies. They are the original pig. Oh my god, really? I didn't know that. I always order them and hand them out, but I'm gonna I wonder if they have like a better way of ordering them. I'm gonna hit them up. Thank you, Velvet Fox. I got word from my buddy that the NFAC, sorry, will be there. And oh my gosh, shut up. And Fred Hampton Gun Club. Oh my god, are you serious, Brian Leffert? Oh my god, that is amazing news. Oh my god, that is great. And oh my god, they don't want to fuck. They are not fucking with the NFAC. Hell no. Didn't the leader? They just try to get the feds just try to get the leader. I hope he's fighting that. I hope he's gonna be okay. Cause you know that's some bullshit. Were you out doing the summer? Oh yeah, I've been out here since George, or not in DC, but yeah. Yep, I've been at every single protest, at least in Vegas. So, and I traveled to Portland, and then I think that's it. Just in LA a couple times for protests. But yeah, I'm just so awesome. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Oh my god, I'm literally doing nothing. Thank you, Salazar, though. Make sure they don't bring weapons because you can't carry in DC. Last night they had 2 guns on them and police did nothing. So they just split us up and made them walk on, but they were armed. They had 2 guns on their hip. So I mean, police are gonna pick and choose who they want to start an issue or have an issue with or whatever. So, and with the Proud Boys, they literally pick just not to bother them every time almost. But yeah. But I do have pepper spray on me. That's not gonna stop a gun, but Oh my God, there was a, oh, I love that. There was a truck that just drove by that had like one of those, like, it's like a big ad trucks, and it said Trump sucks. So I'm telling you, DC locals do not fuck with this shit. DC locals do not fuck with this shit. How are you gonna come to the quote-unquote chocolate city? Literally is a chocolate city. How are you gonna come to a blue city, Democrat city, and think that you're gonna like be welcome here? What?
We should walk to the hotel and make noise again.
I don't know about that.
Nah? No, on the
We don't have anyone around me or around us, so.
No, we're not gonna get invited in front of the hotel. Just want to walk that way. I mean, that'll be funny. Where's everyone? What's everyone?
I don't know.
What the fuck you got for me? Thank you.
Are you near that rally? Yeah, we're like right up the street, but we're not really going there.
It's fine.
Because we already got surrounded today, this morning, because they like to act bold when there's like literally no one around.
Yeah, there's like no one here to really
So yeah. Yeah, we're near the Trump rally. They have to walk through the street.
Outside, we don't really have a lot of people right now, but maybe.
I think Status Coup just went live, and I know they're at the Trump rally.
There's a lot of Trump people already.
Status Coup on YouTube. Honestly, I was gonna infiltrate. I was gonna just like honestly put a MAGA hat on and go over there and just film, but I care about not fucking catching COVID. Literally no mask, no social distancing. I can't afford catching COVID. I can't fucking afford. I fucking can't. Oh, this is a QAnon freak. What a weirdo. It's closed off. They're not gonna let you through.
Yeah, you can't go all the way through, but just for the smart's sake, if you don't mind wearing a mask.
People keep saying, stay home, don't come out to protest fascism, but if you don't come out, don't attack random people who they perceive to be against them. The more numbers do you have, the safer you are, and you can defend yourself. There's an old saying that holds true today. 3 heads are better than one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's why I'm not even gonna get bold when I don't have anybody around me. Fuck that. Because Proud Boys hit women. They beat women. I've already had 2 Proud Boys attack me over words. It's like, if you're a man getting pressed over women's word beater. No, I'm not gonna say anything. Oh no, I'll say my little shit, but I'm not scared. That's exactly what we need. We need people out here. They wouldn't even do this shit if we had people out here. Salazar, yes, I was. I literally was gonna go over there and be undercover, but knowing me, I do not have a poker face, number one. So I'd probably be rolling my eyes, having the most like disgusting look on my face. And number one, probably if you have a mask, they're gonna look at you crazy, like literally. So I'm just not. I don't know.
Oh no, that's a Trump rally. They're having 4 guys. One is on the lawn by the White House.
Here we go. Here's some losers. Dude, they come walking up here like... You might want to come over here. Do you want to come over here? You can come over here. Yeah? Oh, okay, good, yeah. Because I don't want you to be alone. I just want to watch your back.
I'm fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, it literally is unsafe. Like, they like want issues. You can tell they want an issue. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's great.
Fine, you can't get through. Oh, have mercy. Like, you act like it's open for you. No, it's not open for you.
They do this like 100 times a day. They walk up to the fence, try to get the police to let them through, which is completely blocked off, and then they walk back. It's so fucking stupid. Like, if I saw the gate, I would just not even walk down here. Bye!
Fuck Donald Trump.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be funny when they leave. Oh no, not that guy. Not that guy with the bike, all that shit.
What?
That's the person that hates gay people.
Where?
The guy right there who's coming out.
Oh, Lord, help us.
This city and the state are ready to take this forward, and the riots and the unrest that you saw in the summer are around to speak for us.
Yeah, listen!
Thank you, everybody. My name is Bailey, and I'm the father of Ronald H. He was my son. The police killed him, innocent black boy. We have so many painful of the black guys, the young. The police will kill them without no reason at all. As long as we are a black man, we have so many painful every day kill our children with the police. And I have so many questions. The reason they was to kill my son, until now I didn't get an answer. They was hiding the reality and the truth. What I know is the truth will come, and nobody can know the hide of the truth. The truth will be come out soon, and what we need as a family, as a community, as a people, we don't need rights and ethics and warrants. We will need to get it, answer all those questions we have. Can you imagine someone, those guys who have killed my son, they also came our home midnight. We didn't know if they would kill my son, and they was to terrorize us. They didn't tell us, but they don't have any paper permission to come inside. They didn't tell us what they are, and when we asked them, they was scared us and screaming us our hand over our hand. Even my children, they was scared until now. So please, what we want to tell those guys who is sitting behind us, when they will need our votes, they was just came and show us sweet mouths. And when they will sit in the chair, still the killing of children still is continue and going on. We cannot accept that. We have to stand together and fight our rights and justice. We need a justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes the press conference. If you have questions, we can entertain questions.
Why is the sky blue?
God made it that way.
Hey, Jelani, I just wanted to ask a question about the individual that was in the vehicle. Have you heard anything about that, perhaps?
So that we don't know. We don't know who that vehicle is, that person. We also know that there are a lot of witnesses, and the message out to those witnesses is the community got your back. We have your back. The police will try to intimidate you, but you know all of us have your back. And we ask all of those people to connect with us, especially the witnesses. It's important that they come forward because we have seen this happen before with Jamar Clark, where witnesses clearly saw what happened and their testimony was denied by Mike Freeman. And I want to also add that we're learning that the case is being transferred to Backstrom. I consider that one of the greatest tragedy this early. Backstrom is perhaps the friendliest with police. And we know that from the Isaac Aiden case, the way he handled that case, he should have retired a long time ago. This person is not one of the friendliest when it comes to county prosecutors. So we have to recognize right now that the system is so corrupt. They're going to try to hide. We're seeing it. The media themselves, every day they release their narrative. But every day we learn more questions. And those questions have to be brought forward to learn the truth. So, you want anything to say? All right.
Also, have you guys heard anything about the footage from the gas station?
All of that is still it's going to be gathered. So we're working on that. If anybody has a footage, a community member, live near the area, they should reach out to us, and then we'll make sure that the attorneys have access to all of that. So we really appreciate all of the people that came out. The moments after this, the community kept that space, and we've continued to do that. And on Sunday, thousands of people showed up in downtown Minneapolis this Friday, and we're urging all community members to come out and show their support for
Do it, you stupid
little
piece of shit! You're a liar, you're a progressive, up. you're a communist, Fuck you're a up. fucked up piece of Fuck shit, and you're up. gonna burn You in woman hell beater. on Judgment
Woman
Day.
beater.
Why you guys so mad?
Woman beater.
Like, we're not even doing nothing.
The fuck? I wasn't even doing shit.
Like, we're not even doing nothing. We're
You fucking woman beater. Get him out of here.
Everybody just needs to stay safe. We don't care.
Oh, he came up to
no
me.
Results, no results, no
He
results.
came up
Not
to
your
me.
Fault. Not your fault.
Yeah.
You did good.
Yeah.
You videoed it.
Yeah, I got it.
You yelled loud. So the cops had to do their fucking job. You did exactly the right thing.
I just,
We're not result oriented, and we're not making enemies. There's not enough of us. Right?
Period.
Just keep going.
Yep.
Play something you can dance to. Just keep going.
I got you.
Fucking flag.
I got you.
Sadly.
Yeah, like he got. Like he got.
Do it. Do it. Hit me. Please hit me. I need money. I'll sue you. Get him out here. So, I mean, I can technically file a report.
No, you
He already.
Do you want to file a police report?
No, obviously not.
No, why?
Because I don't want to deal with the police.
All right, she don't want to deal with it. So
No.
we're letting it go. We're letting
But
it go.
they need to get him to go.
Right?
Push it up on me
What
too.
you
So it'll be
shit
a issue.
I'm not. Oh, I don't want to deal with
Do you
it.
wanna
No,
sue
but
it?
I can. You can file. Yeah, you can file a report anywhere. You're assaulted.
I mean, like
Yeah.
he
did
that's
hit.
crazy.
No, I'm
You did good. You did good.
Thanks.
You did real quick. But now Ray's gonna be shitty for like an hour. He's gonna start.
Why's he pointing
Oh,
out?
sorry. Yeah.
So.
I'll watch him
Yeah,
too.
and
Yeah.
also I don't want him to get arrested.
No, I don't want to.
Okay,
either.
so
I'll watch him too.
I'll
I'll
also
help.
tell him you're okay.
Okay, I'll
We
tell
just want to deal with
him.
it.
Yeah.
Do your fucking job.
I'm okay though. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Do your fucking job. Lock him up.
Ah-ha. Woo! Look at the police here. Woo! Did everyone see that on the live stream?
I know. These ladies just came in from Georgia.
No, I'll talk about that.
No, I know. But
They don't want the smoke.
Must be like,
Oh,
we
I know.
think
They're like.
so like you have to.
I don't like talking about like my I don't know, my personal situations. Court's getting ready. Dang, maybe I should have stopped in my office and got my other phone. Should be fine. So yeah, public is not boarded up. They're just, it's not walking to that snowbank, huh? All right, so we're gonna head back to Civic Park.
Say hello to the people. What up, people? How y'all doing? We're out here in, hold on guys, I'm on Zach's phone too. We're out here in DC at Freedom Plaza. Yes, sir.
President Trump is the one who is starting the communists. He's the one who's fought the
Thank you, brother.
He's the one who took out the military-industrial complex. He's the one who ended the wars instead of starting them.
There we are, guys.
He is America first, and we are America first. Now, next year comes something. He knows a couple things. When you run in a place like New York, it can be tough. It's even tougher when they seek to beat you, even when they have the built-in advantage. And he's got an incredible story to tell. George Santos, come on up there.
Thanks for coming out. Yeah, we'll be your backup.
Hey, Washington. My name's George Santos. I'm from New York City. Who here's from New York? A lot of you. If you're from New York, you know what they did to me. They did to me what they did to Donald J. Trump. They stole my election. I came down to new hire orientation, to new member, excuse me. For 14 days, I was Congressman-elect of the 3rd Congressional District of New York. The first ever biggest upset for a Republican in New York City. And what did they do? When they were too busy printing 280,000 ballots in my district and shipping them to Pennsylvania, they sneaked in a few from my opponent. And what did they do? They stole it. Donald J. Trump, the best president in modern history since Abraham Lincoln and Ronald Reagan. You can't make this stuff up. 25 new members of Congress won against Democrats. And you're going to convince me and all of you that Donald Trump lost to senile Biden? Who here thinks that Biden cheated? Who here wants Donald Trump to 4 more years? Who here is not going to comply? We are here because we, the people, will not allow this nonsense to keep going. We, the people, not the political elite here in D.C. They serve us. We don't serve them. And that's why we're here. Who here is ready to overturn the election for Donald J. Trump? 4 more years. 4 more years of American greatness. 4 more years of America first. America was forgotten under the last 8 years of Barack Obama and senile Biden.
Joseph,
what are we going to do? We're going to fight for Trump.
Zach's right there. Crystal City, about 3 miles from here.
Fight for Trump. Fight for Trump.
I
know. I saw.
You know what's the incredible thing, guys?
This is Zach.
The billionaire became the people's president.
Like the jacket. Thank you. Thank you. Can I see that hat, bro?
This man has America's back. He brought back manufacturing jobs, farming jobs.
Yeah.
He made America great again.
Yeah.
And the Democratic elitists could not bear to see such success for Americans because they want China. They like China in power. The problem is, you, China. I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. I won't bore you, I promise. I had the great honor to be invited to go to Mar-a-Lago for New Year's Eve. I attended the party. I thought I was going to meet the president. He dipped on me. I said, great, I flew all the way here. Okay, I'll still enjoy the gathering. You know that.
How you guys doing? Good, good. Yes, definitely the calm before the storm. Maybe the calm before the storm. Or maybe the calm before the calm. Hopefully it's the latter, right? But we shall see. So that's a municipal vehicle. Not a police vehicle, but it did kind of look like there was detectives in there. And it looks like they're deploying some more vehicles. But now, on this street. So whoever's homes these are, hopefully they're, I mean, they can't out. So I suppose
that's fine.
Okay, to go with that jury selection, March 29th.
I'm inquiring in the state how much discovery and when it's going to be made available. I don't know if they have any other dates, but I think to be able to try this case in basically 5 weeks is kind of ridiculous.
I understand the court's policy with Judge Schrader is to give us a jury trial date out of this, but we can take this up with the court on that March 10th judicial pretrial date. As far as the amount of discovery, Attorney Richards, I do have a external hard drive that contains reports and videos that I can get to you. If you want to shoot me an email or give me a call, we can make arrangements for that in the next day or two.
Sounds good.
Again, that jury date that Judge Schrader has is March 29th at 9 o'clock.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. That'll conclude the hearing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
June or whenever the court case is going to happen, right? Oh, look at that pink car. That's kind of cool. Boom. So they're just trying to figure out how they can position themselves. Let's go back around one more time. And then we will head out and then regroup later. So there's a blockade down there.
Yes. Okay, I believe Ms. Jassel is on. She's seen Can you see if she needs the complaint read to her or she's read the complaint?
Señora Hasso, ¿me puede escuchar? Señora Hasso, ¿me puede escuchar?
She probably has to press *6 on her phone right now.
Señora Hasso, si me puede escuchar, puede oprimir la tecla estrella 6. Hola, señora Hasso. Señora Hasso, si me escucha, por favor, soy la intérprete. ¿Puede darle a la tecla estrella y al número 6? Señora Hasso, ¿me escucha? Hola, señora Hasso.
Sí, ya lo escuché.
La queja criminal contra usted, ¿la ha recibido o la ha podido leer?
Sí, la recibí y la razón que pasó es que esas personas
Permítame,
Ok.
señora, permítame. Sorry, Janelle, she was going to go into details. The question was only if she received and had a chance to review the criminal complaint, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, she indicated yes, and I told her please to just stop there, so you tell me how you want to proceed.
Okay, just one moment and then we'll be ready to start in just a minute. Thank
Señora,
you.
por favor, espere un momentito en silencio, enseguida empezamos. Gracias.
Attorney Berman, who are you here for today?
Janelle, I have Mr. Silvius, who I see, as well as his mother appears. She is the victim. I also have Juan Deonda, who I'm going to guess is labeled as Juan, but that's by telephone, so, or at least not a video. And I also had emailed you. I'm not sure if Mr. Grice is coming through today on a return on warrant. He's been in our jail since this morning.
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't have anybody by that name. I had no warrant today, so.
Okay, so then
Sorry,
I
haven't had a chance to check any of my emails.
Okay, so I just have then Mr. Silvius.
Seen here, I will tell you this. There's not going to be a civil war if the truth comes out. Here's why. The evidence is so blatant. It's so, it's epic, of epic proportions. And if you take it and you show it, the whole world's watching this. If you show us all and you show people on the left, they're going to go, well, you know what? I don't like the guy, but he did win. Nobody fights for something they never had, okay, that was not righteous, right? Now, in the other, I'm telling you, because of that miracle on election night, if that wouldn't have happened, we would have all went to bed, the election would have, every state would have said, hey, we got all the votes, and we would have said, we've been boiled like a frog for decades. This was moved to steal our lives, my American dream. They're play in history. The whole world is watching. God flipped it on their head.
Who does? She watches George Soros speeches for fun. But you know what happened when she looked one of those up? She found that he was talking about Chief Justice John Roberts like George Soros owned him. Lynn Wood retweeted it for her. She gets this information because she never stops fighting. It consumes her. But I am so proud and lucky that I'm going to marry this woman. Her name's Jennifer Lawrence. She's not the liberal actress. She's the awesome Jennifer Lawrence. And I love her dearly. Come up here, baby.
Hey, Patriots, how you doing in D.C. today? You know what makes America great? Our belief in God. And you know why Donald Trump made America great again is because he brought God back to that Oval Office. He brought prayer back to the Oval Office, and he moved that embassy back to Jerusalem, its rightful home. Israel has always ours, and we stand strong with Israel. And we thank Donald J. Trump for standing strong with Israel and trying to do all he can to help Benjamin Netanyahu and all the other Israel people to get what they need to be safe, and that our safety is President Trump for many years, and I can attest to the leadership that he brings to that Oval Office. I am a graduate of New York Military Academy, the same school that President Trump graduated from, and that school gives you an unbelievable leadership basis, and it also gives you an unbelievable basis in faith and having that in.
Won't allow state legislators to meet. Our government looks illegitimate to me. This is a great act of mercy and grace and love and peace that we are gathering on Washington for the third time since the post-election. But let me tell something to our bureaucrats. It's our government one way or another. This is our country one way or another. Amen? Amen. One way or another, we outnumber them. 1776? 1776? All right, I'm going to say it, then y'all say it. 1776. 1776. 1776. And the last song before I got to go is I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Alex Jones. There are people who want to divide those who fight for free speech, and they say this isn't mainstream, that's not mainstream. We're going to keep the Stop the Steal movement and this coalition broad-based because this is how we kill the lockdowns. This is how we open up our churches. This is how we start the rebellion that opens up the restaurants and the businesses. But it starts first with not forgetting that we won in November. Stop the steal! 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 Stop the steal!
So now we are here and we have an icon. Did I ever think that this little girl, old woman from Tipperary, Ireland, would be introducing Alex Jones? And this man loves this country, and he's a little bit like our president because sometimes he's a little rough around the edges, isn't that right? But he loves God and he loves family, and he loves him to you today, making the time to come here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Listen, let's not talk about Alex Jones. Let's talk about you. Man, I got to tell you, the energy when I normally come to D.C. maybe once a year to analyze what's going on is evil. It's twisted. It's oppressive. It's destructive. But at these last 3 rallies, when hundreds of thousands and millions of patriots of every race, color, and creed come together, the energy is the best energy I've ever found. People ask, man, are you on drugs? How do you get so excited on air? Why do you have so much energy? Because the animating contest of liberty that Thomas Jefferson talked about is an animating contest of liberty! And so there are great rallies happening all over this swamp right now. And the globalists have tried to brainwash and gaslight the public, but it's not worked. And everything they do is backfiring on them. They're playing checkers, we're playing beyond chess.
Right on.
When they make their one move, when they try to steal an election, or they engage in criminal activity, they have that effect. But the second, third, and fourth, and fifth move, everything they do falls apart. Everything they touch disintegrates. So understand this. On America, Donald Trump, it's bigger than all of America and the idea of liberty against all the different tyrannies in the world. So this struggle we're in is a ongoing struggle that God has put us in to test us, and God is on our side, and incredible things are coming.
Hallelujah! Preach it!
A lot of horribly evil things are happening as well.
and the children cry out to God for justice and for defense. And make no mistake, the spirit, the energy that's brought you here today from all over the country is the spirit and is the energy that is going to turn the tide of this satanic world government forever. Oh, yeah. Yes. We look at the sick, evil venom of the system trying to divide us on race and on where we're from, because but we are unified by God. And we are unified in our understanding and our interfacing with God's great truths, and we are stronger now than we've ever been. Yes. You look at the Satanists that run this system, and they are in fear. They are grasping at straws as the sand goes through the hourglass, because they denied God, they denied their birthright, and they sold it out for nothing, but we didn't. So never forget, no matter how bad it gets, this is the beginning of the end of the New World Order. Yeah. We're no longer in the beginning of the beginning. We're now in the beginning of the end. Right on. And 10 years from now, mark my words, we're going to be in the firestorm. But they can't get your soul, so don't be in fear. War fighters. Your soul's already with God forever. You've got free will, and you made that decision. So fear not the world and the Antichrist, because you are with Christ. Yes. Now I'm a radio talk show host, and I'm a Texan, and I'm a parent, and I love God. People ask me, Jones, why do you only preach now? Because the evil's out in the open, and there are no atheists in foxholes, and we are facing Satan. Yes, true. And the answer to Satan 1984 is George Washington's 1776. Yes! True. So, this is the great testing. God gave us free will, and they're going to try to tell us, oh, there's no evidence of criminality, there's no evidence of fraud anywhere. Now they say, well, there's no widespread coordinated. Because if you're going to bust all our people, catching them red-handed, stealing the elections in Georgia and Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and on, then they all did it on their own, but that doesn't matter. Michigan. So they take that Trump hour-long phone call and act like he's done something wrong. If anything, he wasn't hardcore enough. He gave them an example of hundreds of thousands of votes they know went for Trump that were stolen. So he says it should be easy for you to find the 11,000. That's not telling him make up an 11,000. That's saying we got 500,000 votes here. Your job's damn easy to find 11,000. Exactly. Do your job. But that's what these devils do, is they twist everything we say and they turn it around against us, but it's not going to work. And I'm going to tell you something else. I say trust in the plan, God's plan. Yes. Trust in God. Yes. And yes, God we trust. Support President Trump, because regardless of what happens in 15 days as they try to inaugurate that communist Chinese agent, America and the world is awakening to this great oppression and this great evil. And so, unlike the poor folks in Russia and China that never had a really good shot at liberty and had the globalists put tyranny in over them, here in America, we have a very good chance of defeating this very, very quickly. But regardless of how bad it gets, submitting only makes it worse. That's why I want you to commit to total resistance. Total resistance to the globalists. Never give in. Never back down. Never even think about surrender. Don't think about fighting tyranny as hard. Think about it as like breathing into your lungs and life. And the more you do it, the more you want it. And that's the spirit of victory. We are going to be victorious over the globalists. And the number one thing to do after we put our trust in God is to expose the UN and the globalists, because they run the whole thing. Not Joe Biden, not Xi Jinping, but Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and the globalists.
are the parasites that are enslaving China and enslaving Europe and enslaving Africa and enslaving all the rest of the world. And as soon as we start calling out the COVID-19 hoax lockdown, and as soon as we start exposing the Great Reset, the sooner these globalists start going to prison.
Yeah! Park Walker.
So understand that, my friends. It is a fight between good and evil, and you know that. And the CDC's own numbers, there's no coverage of this. The CDC's own numbers came out 2 days ago from 2020. In 2020, there were 61,000 more deaths than 2019. If you add population increase, and if you add the increase in suicide and drug overdoses, there were less deaths in 2020 than there was in 2019.
Wow.
The COVID hoax is broken.
Yes.
But the only way the COVID hoax is completely broken is if you get that truth, and if you get that information, and you get that out. Big Tech is trying to suppress you. Big Tech is trying to block you. Big Tech is trying to keep you from communicating with each other. So you do it by word of mouth and by email and by calling into talk radio, and you do it by speaking up in church, and you do it by printing out the facts, and you never surrender.
Never quit.
Because every mind you touch, every person you awaken, is millions of people we're going to save, because the globalists admit a shutdown for another 6 months in the West will kill tens of millions in the third world. When the first world collapses, the third world dies, and this is a giant attempt at killing civilization and a mass abortion of children that are already born, who are the main victims of malnutrition and starvation. So never forget, when the left tells you wear a mask, have courage, stand up, be respectful. That's a sign of your slavery. That is a sign of your medical Sharia law and tyranny, and you must declare independence against the fear now.
Fight fear with love. We'll do it.
Now, I know Roger Stones, he checked in the same hotel as mine. He's on his way down here to give you a powerful speech, and then later tonight down at Freedom Plaza. But I love you all, and I appreciate you all, and I just want you to know that you are the answer to tyranny. You are the answer. You are 1776.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Alex Jones. My name is Matt Shannon. Up next, we have a good friend of mine, the political consultant. He's been on the ground for many years. Original Trump supporter, Alex Bruzewicz with X Strategies. Alex.
I think this is a terrible thing. I have to follow Alex Jones's intensity. How's that fair? Can we hear it for Alex Jones? You know, Alex is a patriot. I always love watching him trigger the leftists. The leftists hate this guy, and that means I love him. So God bless you, Alex.
Yes, yes.
So, as mentioned, I'm a political consultant. I own a company called X Strategies. I'm a behind-the-scenes guy until just recently. On November 4th, I got a text from my good friend Ali Alexander, and he said, something terrible's happening. They're going to steal this thing. We must stop it. And so what we did is we put together a coalition of patriots, and we started flying them across the country. Within hours, we had thousands and thousands of people in Arizona, hundreds of people across different state capitals across the country, and we said we are not going to let the Democrats steal our country.
No!
Yes, yes, yes.
This movement has turned into something bigger than anything I've ever seen in my lifetime. I think this is truly bigger than the Tea Party movement. The Stop the Steal coalition isn't going away.
Yes.
We're not letting Joe Biden and his crackhead son occupy our house.
Yes!
That would be a disgrace to our country.
Yes.
Hunter Biden being our first son?
No!
He should be in jail.
Yes!
In prison, absolutely. Prison's much better. Hunter Biden is an asset, a foreign asset, and he needs to be punished. He needs to be treated as such, and his father also needs be treated as such. Occupy the people's house. This is the United States of America, the bedrock of our nation. And we will never accept that. If they thought their little resistance with their cowards who hide behind masks was strong, just wait until they see tens of millions of Americans refusing to accept this illegitimate president.
That's right.
Will you ever accept Joe Biden?
No! Never!
Will you ever let President Trump concede?
No!
We will be out here every single day that we need to be out here. The Vice President better do the right thing tomorrow. So I spent a few weeks rallying members. I had the privilege of working with a few dozen brave patriots who serve in this building. And all of mine, I can show you all dozens of my members that I work with are objecting tomorrow. And a couple of the senators that I work with will be objecting tomorrow. But that didn't come without resistance from a guy named Lindsey Graham. I was sitting on a phone call with one of the senators. I'm not going to say names. I'll spare Lindsey and this person the embarrassment. But I hear Lindsey Graham's voice, his stupid voice. He goes, you guys are going to cause a civil war if you object.
So what? And the point is...
You're not starting this civil war. We're going to end it. Yes! Fighting for free and fair elections.
I mean, and it's the small businesses that everybody realizes that made this country. Right, let's go after Walmart and Home Depot and Lowe's. These big corporations that are knocking the little businesses right out because they can't compete with them.
Oh yeah, it's just a big fucking scam.
It's a corporate nightmare. Is all America is nowadays.
Yeah,
you got to get the whole way.
Well,
I really want a civil war.
The biggest business is the government too. Yeah, it drives me nuts how in the state of Illinois there's more people employed collectively by the government than by industry. That's not sustainable.
No.
Fuck.
It's not. Because 3/4 of the population would be fine. And the other quarter, no. See, I'm just tired of this.
Yeah, and it's and it's no longer a democratic republic. It's an oligarchy. That shit needs to change.
Yes, because that's ridiculous.
I think term limits need to be a thing. That should have been a concept.
Country and our culture. Then we are going to OCs at all levels of government because our fighting instead of raising good citizens in our home. It is so important that mothers realize just how influential you are. So I want to talk just a few minutes about mothers. And mothers through history, because from the day the Mayflower landed 400 years ago, mothers have played a vital role in securing and protecting the Republic. And with the Constitution being subverted and election integrity in question and the Republic hanging in the balance, mothers are once again rising up to save the Republic for our families, our freedoms, and our future. And we're doing it starting in our home with our children. And grandmas, please stop going to Florida and retiring. Stay home and be an influence with those grandchildren. We need you to know what it's about, and you can't find something you don't know. They need to know the beautiful blessings of America. So I'm going to tell you just really quick about 3 mothers. Penelope Barker was a woman who in 1774 organized something called the Edmonton Tea Party. At the Edmonton Tea Party, she had all 51 women at this tea party, which was an un-tea party, sign a declaration that they would not buy any British goods. It sent ripples all the way across the ocean, and it almost completely crushed the British economy. Why? Because women are the purchasers. So start looking at those organizations and companies out there that you know are standing on the principles and values that you care about and support them. And maybe go somewhere besides Starbucks because they aren't. I'm just saying. And if you aren't supporting MyPillow and this guy who's out there who's been given this God-given platform, he's got plenty of things other than pillows and start buying them. Our pocketbooks will talk. Lydia Dara was a woman who almost single-handedly saved Washington's army from ambush. She was one of the homes that the British had taken over, and General Howe was staying there. And one night when a lot of officers came in, she started to think that maybe there's something going on, and so she went and listened at the keyhole and got the whole entire plan. The next day, she got permission from General Howe to go to the mill to grind some wheat, and she walked 25 miles past the mill, straight to Washington's compound, and warned them, so that the next day, when the British showed up for their surprise ambush, they turned tail and ran because Washington's army was ready for them. That was a mama. Hannah Hendy, the British used Indians to go and take over the towns. And when they would come in, they'd take the kids and they'd burn down property. Well, they were on their way to Hannah Hendy's town, and her husband went to run to the next town to warn them and told her to go to the neighbor's house. She didn't make it to the neighbor's house before the Indians came by and pulled her 6-year-old son out of her arms and kept on going. That woman grabbed her little baby girl, wrapped in her arms, and she walked through forests, through rivers, however long it took, until she finally got to the British camp, and she went straight up to that British lieutenant, and she said, "I want my son back." He relented, he gave her son back, and then she said, "I want all those boys too." And she took them all back home. This is the courage and the power of a mother. If you think that you're not important, that's because you are, and you're being lied to. Stand up for the Republic. Stand up for the Constitution. Mothers are the last best hope of America, and without you, America is lost. May He, through our concerted efforts, continue to bless America. May He bless you as you try to strive to raise those new generation of patriots.
Seems to be getting kind of frantic. Slightly, but not too much. Ooh. So I know what's happening. I actually know exactly what's happening. So the media, what they're going to do, it seems like they got the report maybe a little bit after I did. But yeah, they're not about to do the announcement here. So what they're going to do, they're all going to leave, and then they're probably going to take a slight break, and then they're going to head out to where the announcement is going to happen, I imagine, because there's really nothing happening down here. So, with that happening, I'm probably going to take a little break, a little breaky break here, and try to get some food or something, stop in my office and get some backup juice and a backup gimbal just in case, and get ready for whatever may happen. So I appreciate everybody checking out the stream thus far. You're going to want to make sure that you like or follow the page if you haven't already followed the page. Yo, what's good, bro? That's the homie Henry. So yeah, if you haven't already liked or followed the page, or even became a subscriber to the page, you don't have to do that. But if I don't bring it up, then people may not know. You'll get all of the notifications of everything that happens whenever I go live or whatever. So make sure you just like or follow the page, and I will be back in a bit. And yeah, I'll be back in a bit. See you guys later.
And we will never bend to the left when they try to take us on the road. Yes, socialism is communism. Make no mistake about it. Never before in history have so many people gathered together as we are gathered here today and again tomorrow in defense of freedom. The world is watching. Many see the wisdom of what we are doing, and they understand that there are many who adhere to the idea of a global government, who tear us down and eviscerate us in the same way that they have done with our great president for the past 5 years. We want him to know that we appreciate him, that we stand behind him, that we are here today because we believe in him and we believe the election was stolen. But this is not about the man, Donald Trump. This is about what the man, Donald Trump, represents to all of us. He represents freedom. He represents equality of opportunity. He represents protecting our sovereignty. He represents keeping us safe. He represents building an economy that will prosper everyone and restore the American dream. We honor President Trump for his actions, for what he has done, and for what his plans are for the next 4 years. Yes, 4 more years. We 4 more years.
4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
We are not ashamed to stand beside him. We take the hits as a badge of honor, and we pray for him and his beautiful Melania and the Trump family who have given up so much for this country. This man who does not take a salary, this man who had everything, this man who had no reason to sacrifice the latter years of his life when he had everything. Everything that you and I can only dream of. But his love for this country and for the people of this country overshadowed everything else. Today we are proud to stand with him and with all our brothers and sisters of all walks of life from across this nation for the purpose of supporting President Trump, reclaiming his right to 4 more years, and keeping our great country one under God. Yes. So now there are 2 people here today who represent a great man and another great of General Mike Flynn. Can we hear it for General Mike Flynn? He stayed the course, he stood firm, and he is an example for all of us. Never ever give in. So I would like to invite Joe Flynn right now. Yeah. And Barbara will follow.
Thank you, Al. Who's going to be president for 4 more years? Who's going to be president for 4 more years? Absolutely. January 20th, we're inaugurating one man. Who's that? I want to say a couple words here about this, the wonderful women who put this together, and how important the women in our lives and the women in this country are to the future of this country. They make our homes. They take care of our children. They work hard. They are the backbone of this country. And it's people like Alice and people like the Women for Trump who put these events together, who are the backbone of this nation, who will not allow it to fall into Marxism or socialism. 4 more years. I got another couple words here. I got some words for the Republican Party. For the cowards out there in the Republican Party. What do you think of them? Are they going to hear our voices now? Are we going to let them cower to these communists? Are we going to make them fight for us? We need to call them. We need to be on them. We need them to hear our voices, that we will not allow them to get on their knees, because we won't be on our knees. And we will primary every single one of them that don't back our president tomorrow in that building. Can I have an amen? Amen. Can I have an amen? Amen. We will not allow them to sell us out like they have sold us out to the Chinese for the last 3 decades. Can I have an amen? Amen. Are you listening, Republicans? Because maybe we start our own. Maybe we start a party for we the people. Maybe we start a party
Muslim, Catholic, Christian, doesn't matter. We the people will start our own party, and we'll occupy the seats in that house. And we'll make sure that we have our candidate in that White House. Can I have an amen? Can I have an amen? Our family knows what it means to face evil, to face corruption, to face injustice. The Department of Just Us. We need to change that in this country. We need to have a judicial system and a prosecutorial system that works for we the people. We need no more FBI houses. We need no more to not believe in their police. Let them hear it. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Amen. Amen. I want to say this. I'm losing my voice already. All right. So I want to say this. I want to thank you all the patriots that supported our family for the last 4 years of our nightmare. General Flynn is working his ass off today to make sure that Donald Trump is going to be inaugurated January 20th, and he sends his love. Thank you all very much. God bless you and God bless America.
So tomorrow and every day we stand tall, we stand together. I can tell you from 4 years of every day, 24/7, fighting the most corrupt FBI, Department of Justice. They're broken. So we cannot allow this steal to happen. We will not concede to 47 years of corruption ever. Yes. Our brother, General Flynn, I just happen to be his sister, had the courage to stand up and call it out. And right now they're working 24/7, Sydney and Mike right now. So pray for them because they're on the phones doing the hard work that nothing to do, except for Hawley and a few of them. And we will not forget. Let the 4-year coup take place. They could have shut this down from the very beginning. They tortured all of us. So we're in this together, and we will stand together strong and fight this to the end. God bless you guys, and we're all a family here. That's the one wonderful thing.
Compromise has led to over 40 million babies. Did you guys see this? Over 40 million babies being killed in 2020 worldwide in their mother's wombs by abortion. Over 40 million in a year. Compromise has led to a congressional representative who runs around posing as a pastor, a Methodist pastor, closing a prayer with the words, "Amen, a woman." I'm sorry, but that man is a woman. God will not be mocked. In the Bible, all of these evil deeds that have been done in secret will be brought to light. Nothing will be hidden. And friends, it is being exposed. You know why abortion is so prevalent in our country? Because the primary victim of abortion is killed in secret. You don't see the child being killed mercilessly inside of his or her mother's womb. You don't hear them crying out in pain. And the Christians in our country are too quiet. They are not crying out and demanding justice for our modern day Holocaust. of those abortion clinic doors. And you know what that means? That means that every single day that an abortion clinic is open, that there are not Christians standing outside. You know what? That clinic might as well have a big old sign on the front of that building that says, "This clinic is open with permission of the Christian church." Shame on the Christian church for allowing this genocide to take place every single day in this country. Shame on our Christian churches for not speaking this truth from the pulpit. Shame on us for accepting and peddling vaccines that were produced on the back of aborted babies. Shame on us. Shame on. Yeah! Nothing is more destructive, friends. Nothing. And it is time for us as Christians to rise up.
We are not ashamed.
If you are not standing out in front of abortion clinics, demanding justice for these unborn babies, then you are part of the problem.
Fold in them. They weren't official ballots. They could have been printed because no one filled them out and properly folded them. The consent agreement in Georgia, where they agreed to not check for signatures on mail-in ballots, and that was done around the legislature. I think 4 or 5 of the states, the legislatures, which control the laws, were not involved. They should have been. It was the governors and the attorneys general, the secretaries of state that went around the Republican-led legislatures to change the rules, which is unconstitutional.
And that phone call that Trump had with the, I forgot his name, but what do you think about that phone call where he was saying for him to find 11,000 votes?
Yeah, I read the whole transcript. It was an hour and it was 62 minutes. And the difference was 11,780 votes or something like that. He had potential votes that were unlawful 200,000 that may be out there because of the changes in the laws or because of ballots that were pulled out from under tables. He said the only thing I need and what I need to find is 11,780 votes. Now, the context of the news makes it sound like he's trying to cheat. He's been cheated, and there's hundreds of thousands of votes. We're from Georgia. We've been hearing this since the election. There's hundreds of thousands of votes that are in question, and they did an audit in a Republican county in Atlanta, Cobb County. They asked for Fulton County. That's where the most of the problem was. They won't do the audit on signatures in Fulton County. They won't share the information on the audit that they did with the President of the United States. They won't share it.
If this election was not stolen, let them open the doors and let us see why. What they have.
Share the evidence.
Yes, but they will not do it because it was stolen. Trump won in a landslide, more votes than any other president in the United States. And he won. So this election was stolen, no doubt.
Jack and Tanya Herring, Herrin.
Raised him up in right now. It's got reason.
Very nice people.
Purpose. Why don't you welcome Pastor Greg Locke?
Well, the BLBLE, yes, that's the
Look for me. I stand alone in the Word of God, the B-I-B-L-E. How many believe that this nation was still built on the principles of the Word of God? Can I get a good amen out there, ladies and gentlemen? I'm telling you, we're not going to back up, pack up, slack up, or shut up till we've been taken up by the glory of God.
All right, let's see who else. Let's see who's speaking here. Looks like they're still praying.
We've been backed and bullied into a corner of silence, and it's time.
It is starting to rain here.
And enough is enough. It's time that pastors stand up and thunder out.
If you're just coming in, please hit the like button. Please share this stream.
We have the most anointed message. We have the most powerful message. We have no reason to be silenced. We have no reason to allow them to bully us into a corner. We have no reason to stop. It's time that we open every single church in the United States of America. I don't care if it's a big church. I don't care if it's a small church. You hear me and you hear me well. If it's Baptist, if it's Methodist, if it's Episcopalian, if it's charismatic, it ought to be open, and we ought to be preaching that we don't serve a dead Jew and a Palestinian too. We serve a risen Savior, ladies and gentlemen. Up from the grave he arose with a mighty conqueror o'er his foes. He arose victorious over the vast domain, and he lives forever with his saints.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Hallelujah.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Is alive, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't believe
Just tell me why you're here today.
there is no doubt about
to protect the Second Amendment and keep our freedom, and to help back President Trump.
You mentioned the Second Amendment. Why do you think you need to protect the Second Amendment?
Because Second Amendment is very important right now because Joe Biden wants to take away our weapons. He has signed Beto to do it.
Okay. And can you tell me about the steal? Why you're here to stop the steal?
Because they already proved in Pennsylvania that over 200,000 votes, more than how many people voted in the state of Pennsylvania, not include all the rest of the illegal votes that happened in all the other states.
United States of America.
Anything you want to add about this?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're not going to fall to Antifa. We're not going to bow to Black Lives Matter. We're going to bow to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the end. You hear me? You hear me well? God is still God in America. Can I get a witness? Amen. Yes, He is. Jesus is just as much King now as He ever has been or ever will be. And when you and I and our little pea-sized brains are cold, dead, 6 feet in the ground, and the world's on fire, the Bible will still stand like the rock of Gibraltar. From Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:21, it is the Word of Almighty God. It's like a hammer that breaks the rock in pieces. It's like a fire deep inside.
Over 800 people watching, all right?
The sword of the Spirit.
Not all of you hit the like button, so
the Bible said in Joshua,
please hit the like button. All right, got to get more people in here. I'll be out here streaming for a little bit longer. There will be stuff later tonight. Not exactly sure what's going to happen.
Thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. The Bible says in Hebrews 4:12 that the Word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword.
It's a little tough to hear people when preaching, so I'm going to try and move out of here. You guys mind if I ask you a couple questions? Can I ask you a couple questions? I'm independent. I got a YouTube channel.
It'll get on the inside. It'll change you. It'll manifest itself on the outside. It'll put your marriage back together. It'll get your kids off.
Why are you yelling at me?
Get out of here. Get out of here. You have no right to revival that the Americans have ever seen is coming through the back door.
You have no right to film me. Whoever's there knows this man. You have no right to film me. I don't film you.
Loving revival like we've never seen. It's not.
This guy, all right, I don't know what happened. This guy's not
ever seen. Do exceedingly. That's the God I cheer. But you hear me? God used it to thin out the ranks and raise up an army. And I believe we got an army of patriots and an army of people that are willing to push back and say we've had a gutful.
Yeah,
we've had enough.
I did. This guy keeps coming back to me. I don't know why.
Ladies and gentlemen, they can't have it and they not going to steal it. Do you believe that out here today? I said they can't have it. This is still the God-blessed United United States of America. Now, let me tell you why pastors have been on this platform and will continue to be on this platform.
All right, well, now I got to watch my back.
Being out on the March for Trump bus campaign because the church in America has been silent far too long. People say pastors should stay in their pulpits, and that's just the problem. Politics are corrupted because pastors have stayed in their pulpits. And they have not thundered out the truth. If we do not call out wicked, corrupt, evil politics, we're not going to have a platform from which to preach the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. Do you realize that our freedom to speak like we're speaking, and our freedom to gather and to worship Jesus as we please, do you recognize the fact it's the First Amendment, not the 25th Amendment? Because if we lose the first one, like a domino, they all begin to fall. And what cowardly nonsense. 80% of the churches in America are still closed. It was nonsense when it started, and it's nonsense this afternoon. Jesus said that he will build his church.
Mind if I ask you a couple questions?
The gates of hell shall not prevail.
Well, I'm an independent journalist. I'm not any group yet. So I just want you to tell me why you're out here tonight.
Against the church.
Well, because we're tired of being misrepresented. We're tired. Oh, he's too loud.
Tired of being misrepresented?
Yeah, I don't feel we're being represented. We're at 80 million people now, probably more like 90 million people that are pissed off about the election. And everybody, you know it, they all know it's been stolen. You're not fooling us. Joe Biden's a farce.
Can you tell me a little bit about the election and the steal and how it was stolen?
Dominion voting machines, every which way but loose. Every which way you guys possibly could. Every single one of you. I've dumped women for less evidence of cheating.
Anything you want to imply? What do you think is going to happen tomorrow in Congress?
I'll tell you what I hope happens. I hope that the states that cheated, the blue states that cheated, are null and void.
You want to give your name or where you're from?
I'm from Fort Myers, Florida. My name's Andrew. Yeah, okay.
Take care, man.
Or anyone you've ever met that can tell of the executioner that chopped his head off.
So as I left, he called me Antifa again. He said I suck at interviews. Maybe so, but whatever. I gotta deal with these people though.
Those of you that stand for righteousness and stand for God and stand for this nation will never be forgotten. This is America, and we're going to keep it free. If you believe that, give the Lord some praise. I said we're going to keep it free. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty.
Can I ask you a couple
I'm
questions?
telling you, as long as there is breath in my lungs and a platform beneath my feet,
You could just tell me why you're out here today.
that America is free.
Just tell me why you're out here today.
I'm out here tonight because we believe in freedom, and we're on the verge of losing freedom. We had a duly elected president, and trying to take that away from us. And I got a lot of friends back home just couldn't make it, and just want to let everybody know that we got to keep these freedoms that we have, or we'll never get them back. It's a tipping point in America right now.
We lost him over what's coming. Don't give my hand clap now.
How was the election stolen?
The election was stolen because you can see the church and the graphs. I sat up that night watching it, and you see Donald Trump. The church is going like this, and then all of a sudden they stopped counting. Woke up the next morning, and the graphs are going straight up. It's just an anomaly that cannot happen. Mathematically, it doesn't work. And it's time to not let government tell us what we have. It's time for the people to tell the government, because that is the kind of country that we are, is the government of the people.
And what are your thoughts about what is going to happen tomorrow in Congress?
Tomorrow with Congress, I just hope to hear the people, that there's enough people to make them understand that they are responsible to the people, and hopefully enough of the people are there to make enough noise so they know that. My name's Scott Hildy from Minnesota.
Liberals,
You bet.
communists, and the socialist government to tread on me. I dare somebody to
Can I ask you guys a
shout,
couple
don't
questions?
tread
No?
on. We're here to serve no
Guys, what do you think? Should I go see my friend over there on the other side again?
from the gates of hell. I believe there's enough patriots in the building today.
Can I ask you a couple questions? Can I ask you a couple questions? Can you tell me why you're here today?
Support the president. The election was won by him, and I feel that, well, you see evidence of election fraud all over the place, and then everybody's just complete denial about what's going on. I mean, we know this, he won by margins that were never seen by a president, and all of a sudden at 3 a.m., the election for Joe Biden shifts. We all know it was just robbed.
Can you tell me what you think is going to happen in Congress tomorrow?
I mean, there's a lot going on with that. Politicians are playing politics, but at the end of the day, if Biden is inaugurated as the president, we move forward. This is our first day of what comes next, whatever that is. But we're going to take our country back.
Anything you want to add about the election?
I really got nothing more. Just God bless America, and I appreciate all the patriots coming out here.
Thank you very much.
China, brother. I'm going to say this and then we get off the stage. But I'm going to say this. They're trying to keep going on everything.
Right now. All right.
And how dare those liberal Democrats get into our House of Congress to declare a man and a woman. The devil is a liar.
What is it?
Status Quo on YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Right
Thanks,
on.
guys. Take care.
I'm a proud black man from the great state of South Carolina. I'm a father. I'm a brother. I'm a cousin. You will not take away the title that God has given me. Are y'all going to make Donald Trump fight by himself? No. Are you going to back down? Never say never. They're trying to take God out of the...
Mind if I ask you a couple questions? Can you tell me why you're out here today?
Why am I'm out here to protest for what's right. I'm an American expatriate. There's 5 million of us who live and work outside of the United States, and we all know that mail-in voting is a fraud. And if you want your vote to count, you go and vote in person. And I can't believe I have to fight for this when we all know that this is what happens. So I'm standing up for what's right and standing up for a just and fair election.
Can I get your name?
My name's Claire.
Thank you.
USA! Come on, Patriots, give y'all one more hand clap. Come on. Hey, I'm going to bring up what I believe has been one of the most persecuting pastors in America. All right, and his story's crazy. He's from Pasadena, California. He's been a voice of God all throughout this nation for many years, and he faced almost a year in jail for the preaching of the gospel and opening his church. I'm telling you, he's a patriot, he's a pastor, he's a prophet. Y'all give it up for Pastor Cheon as he comes. Come on, Pastor.
Wow, what an incredible day. This is a historic day, and how many know this is a week in America. This is the most consequential week, and I believe that this week we're going to rule and reign for President Trump, and under the lordship of Jesus consequences are severe if Biden becomes president. I'm from California, from Los Angeles.
Just tell me why you're out here today.
Our state is still locked down.
I'll go.
I'm just out here because I want to audit the vote.
Locked down the church, you open it up for 1 month.
Explain a little further.
Well, if Joe Biden won, he won. I just want to be shown that. There's plenty of fraud that we've seen on television, but nobody wants to address it. I just want to have an honest election.
So if Joe Biden is certified the winner, you'll accept Biden as the president?
If they will show me that the votes were legitimate, then and Joe Biden won, then yeah, he's my president. It's not about Donald Trump. It's about a free election, an honest election.
Okay, that's interesting. First time I heard from a Trump supporter. Now, what do you expect to happen tomorrow in Congress?
I have no idea what's going to happen. I hope the right thing happens, but based on what I've been watching, I'm not very optimistic.
Well, what kind of evidence do you think those 11 or 12 senators have, and Trump has, that they're going to provide to overturn the election?
The same evidence we've been watching that everybody wants to deny the ballots that were under the table, the vote switch, and the vote count, sending everybody home, and they keep counting. And I'll accept it, but until then, I'm not going to accept it.
And what makes you support Trump, but if he is voted out, then you'll support Biden?
I like Donald Trump, but I love America. If Donald Trump lost, then he lost. But I support his policies. I support his stance with Israel. Everything about Trump.
Do you think? I mean, we have millions of people here in America who are struggling. Whether they lost their jobs, they're on lines for food, because they need to feed their family. But meanwhile, other countries are receiving foreign aid. Do you agree with that?
No, we take care of our own first. I was in the military. We take care of our own, then we deal with the rest of the world. America comes first, and that's the biggest reason I support Trump, because he puts America number one again. Steve Vanderhart.
We are to be the head and not the tail. Can I hear an amen? And so we are here to change history. I believe we're going to shift this nation, this election, we just brought this happen.
Can I ask you guys a couple questions? Can I ask you a couple questions? What's that? I'm independent. I'm on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel.
Justice and righteousness, and we're going to say yes to justice this week, and we're going to see President.
If you could, just tell me why you're out here tonight.
We're here to protest the way the election was run. We feel like it was stolen, and we know it was stolen, and we want to get it straightened out. That's it.
In what way has it been stolen, if you could tell my audience?
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at all the evidence, you look at the introduction of additional ballots from nowhere. There's videotapes in Georgia of them pulling ballots out from under tables after everybody's been evacuated from the building. Even if there was probably there wasn't, there's been no effort at all to clear it up with anybody. We just want answers and we want it cleared up.
So I heard that one guy, he said, guy I just spoke with, he said he just wants an audit, and then if the results are legitimate, then he would accept.
Oh yeah, totally, yeah. Just give us some information, man. We're just looking for some truth, you know. Yeah. So.
You support Trump?
I do, yeah, absolutely.
Do you support him on his policies? What is it that you support about him?
All of the above. I think he's kind of like, I think he's like punk rock. He's like punk rock, he just came and he messes things up or mixes things up and makes people they don't know how to react to him because he kind of brings a level of chaos, but a controlled chaos. And I love the man. Yeah. So.
Can I get your name?
Damon.
According to the Word of God on the cross,
hey.
you defeated the enemy.
You want to tell me why you're here today?
Yeah. And that's why you say in Matthew 28:18, all authority has been given to me.
My name is Carlos Jaime. The reason I'm here is because I love Donald Trump, and he's the best president since Ronald Reagan that ever helped the economy. Unfortunately, everybody had out for him. The swamp. He tried to clean it up, but the election, they took it from him, but he's still president. And I hope by tomorrow, when the Senate goes through all night and everything, he's going to be proclaimed the president of the United States of America because he is the president, and we all love him. I'm Mexican. I know Hispanics, blacks, Indians, and they all love Trump because they know what they did for their business and their livelihood.
So you said you're Mexican, right? Yeah. Correct. What do you think about what he says about Mexico? And
Mexican. I'm from Chicago. I just came here on the bus just to be here. Why? Because I love him, but I back him up. That's how much they love him, because they say they don't want, like, the ones that have been here like 5 or 10 years. They've been working here, no problems or whatever. The border's open, taking their job. So I don't know how you explain it, but it's like even blacks. I'm from Chicago. When he first became president, he had 30% approval rating. He's got 40% right now. They took the election from him. But he's the man with the master plan. And I hope to God that he stays president.
Cool. Can I get your name?
Carlos Jaime.
Cool. Thank you,
Carlos Jaime.
Take care, man.
What YouTube?
On YouTube. Status Quo on YouTube. It's called Status Quo on YouTube. All right? Question? Can you tell me why you're here today?
Well, I'm here to support our president.
Why do you feel like you need to?
Well, because pretty obvious the election was stolen, and it was. So I'm here to support my president. He supported us in the last 4 years, so we're here to support him. Why I say it was stolen is pretty obvious. I mean, you had to be deaf, blind, or stupid to not realize that election was stolen. Biden himself stood up in front of the whole world and said that he had the best and most fraudulent case. He'd put the whole thing. He admitted himself. In other words, what I'm saying, he admitted to having the best fraudulent voting system and everything in all of America. So that should be the number one fact and the number one fact and evidence. That should be the number one evidence. And then, it should be case closed right there. Anybody else, they would grab you and lock you up in jail, and that would be it. But why this is happening, it's just not fair. So I'm here to support our president because he should be our president.
And what if they do certify Biden's election win? What do you say comes next?
During the inauguration, if they certify Biden.
No, if they certify him tomorrow in Congress.
Well, it'll be a sad day. It'll be a real sad day for all of us. But we're not Republicans. We're not the violent type at all. So we just it'll be pretty sad. It'll be but you can't believe anybody. I will not believe anybody after this.
Would you accept Biden as your president if they legitimize it?
You know, it's so funny. There are some other presidents that I didn't vote for, and when they became president, I never went against it. It was like, oh, well, okay, that's not who I voted for, but, you just accept it. This time, I won't accept it. This time, I will not accept it. Nope. No, this was wrong. Everybody might have been skeptical of everything before and had our ideas and things weren't right before, but no, this is for sure. I mean, like I said, you got to be dumb, blind, or stupid to not see how this was all fraudulently placed. So, no, I will not accept him. And it's the first time I've ever said that about any president. Carolyn.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Thank you.
All you can shout with us is that you hear about people like the hog. Is that for example? American heroes. Sure.
They didn't just talk, they acted. They began to preach out of the book of Ecclesiastes. They preached there was a time of peace, time for peace, but there was a time for war. And they began to recruit out of their congregations the militiamen and the minutemen. And they didn't just recruit them, they led them into battle in their clerical robes sometimes. They spilled their lifeblood. Most of them died paupers, but come on, they raised up the revival, which is America, and preached the gospel around the world. It's time for God to raise up a brand new generation of black robe preachers that love Jesus, that love the Word of God, but love America and love freedom. Amen? We're going to open up our churches and we're never closing them down again. Come on, it'll be a cold day in hell when I close the church of the Lord Jesus Christ. Let's give God a hand clap for the church and what it means. It is the pillar and the ground of the truth. Now, let me say this. Christ of Nazareth. He is the Lamb that takes away the sin of the world. Can I get an amen? Just a lamb. Let me say it one more time. He is not just a lamb. Come on, I said he is not just a lamb. Come on, patrons. He's not just a lamb. I said he's not just a lamb. Come on, I said he's not just a lamb. I said he's not just a lamb. He is also the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and the Lion is coming back. Amen, amen, and amen. What wisdom teaches us, some of us are very loud, don't know when to shut up like me. Come on, wisdom teaches us when to be the lamb. How many of y'all need help with shutting up sometimes? Amen? Y'all are my people, right? But some of us are very meek and mild, and we need to learn when to speak up. Wisdom teaches you that are very meek and mild when to be the lion. We're in an hour in America right now where we don't just need lambs. I'm telling you, we need lions to take back this republic. Says America's going to remain a Christian nation. And I believe revival is coming to the land. And I see a group of lions in front of me. Come on, lions. Give every lion out there a hand clap. Hey, here's what I want to say. I don't just want to preach to you. I want to empower you. You can go to blackrobe.org. Blackrobe.org. Fill out blackrobe.org. If there's any pastors out there that need help opening up your church, I have free legal counsel for you. We have resources for you, and we are going to help you, all right? We love you, and we are for you. I'll tell you, I love the church of the Lord Jesus Christ. Come on, let's give all the church leaders a big hand clap out there. Hey, you can text. They're going to put it up right now. Trump, what is it? 96,000 or 69,000? Somebody help me. 96,000. We'll get you some updates coming. It'll keep you up with everything that's going on over the next couple of days. Hey, I want to welcome one of my friends, Christy. Come on up, Christy. She's traveled the nation preaching the gospel. Y'all give Christy Hutchison a big hand clap.
Hello, fellow deplorables and fellow patriots. How are you guys doing today? Are we ready to take back this nation? Are we ready to take back the soul of America? Are we ready to tell Congress, the Senate, who they work for? The American people. We, the people, are arising. I have been really blessed. I am the founder of Women Fighting for America. And I am the perfect example of when you say yes and answer the call to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. You see, 9 months ago, I was sitting in the backyard and I answered the call. We have a nation at risk, and it's time for a revolution. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you ready to start a revolution? You see, because our founding fathers, when they signed the Declaration of Independence that day, they weren't just signing a document. They were signing a death warrant. Because they knew when they signed that document that not only them, but their families were at risk for death. Are you guys willing to fight for this nation? Because I know I am. We are living in a time that is at great peril. It is not time just to hold the line. Are you guys ready to advance the line? Because I'm ready to advance the line. We need every single patriot who loves this country to stand up and say no more. We are not going to allow this nation to go under on our watch. We are going to be the watchmen. Are you guys ready to join us? Absolutely. I do want to give a shout out. There's some wonderful patriots here. Military, police, and our first responders. Can you raise your hands? We've got the USA Patriots behind us right here. They are from across this nation. And we need every single one of you guys to lock arms and take back America. We need to put the pressure on. Tomorrow's a very important day in this nation. We need to pray, but not just pray. We are in a season of activation. You see, we need to activate, because if we do not activate and rise up and push back against this tyranny, against this communist invasion, because let's face it, that's what this is. It's a communist invasion. We will not have an America. And let me tell you, when America falls, there is no place else to run or hide. We need to be the great watchman on the wall. We need every single one of you, after you leave D.C., you need to rise up. You need to go across this nation and say, we're not going to allow this. We are going to be going on a We the People Arise bus tour in mid-February. We are going to go to all 50 states. We are going to take back capital after capital after capital and say, no more, not on our watch. That's right. WomenFightingForAmerica.com, WFFA.us. I need you to get involved. It is time for all of us to lock arms. The pastors, the preachers, Women for America First, Women for Trump, every single organization. We need to arise, lock arms with the American citizens and people and the patriots of this nation and take it back and tell them that they work for us. I serve a mighty God. We are running out of time, so I am going to end with this. God gave me a vision the other day. He is the God of the 12th hour. He wants the glory, not man. He wants everybody to know it is by his hand that Donald J. Trump is going to be our president for the next 4 years. I love each and every one of you. God bless the United States of America. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless we the people of the United States. Amen. Thank you.
Hey guys, we got some awesome people coming up. You guys have been amazing. Remember, text Trump to 96,000 so we can update you as things go tomorrow. Our next speaker is the founder of Bikers for Trump, Chris Cox. What's up, Patriots? How you doing? We're Bikers for Trump, and we exist for the sole purpose of seeing Donald Trump elected in 2020. We got his back, and we got your back. So it wasn't that long ago we couldn't find $5 billion to build a wall to fortify our country. Okay? Now they found $7 billion to send across the world to study things like gender studies in Pakistan. Come on. Give me a break. What if we spent that money and we gave it to St. Jude's to find a cure for children and cancer, huh? Folks, we're on the brink of socialism, which is the Venus flytrap for any democracy, for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if any of those things ring true to you, then you better step up right now, because we're on the brink of a revolution. And I, for one, will take the first bullet. If there's anybody out there from Antifa or Black Lives Matters, spin your first fucking bullet at my chest, okay? Because patriots will step up and we will fill those gaps and we will hold that line. But you got my word. We're pushing 400,000 members in the Bikers for Trump. We're one of the fastest growing organizations in the country. And we don't slow down, we double down. And we've been doubling down in Georgia. We've been doubling down in Philadelphia. And we're just getting started here, folks. Right now, there is a major assault on decency. They want your Bible, they want your babies, and they want your bullets, okay? We have grandfathers and great-grandfathers and uncles that died, that gave limbs, that are living on respirators, that died for us and spilled blood. Now it's up to us here in the continental USA and domestic America to stand up for the sacrifices that they made. And I, for one, will stand up. And again, Antifa, if you're out here and you're hiding, Black Lives Matter, if you're hiding, start with me, Chris Cox, Bikers for Trump. Thanks, everybody. Hats off. Donald Trump, 2020.
Well, there is no doubt that conservative censorship is a massive, massive problem and a huge agenda for the socialists. And some of us with larger platforms know that better than others. And a man who had his entire Facebook ministry completely assuaged away like a great flood with millions and millions of followers. I want you to welcome to the platform Evangelist Joshua Fierstein. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible declares that the thief and the enemy has come but to kill, to steal, and to destroy. For the last 40 years, the liberals have tried to kill our unborn babies, steal elections, and destroy the Constitution. But patriots have come to Washington, D.C. to make their voices heard that we will not allow them to steal this election. There is a particular passage that perfectly parallels the perilous times in which we live. The Bible says that the shepherd David was on the backside of a Judean hill tending the flock when a lion and a bear came to steal the little lambs. Why did God put David there? He put him there to stop the steal. You see, the liberals and leftists know that if you come in the spirit of a predator like the lion and the bear and you take one little lamb today, it will be another little lamb tomorrow and another little lamb the next day. But we as the Church of the Living God are standing up saying we're not just mad at hell, but we're mad as hell. The Bible declares that it was David that defeated the lion and the bear. Unfortunately, today, we don't fight lions and bears. We fight liberals and rhinos. And let me speak to Right Side Broadcasting, to every cowardly congressman or limp-wristed, weak-kneed, sissified senator like Ben Sasse and little Mitt Romney and son of a Mitch McConnell. We say, you cowardly congressmen and sissified senators better stand up to preachers and black robe regiment. It was the preacher, Emerson, that stood there, a black robe regiment, from his pulpit and preached to several hundred one Sunday morning when he took off the black robe that signified that he was a preacher. And he said, there is a time for peace and there is a time for war, and now it is time for war. And so today I stand with the black robe regiment, and I am one preacher declaring to patriots, it is time for war. Let us stop the steal.
And we're going to stop it in the name of the Lord. Amen. We're going to stop it. There is no doubt about that. As our part of the program begins to close and an exciting another part of the program begins to open, we're going to close out here in just a moment with one of my dearest friends in all of the world and all of the ministry. You've heard from Abby Johnson a moment ago about the importance of standing up for life, standing against butchering babies, and one man that decided to be courageous not only started a network of patriot churches, he actually started a global phenomenon where hundreds and hundreds and sometimes thousands of Christians gather all over America outside the doorsteps of the very place of hell, Planned Parenthood. I want you to welcome the pastor of the church at Planned Parenthood, Pastor Ken Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not just up against politicians, and we are not just in a culture war. We are in a kingdom war. This is the kingdom of darkness versus the kingdom of light. Do you feel that? And Satan is a roaring lion, roaming to and fro, seeking whom he may devour. He wants nothing more, nothing less than destroying this country entirely, because we are a beacon of the gospel and missions around the world. We are also the city on a hill. We are the light of the world. And it is important that in this moment, we stand up like never before. This is our time. And if we don't hold up the shield of faith, Satan will take over this land. But I see a bunch of people here that will say, no, we are not going to allow the enemy to destroy this beautiful and great land that our forefathers gave to us. We will rise up in this time and say, like Paul Revere, the leftists are coming. The leftists are coming.
The nature of this revolution will depend on the opposition we face after tomorrow. But Trumpism and the belief in a tough stance in defense of the freedom of conservative republicanism is here to stay. And we will grow it and push it until the threats around us are crushed, as they most certainly should and will be. We are here because every day is a fight for freedom in this country. And there has never been a fight like this before. This is an invisible war. This is a psychological war. Thank you, Alice. There's so much to say. 43 minutes. She's powerful. Okay. We are here to put the radical left on irrefutable notice. And it made clear to them beyond any reasonable doubt that our freedom does not belong to them, that our history does not belong to them, that our identities are not open to their criticisms or punishments, that our property and opportunity do not belong to them, and that the future of our children and this great country do not belong to them. This is the United States of America. Thank you! I promised, and when we make a promise,
we always come through. I am so grateful for this man who is standing beside me. He stood up. He suffered for 4 years or more because he would not tell a lie. He would not lie. So we all know Roger Stone did nothing wrong. So his pardon is the innocent's pardon. So we are so proud to have him with us today. And I thank him so much. He took an earlier flight out of Florida to be here with us. And I'm just dumbstruck. He's a wonderful man. He's a wonderful patriot. We all loved him. And thank you so much, Roger. And take it away.
Pardon me? I am here for 3 reasons. 1, I love the United States of America. 2, I love the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump. And 3, I love Alice Butler Short. The phenomenal job by the Virginia Women for Trump is a model for the nation when it comes to effectiveness, when it comes to grassroots activism. That's why I'm here today, to thank you for being in this fight. I see so many friends here, and this is indeed a historic occasion because we're mad as hell and we aren't going to take it. The Democrat Party mainstream media psyop that they have invade against us, telling us that Joe Biden has been elected president. Pardon me, but where I come from, that's called bullshit. 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 All right, right here. Friends, I'm sorry. Let's be very clear. This is not a fight between Republicans and Democrats. It's not a fight between liberals and conservatives. This is a fight for the future of the United States of America. It is a fight for the future of Western civilization as we know it. It's a fight between dark and light. It's a fight between the godly and the godless. It's a fight between good and evil. And we dare not fail, or we will step out into 1,000 years of darkness. Those who seek to take over this country, those who failed in their phony Russian collusion hoax, those who failed in their phony Ukrainian hoax, those who have benefited from the impact of COVID-19 can't win an honest election because Donald Trump won the majority of legal votes cast. When Attorney General Bill Barr tells us he's seen no evidence of election irregularities, who's advising him? Stevie Wonder? The evidence of election fraud is not only growing, it is overwhelming, and it is compelling. And therefore, what we are committed to is the truth. To speak the truth. To fight the truth. To live for the truth. And the truth is, Donald Trump won this election. Tomorrow, when the left tries to bait you, let's be very clear. We renounce violence. They are the violent ones. After our last gathering here, the media told us 4 people were stabbed. They didn't tell you they were 4 Trump supporters. Right. They told you 86 people were injured. They didn't tell you 78 of them were Trump supporters. No, we are not here for confrontation, Mayor. We're here to express our God-given First Amendment rights. And you, Madam Mayor, are a fish-faced enemy of the people. This movement, as I said earlier, is not about party, it's not about philosophy. It's about standing up for the U.S. Constitution. I've been in American politics for 40 years. I have looked at the evidence. It is, as I say, overwhelming. And therefore, we must do one simple thing. Stop the steal! All right, now. Through the campaign, and even in the period after the campaign, when the jackals in the media, the folks at CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times and the Washington Compost tell us that this is over, let me be very clear. Nothing is over until we say it is.
We the people.
I honestly believe that God has put us here in this place at this time for a great purpose. I believe my life was spared for some greater purpose. And when the Lord is ready to tell me what it is He wants me to do, I can tell you I'm prepared to do it. But I will never stop fighting for this nation. I will never stop fighting for the truth. I will never stop fighting for literally the greatest president in my lifetime. They hate Donald Trump because they can't control him. They hate him because they can't bully him. They hate him because they can't blackmail him. They hate him because he answers to one power only, God Almighty and the American people. So I will be out there with you tomorrow, marching shoulder to shoulder with you. But remember this, the way to disprove their entire psyop, the way that to disprove their contention that the president's support is dwindling, that he's losing, that Republicans are fleeing. Really? There's going to be 1 million of us here tomorrow? And there are 73 million others at home cheering us on. So, go with God and remember this. We battle for the Lord, and we dare not fail. If we stay true, victory will be ours. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, so we're going to move on with some of our speakers now. And all you ladies who are on the list to speak, if you would get up here and remember 3 minutes, please. So the first one on my list.
Record. So no matter what we do, it's going to be a success. So we feel good about that. We would love to see 1 million people vote, because that means that we will have really more than doubled the amount of vote we would have seen in a regular. The previous runoff record was 2.1 million. And that was the Saxby-Chambliss runoff in, don't make me do math at this point, I think it was 2004. Yeah. So if we did this, we'd be at 4 million or so, which is almost double that. Yeah.
You don't think this is a sign, the fact that you guys are having such short wait times in most of these polling stations, you don't see that as a sign as low turnout on election day?
It may or may not be, because we're trying to learn this new system and get used to what those kind of things mean, because we are more efficient at getting people through the lines now than we were previously. Because remember, we've eliminated a step. They don't have to fill out certificates, which is generally speaking the longest particular thing. And when the only choke points we've seen are at check-in and potentially at the scanners. And if a poll manager is managing their poll location correctly, you should really only have them at the scanners, because they can watch and see if there's one coming up at the check-in spot, because they can watch and see at the scanners if there's a line building up. They can say, hold on for a second, now let people through. So that could be part of the reason you have a line. So that could mean there is heavy turnout there. But just because there's not heavy turnout, as an example, I had a friend who voted at 7:30 this morning at a Roswell location, and she came out and she was voter number 35 at 7:30, which means they were averaging 1 person a minute. So that's pretty efficient, and they're doing a pretty good job of getting people through. And if that's the morning rush, it's going to slow down again like we usually see. There's a rush in the morning, slows down that 10, 11 o'clock hour. People go on lunch break, it picks back up again. They're about 1 and lulls back down again. People start leaving work around 4 and it starts kicking back up again. So we have no way of knowing what voter behavior is going to be on this one. We do know that there are several of our large counties that had already reached over 80% of their turnout for the November election. Fulton, DeKalb being the 2 largest ones that did that. But again, we don't know what voter behavior is going to show on this. We hope people will go out and vote. And again, we want to reiterate, don't self-suppress your vote if you feel like it's not going to count. If you care about who wins these elections, one way or the other, please turn out and vote. As you've seen, we have relatively short lines in most places, so it should be easy for you. Who else? Yeah, Mark.
Talked about wait times and turnout. They're kind of connected. Your line management tool, I believe, is showing 1 minute waits. One point of confusion is, I'm getting a question, well, if you know how long the line is, why don't you know what the turnout is? Can you explain how those systems work?
Well, the line management in this particular case, too, is not as robust as it was in the November general election. We do not have as many techs who we can control and say, hey, do this. We're still sort of in a test module to kind of see how this all works. And what it is there's an app with a human being who's going and walking around going and asking the poll manager, how long is the wait? About 10 minutes. Okay, they're putting in, or they're giving a person you take this note, and they make note of the time, and then when they get there, they make note of the time again, and then they put in that's that much time. Has nothing to do with the check-ins on the machines themselves, because as we've made clear, they are not connected to the internet, so we can't know turnout at the same time. They're 2 separate and apart systems.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
I have 2 questions. Caroline Penny from CNN. First, can you...
Wait, you got 2 people in the room?
Yeah,
sorry. Is that fair? What do you think, is your hometown or something?
Can you give us the latest number of outstanding absentee ballots?
I can, actually. But while I'm looking that up, I'll take another question.
Okay, the other question was, do you guys definitely plan on counting tomorrow?
Remember, the counties count.
Oh.
But we anticipate the results to continue to come in, especially on the absentee by mail that came in today. So we don't know the outward bound of that. That's what I was trying to say. We're trying to get them to check them all in so we all know what the final number is, because we saw confusion based on that because people didn't understand. The people are still voting. No, they're just finally getting around to getting the signature match and making sure, yes, this is an accepted ballot, and they have time to do that. So bear with me a moment while I open one of the 9,000 spreadsheets, and I keep on turning down people. You're very, very popular, Walter, when you get back your phone. Let's see. Sorry.
So while you do that, because I'm with Caroline.
Yes.
Do you have an estimate as to how long it'll take to get the results?
No. I mean, we're going to start getting results in tonight. We're going to get the biggest bulk of them. Like we did last night, it depends on the margin. When you want to get a final outcome, we will know the outstanding number of ballots. If I'm a betting person, which I'm not, I would say it's going to be a couple of days because I anticipate it'll be a close race.
Now. And unless we take a stand tomorrow,
one final stand. We will forever lose this country. My family knows what communism is because they lived it. My great-grandma, she's 102 years old. She knows her very well. She's 102 years old. She's my best friend, and she helped raise me. She escaped from Cuba in 1961. They took her home. They took her bank account. They took her guns. They took her husband and put him on trial as a political prisoner. Wow. She escaped Cuba to the promised land, the United States of America. And I was raised to recognize the signs of tyranny. In fact, I actually experienced extreme discrimination through my school. Have you ever noticed that young people have been so thoroughly indoctrinated that only 17% of students my age are conservatives, are constitutional conservatives, and that's not an accident, my friends. No, it's not. It was an intentional act. The Department of Education has worked with the mainstream media and the Democrats to indoctrinate our students so they bow to tyranny. And that's why I'm suing the Department of Education. I am suing the Department of Education for that discrimination. Now, we have a revolution tomorrow. Okay? Our representatives have exactly one job, and that is to be the voice of the people. I'm from Florida. We delivered a landslide victory for President Trump. I want my representatives and all the representatives to object. Yes. I want a favor. I want to hear the roar of we the people. Are you with me? Yes. So, I want to hear you roar with USA. Again, USA. 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 God bless you all. Good luck tomorrow. We are the chosen ones to deliver a free and fair election to the United States. God bless.
Okay, we have Carol Leak all the way from Oregon. Carol. It's cold. I'm from Oregon and I'm used to it being wet, but not this cold. Anyway, hi, my name is Carol Leak, and I founded Oregon Women for Trump in 2016, and I never thought I would be here today. But I am so grateful that I am. And thank you, Alice, for having me up here. So Oregon Women for Trump came across the country to stand and fight for a free and fair election, and to fight for our president, the people's president, Donald J.
Hey everyone, Just Media Utah, live in downtown Salt Lake City at a camp where there's some pig presence, and fucking Dell is here too.
Stay out of the way.
Fuck you, Dell.
Hey, give him space to do the job that he needs to do.
I'm not interfering. Go look up the code. Go look up interference code. Okay. And when you do, you may talk. Fucking pigs.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a cleanup tomorrow, so just don't want to lose your stuff.
He's announcing that they're doing a cleanup tomorrow. You know the deal. This chicken shit old guy, white fucking guy, comes here. It interrupts everybody's day.
Hey.
And we'll tell everybody why.
Because he has a job to do.
It's public space. It's public space. You step back.
Okay, hey.
So Dell will come here with pigs to threaten people with arrest. So if you all want to come out here and watch how these pigs threaten people with arrest.
We'll be okay. All right. Stay out of my way.
Fuck you, Dell.
Hey, back up. Just do me a favor.
I'm not going to back up.
We're not going to make this a big deal.
It is already a big deal when you're here to displace people and to threaten them with displacing them. Stop talking to me, pig. I'm doing my job.
Okay,
So
that's
stop
fine.
fucking talking to me.
Well, you can back up and give
I
us
cannot,
space.
actually.
Okay.
I cannot.
All right, well, thank you.
You're fucking welcome. Alright, so it's the same as usual. Fucking Dal is here with little pieces of paper telling people that there's resources and that they need to move with police fucking presence. And look at these guys, I swear. I fucking swear. Shut the fuck up, Dal. This is public space. You stay out of our way.
Health department, can I talk to you?
Fucking Dal, I swear. Look at his badge. Look at that badge.
Hey, back up.
Fuck off.
Give him space.
Fuck off. This is public space. Fuck off, pig.
Yeah, you're being a nuisance.
You're being a pig. So they'll use this language calling me a nuisance. They'll use language saying that I'm interfering when I'm actually walking on public space. Fucking pigs. You're the fucking nuisance.
Health department, can we talk to you, please?
I bet Dell's getting used to this. Shut the
Okay.
fuck up, pig.
Back up.
Why?
Because he needs space to be
I'm
able to do his
not
job.
stopping him.
Okay.
You are.
No.
Look, you're giving him less space. This is how illogical and stupid
Okay.
you are. You're
I'm
giving
asking
him
you
less
nicely
space.
to just back up.
I'm asking you nicely to
Give him-
fuck off,
Okay.
pig. Fuck off.
Okay, that's fine. You can
This
tell
is the
me
kind
that
of
all you want
protection
to.
that Dell wants. Fucking pigs following him. This is what your taxpayer money goes to, where it goes to. Look at this one. Look at this pig. Just trying to block protecting Dell.
He wouldn't need protection.
You don't want them to leave? Shut the fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. He wants space in public space. They keep getting in front of me, protecting Dell. You're interfering with my job, pig. You 42. You're interfering.
Stop running into me.
Excuse me. You're the one walking like you can't fucking see where you're going. I don't mean to and I don't want to, pig. Anybody in here? You're a disgrace. Hello? Why would anybody want to touch you? Yeah, can you come out and talk to us for a minute, please? Huh? We have some information to give you. She doesn't want to talk to you, fucking pigs. Nobody does. Why are you walking into me, pig? Then you claim assault. Hey, you guys? They said they don't want to talk to you. Some information for you.
They're just telling people they're getting rid of the camps tomorrow. You don't have to come out if you don't want to.
Will you be quiet?
No, I can't be quiet. Will you? Fuck you, Dell. Why do you keep walking with... Like, what are you doing, pig? You want to get assaulted? You want to claim that you were assaulted, don't you? Excuse me, this is public space, idiot.
Don't go behind him. That's what I'm trying to prevent.
Hey, What? back up. I'm in public space. You
Back
can
up.
back up. Why are you touching me, pig?
Because you're too close to him.
And that's
with his job.
that's illegal?
It is.
No,
You
it
cannot
isn't.
interfere with the health
Go look up interference before you talk shit. Fucking ignorant ass. Fuck you, Dell. Fuck you, Dell. You're a piece of shit.
Health department, can I talk to you?
We're listening.
Yeah, they're listening. They don't want you in their face. Fucking Dell.
We're gonna be doing a cleanup tomorrow,
Tell
so.
me when. Thank you.
Okay.
No extra shit. Tell me when.
Okay, well, you're not allowed to camp here as of tomorrow.
You know you've been here all summer. You done told me that. How many times I'm still here? Okay.
How many
Just
times have you moved around?
I'm still on. You brought me your social work and everything, and ain't done shit. So I don't get too frustrated. Like I said, tell me when, what time, and thank you very much.
Tomorrow.
Enjoy your fucking day.
Tomorrow.
My nigga.
Yeah,
Fucking Dale. Fuck you, Dale.
Your wife and kids, bitch.
Fuck you, Dale.
Kids end up homeless too, bitch.
Fucking pigs. So they're gonna be out here tomorrow, or so they claim. We know they're fucking pieces of shit. They're liars.
Yeah. I'll come over there and talk to you. Hey, you're on private property, and you're not allowed to be on private property.
Fuck you, pig. I'm walking.
You get off of the property.
Shut the fuck up, pig.
Hey, you're on private
Shut
property.
the fuck up, pig.
Do you want to
Shut
exit?
the fuck up.
Are you going to exit the private property?
There, you fucking pig.
You're still
There.
on private property.
No, this isn't
Get to
private
the
property.
sidewalk.
Go look up your codes.
Get to the
This
sidewalk.
isn't private property. The moment I cross this, that is. No, yes, it is.
Do you
This
want
is
me to
public
go get
space.
The property owner over there.
Go get the property owner,
Okay,
pig.
You are on their property.
Go
and
get
they
the
don't want anyone
owner,
here.
pig. Go get the property owner, pig. Fucking assholes. Shut the fuck up, pig. Fuck you. Fuck off. Go. Leave. You're done here. Piece of shit, pig.
Get off the property.
I'm walking, pig.
No, you're on private
Fuck
property.
you, pig. Shut the fuck up, pig. Go get out of here. Fucking ignorant fucking pig. This is what they do.
Hey, this
Fuck
is your
you,
last
pig.
warning. If you don't get off of the property, I'm going to arrest you for trespassing.
Shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
get off of the property. Keep going.
Nah, this isn't public property.
Okay.
I mean,
You-
this is
if
public
you-
property.
yeah,
This
okay.
isn't private property.
If you
Shut the
step
fuck
on
up,
the
pig.
property, you're going to be arrested.
Shut
Do
the
you
fuck up.
understand that?
Fuck you, pig. Do you understand that? Fuck off. Eat shit. Die.
What group are you with?
I'm with fuck the police. That's who I'm with.
Okay.
Fuck you, Dale. Hope you catch COVID and fucking die, Dale. Fucking bitch. Did you catch the group name? Fuck the police. That's the group name.
There's a generation on we don't care, stupid bitch. People can talk. Manly looking ass bitch. You had to become a cop. Stupid bitch. What? I don't know, trying to get out private property. How many homeless motherfuckers been up on them? Why don't you go across the corner, and I'm pretty sure motherfuckers camping back there, stupid bitch. But yeah, she can't be on private properties, alright? You dumb fuck. Retarded ass bitch.
Fuck you, pigs! Fuck the police, pigs! Remember the group, it's fuck the police! Remember the group, fuck the police! Fuck you, pig! Anyways, same old story. They claim they're gonna be here tomorrow to displace the people that are camping here downtown, when we all know there aren't any resources available for people that do have some possessions. There's no place for them to place them. When they do go to the shelters, they break families and friends apart sometimes because there's not room. They also have a ton of rules and regulations that they demand people follow, otherwise they deny services. So one of people's only options is to continue to stay camping in the streets. What we need is for fucking policy change. We need secure housing, and people need homes. There's how many empty homes for every person that is in the streets? This is bullshit. We'll go live if we see them at different camps. And as always, hey, fuck the police.
The fucking mic drop.
Yeah, they were giving me some dirty looks, but F them.
It was Patriot Plaza, by the way.
Yeah, we turned it into Patriot Plaza for a little bit. Oh, you're welcome, Bubba.
We did like 3 interviews there.
Yeah, we did a whole bunch of interviews there.
That'll be worth it all by itself.
Yeah. All right, now I gotta go to the bathroom. Now I gotta find a urinal. Oh wait, there's a big one. No, I was kidding.
We're right there.
It's all right. I can hold it. I think that's that circle thing is probably a bathroom.
Yeah, bang it right.
Right on. I'll have to give you the camera though. I don't think everybody wants to see me going to the bathroom.
What's it got a zoom function?
Yeah, you need a zoom to see it.
That's just fucking around.
That's
you did
all right.
kind of walk into it though.
Oh yeah, that's what she said. Pee in the pond. I'm not gonna pee in the pond, Amy.
It's only 2 inches deep.
Actually, I bet. All right, who would pay more? Pay more to see me naked or pay more to see me not naked? How about that? My friend sent this thing out. He's all, I'm charging $5 for naked pictures of me and $25 to not send them. Any sign of NG yet? No. Yeah, there's a bathroom right there. So when I go in the bathroom, I'll give you the camera and then you can. You can
run the grass?
No, I'm gonna go to the Lincoln. We'll go to Lincoln first, then we'll.
Okay.
I can hold it. We're on a mission. How you guys doing? Ladies doing? You should have pissed on the Black Lives Matter painting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't read right now, guys. I got my glasses are totally rained on. I hope they got a handicap entrance to get up there because I really want to get up to the top. If not, that's another reason to help Eddie Black Films get his 4x4 scooter, because that would go up steps. What's up, Sinner Forever? Idaho. I got some friend. I have a friend in NAMTA, Idaho. A coworker I used to work with a long time ago. I would rather be home watching the Scream and ice fishing than in Oregon, or then be in Oregon. Yeah, shout out to my friends in Oregon, the Patriots up there, Gina and her husband. Man, they are doing good. They went up to the Capitol and they did all kinds of stuff up there the other day. What's up, Debbie? American Nachos here.
Hey, ask if there's any relative news out there that we're not hearing about.
Is there any news that you guys are hearing, like places we need to go check it out? And did Gina's husband get arrested? I don't know. I'll text her later on and ask her. Shout out to Joey Gibson. Yeah, Joey's a hero too, guys. Look at the ducks flying over the Lincoln Memorial. Hello, ladies. The FEMA trailer, Eddie, you didn't realize you were reading chat? Yeah, I read the chat. You guys are part of my stream. I am not here alone. I am here with all of you. And if I can see the chat, then I will answer you guys. But you got to remember, I'll miss a lot of it because I'm driving. And because I got to watch out for people coming after me. What's up, Wanda from Wisconsin? Ooh, I bet you got some good cheese at your house. Yeah, oh no, when the cops attacked the PBs in Oregon, Gina's husband did not get arrested, no. What's up, Double O'Neill? We love you back. Angela A, where? Oh, I missed it. It went too fast.
Let's move.
Yeah, well, yeah, right.
Oh, left and right.
Oh, left and right, okay. And I hate to keep saying it, guys, but I would be able to go.
And charging process for fatal police shootings. Thankfully, Jacob Blake is alive, right? He is grievously injured, but he is not deceased. But this statute is still an excellent guide to allow us our best chance at an independent, investigative, and charging decision. So what is the statute? If it's our guidepost, where does it take us? The statute first requires an investigation by an independent agency. And in this case, the Department of Justice, the Division of Criminal Investigations, I'm going to call them DCI, got to the scene as soon as they could. They secured the scene, and they immediately began to be the investigative agency. Ultimately, that responsibility was shared with the FBI in some small amount when they needed additional persons. The statute requires that when that investigation is completed, in as timely, expeditious a manner as possible, it goes to the district attorney in the county where the shooting occurred. And of course, that is, in this case, Kenosha. And in this situation, an exhaustive investigation was done. There's more than 40 hours of squad video. There's hundreds of pages of electronic information. There are almost 200 separate law enforcement reports and almost 1,500 individual pages of police reports. So this was clearly a dramatically exhaustive investigation. And was it expeditious? They got it to Noble Ray, the independent use of force expert on this case, by, I believe, October 8th, 2020, and ultimately to the district attorney's office as well. Then the statute requires that the district attorney, the elected district attorney in that county, must determine if there's a basis to prosecute any of the involved law enforcement. And it is my decision now that I announce today before you that no Kenosha law enforcement officer in this case will be charged with any criminal offense based on the facts and the laws as I will describe them to you now. So it is our decision that no charge will be filed. I'm going to also tell you, just because I think it is important, that no charge will be filed against Jacob Blake in regards to this incident as well. For many of the same reasons, in terms of an overall discussion about this case, that is not something that the district attorney's office intends to pursue. Now, if the district attorney's office does not file charges, if that does not happen, then immediate transparency has to take place. And so what has to happen is, first, the DCI website will, by 5 o'clock today, have available their complete investigative file. And second, the district attorney's office, which is not only going to put this PowerPoint, which is an abbreviated version of our report, will be publicly available, but we have a more lengthy written report that will also be available to the public. Both of those things will be available on a website that will be identified in a final slide here, and they'll both be available at 5 o'clock today. In addition, Noble Ray, the independent use of force expert, has drafted a report with all of his findings. That also will be available at that time. So now I intend to talk about what steps were taken specifically by the DA's office to prepare for this investigation, and then finally what our conclusions are about the law and the evidence in this case. As soon as I saw the video and shared the same emotional reactions that I think so many people in the public did at my first viewing of the circumstances of the video that certainly went viral immediately, I knew at that time that we needed to do the most independent charging decision and investigative process that could possibly be done. And at the very first moment I learned that, I called on the U.S. Attorney's Office to do a parallel civil rights investigation that would be a separate investigation and conclusion and findings from our own. Now, the U.S. Attorney's Office has civil rights specialists who prosecute and make charging decisions about officers and any misconduct. So they have specialists who do that. They work out of their Washington, D.C. office. They did agree that they would do an investigation. I know that is going on, and I invite you to contact that office to find out what their status is. I know they are attempting to get to a point where they're able to make charging decisions as well. Kenosha deserves a second legal opinion other than my own. I'm confident about the things I'm talking about today, but I believe that the healing process begins or is improved by an opportunity for members of the public to see other prosecuting agencies make decisions, even though their laws are somewhat and slightly different. The other thing I did, and I think this is an unprecedented thing in the state of Wisconsin. I don't think this has ever been done before. I asked the Wisconsin Attorney General to select for this particular case a use of force expert who I had nothing to do with hiring. So I asked them to find someone so that there would be a truly and completely independent expert on issues of police training and on issues of whether the use of force in this case was reasonable. And the way I did that was I asked them to select the person without me having any input. And what the Attorney General did was he asked Noble Ray, who's with me today, who accepted. And I knew Noble Ray's name. I knew him as a national and state spokesperson for police reform and talking about bias in policing, and a person who had spent, after a long career at the Madison Police Department, his second career was trying to be a voice on those issues on a national level. When I first had my contact with Noble Ray, had never spoken to him in my life, had never met him in person in my life until after the selection was made, my first conversation with him was about how I wanted in no way to influence the decision he came to about the matters that mattered in this case. And I told him, no matter what you conclude, we're going to publish that. That will be an independently formed opinion. I won't have any influence, and you will be allowed to put anything you want in there, and I will invite you to offer any opinions you feel are appropriate. And you'll hear those shared by Noble Ray today, and you'll know that, as you hear those, that those are facts and findings from an expert who the district attorney, in this case myself, did not influence. I also took pains to stay out of any contacts with any family members, any civil attorneys, any of the people who someone might think might have an ability to influence this decision. I purposely avoided those individuals. My first conversation with Jacob Blake was today, just minutes before this press conference, and I have still not spoken to any of the officers impacted in this case. Okay, so that is the legal status of the investigation. I now want to talk specifically about the law of self-defense. I do that because my laser focus throughout this presentation is going to be, if one was to charge any officer in this case, what would be the laws that govern that case? What would a jury trial look like? Because if you do not have a case you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, as you're going to hear me talk about, then you're ethically obligated not to charge such a case. And in my belief is that this is not a case where there would be any dispute about any of the factual circumstances of this case, except for one piece of the law, and that is self-defense. Remember, these are police officers who are uniformed officers. They're called to the scene on a designated domestic abuse call. When they get there, they know there is an arrest warrant for Jacob Blake, and they take actions at that time. And the question, really the only issue in this case, would be, do they have a right to the privilege of self-defense? So, this law I would summarize as follows. The question to a jury would be, did Officer Shesky reasonably believe that the shooting at Jacob Blake was necessary to prevent being stabbed by him, or necessary to prevent someone else from being in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm? Okay, that's the simple way of talking about it. What is reasonable belief? Okay, is it what you and I would think at our computer screen or in our living room? Well, the statute says reasonable belief is actually from the standpoint of Officer Shesky at the time of the shooting. So the jury is instructed that the reasonable belief idea is from the shoes of Officer Shesky. when he makes his decision to fire the firearm. When we talk about police officers, courts have had to weigh in on this idea before. The U.S. Supreme Court, in the case I'm citing here, 1989, has talked about the very specific circumstances for officers, that they're in tense, uncertain situations, and that a jury would essentially be instructed that they cannot use 20/20 hindsight, that they have to be talking about what the decision would reasonably be from an officer in the shoes of Officer Shesky with the information and training available at that moment. I think it is quite common for persons to think that have mistakes in their belief about the burden of proof for reasonable for self-defense. I've heard a number of people talk to me about this case, and they say, well, you know, let the officers claim self-defense. They'd have to prove that. And the reality is that's just not the case. In Wisconsin, and I believe this is law throughout the country, but certainly in Wisconsin, when there is enough information to raise self-defense, the burden of proof is on the state. It's on the prosecutor to disprove self-defense. So we would have to disprove the clear expression of these officers that they had to fire a weapon to defend themselves. They have to disprove that negative. The burden of proof is on the state in that situation. So I've told you that I do not believe the state, and we're going to go into some of the facts in detail in a minute, would be able to prove that the privilege of self-defense is not available, is not a defense in this case. And if that's true, then ethical considerations must determine what our next course is. So I want to talk briefly about the rest of what I have heard from the public in the sense of those individuals who have demanded or called for charges in this case. There's been a group of people who have said, you need to charge these officers because it will send a clear message to all officers everywhere about how they need to police in future. I call that the send a message charging decision. There's been a number of well-meaning voices who have said, you must charge this case to advance the causes of racial equity and to strike a blow forward in the idea that the criminal justice system is racist and expose the bias. And I call that the charge the case to advance a righteous cause. And then there's been the deeply human element, where people have said to me, Jacob Blake is a human being. His family has really suffered. And so you should charge this case so that he can heal through a jury trial, and so that his family will begin to heal through that process as well. I just need to be clear, all three of those bases are not ethically appropriate or possible bases to charge a criminal case in Wisconsin if you do not believe you can defeat the privilege of self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a case, Thompson v. State. State Supreme Court, almost 50 years ago, told us as prosecutors it's an abuse of discretion to charge if the evidence is clearly insufficient to support. You have to have a confidence, a reasonable doubt. Okay, so why have I taken so much of your time all this stuff about what the law is and what the ethics are? Okay, why is that? You know, most of you are here to hear the facts, right? What are the blockbuster new facts that I have to talk about? Well, I've done that because I again want to emphasize to you that this case has to be laser focused on what a jury trial would look like. Everybody has seen the video. And so from their perspective, they have tried this case at their computer screen or in their living room. As a professional, I am called upon to talk about how to try this case in a real jury room, in a real courtroom. What is the admissible evidence? What would be the actual evidence? How would that evidence play out? And would that evidence add up to a defeat of the privilege of self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt? And so that's going to be the rest of the focus here. What it means is that this case is really all about self-defense, and can it be proven that it does not exist? It is really evidence about the perspective of Officer Shesky. What is his knowledge at each moment? And what does a reasonable officer do at each decision point? Those would be the things that would be primary. And almost none of those things are answered by the deeply disturbing video that we have all seen. Almost none of those things are answered. I divide the witnesses in this case into three categories. Certainly the cops would all be witnesses, all three of these officers. There is general disagreement by the officers who were right there that this was a self-defense situation. They described the same motion that I'm going to go to in detail where Officer Shesky felt he was about to be stabbed. So it's crucial what they knew at every stage, how those officers perceived it, and then also crucial is there any other evidence that disproves, that shows that officers are lying about the things they offered to investigators. And by the way, the officers were completely cooperative in this investigation. Jacob Blake would certainly be another witness in this case. He also was completely cooperative in this investigation. And he, if you prosecuted this case, would be the key witness, right? He would be the star witness of any prosecution case if you even contemplate having a jury trial where you charge and convict Officer Shesky or any other officer. So, focusing on Jacob Blake as the star witness, where are the areas where he and the officers agree? Where do he and those officers disagree? And if he disagrees with the officers, is Jacob Blake a credible witness in those areas? And that we're going to talk about in a second. And then finally, the other civilians. And I kind of put all of us in that same category because we are sort of eyewitnesses as well, right? Because we've seen a video where we also have seen a snap, a few seconds of what occurred in this case. I believe that those civilians who were on the scene would also testify. They would be part of a trial, of course. But again, they do not testify to things that are really in dispute. And so I believe those civilians would be more defined by what they don't know, by the things they are not aware of, than the things they do know. And that when a jury considered this case, their importance would diminish because of the requirements of the statutes. Here are the four things I want you to consider as I talk about the evidence. Number one, is this a domestic abuse case? Okay? If it is a domestic abuse case, are there certain considerations and priorities that officers need to incorporate in what they do? Number two, was Jacob Blake armed? And if he was armed, what does that have to say with about officers' decisions for self-defense? Number three, what does any physical evidence tell us? For instance, can we talk a little bit about entrance wounds into the body of Jacob Blake today and whether those have significance in supporting or in some way disproving any story that officers would have about being on the verge of being stabbed at the point that shots are fired? What about the taser evidence? Is there evidence of tasing that occurred in this case? And then, what does our independent use of force expert conclude is reasonable? What does he say that a reasonable officer would do at each decision point? And I'm going to submit to you right now, when a jury heard and thought about this case, when they hear an independently appointed use of force expert with the long credibility and expertise of this expert that you have before you today, when they hear that he would be testifying that each decision by the officers in this case are reasonable by police officers, are appropriate and reasonable uses of force, that would be decisive to a jury in determining whether the privilege of self-defense could ever be defeated beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so with that I want to go through the evidence in some detail. First of all, what is the evidence about why police went to the scene? Well, we know on August 23rd they were called by LaQuisha Booker. LaQuisha Booker called the police. She reported that Jacob Blake would not give her back the keys to her rental vehicle, and she was afraid he was going to take that vehicle and crash it. She reported he had done that before. So now police know there's a vehicle in dispute. Jacob Blake already has the keys. And the concern is, will he crash that vehicle in an effort to leave? And so we're going to play that 911 call now, so you will hear that call, what she reported.
23, 2020, 17, 10, 35.
Fine, I'm willing to pay it every emergency. Yes, I need the officer to 2805 40th Street, Unit D.
2805 Street, letter D as in David?
Yep, letter D as in David. Jacob Blake is here, and he has the keys to a rental that I purchased that I need to take back, and he's not trying to release it. And on top of that, he's not supposed to be here. Today is his son's birthday, so I allowed him to spend a couple hours with him, but he's not giving me the keys to this rental. And that's all I'm asking for. I never would have called you guys. I promise you I tried to keep from calling you guys. He's crashed numerous of my vehicles in the past, and I literally just bought one, like yesterday. And so just because he heard some false information, he's not willing to give me the keys to this car that doesn't even belong to me. Me and my sister just saw him skirt off in it and turn around and come back. So I need you guys to come and I need you to... Okay, what is your name? My name is LaQuisha Booker. Go ahead and tell the girls that. Go ahead and tell them that. Do not put your shoes on. The police are on their way here. Yes, it is. Do not put your shoes on. Israel, go back to the place. You didn't even want to go outside. Is Jacob there right now? Yes, and he's trying to kiss his kid so he can hurry up and leave. He was here just talking all types of crazy, and now he's walking off now. Now he's getting ready to leave. Well, let me get the license plate.
Okay, and is he white, black, Hispanic?
Hold on, let me get the license plate number. He's kissing the rest of his kids. It's IDJ 935.
I as in Ida, Z as in Zebra, J as in John?
No, IDJ 935. Good luck.
V as in Victor?
Yeah, V as in Victor.
Okay.
And he's probably about to go crashing. He's pulling off right now. IDJ 935.
What state is it out of?
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
So that was the information provided to 911. The key question then, as I said, the focus is what...
You look like you can suck a mean dick!
I can't drunk. I fuck you. Well, I got blonde.
Fucking meth-head!
I got blonde.
Fucking meth-head!
She's the type to call the cops on random black people.
Yeah, welcome to D.C.
That's a fucking... Fuck hearing!
Fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Well, you're getting your steps in today, big boy. With the tight ass. Which one of these guys are going to take your ass tonight?
They're going to take nuts tonight. That's what it is.
Oh, must be you in the hat, you nasty boy.
Wow.
Wow, we're keeping the plaza safe.
Well, we're doing the police job right now. They're not doing nothing.
Oh, what's up? DC law enforcement fucking laws don't do a fucking job. Do a fucking job.
What are you guys back for? Karen, did you get called? Go home, girl. What the fuck? Your presence is not necessary. Your presence is not necessary. You and two don't go back to your hotel.
Oh, opposite.
Rudy, shut the fuck up, Rudy. Goddamn, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not to have white fucking privilege. I'm not going to try to fucking... What she want?
Damn, it's not letting me block anyone on Facebook anymore. That's annoying.
That one right there.
If any Trump supporters come in this chat, just talk shit to them. Or come in this live. I don't know what's going on with this app. I was able to block them before, but now I can't.
Are you saying that you guys like you don't know what's going on?
Or I can just go on my Facebook real quick and I'll block them. I just gotta
to set up moderators.
You don't know what is going on? You don't know what is going on? You don't know
Darius, I'll make you a moderator once I figure out how to do it.
Oh, really now?
Look at, they really be buying a lot of flags.
You just said fucking cool,
Yours to be prosecuted.
There's so many megaphones going on right now. There's at least like 10 megaphones. I'm not even joking. I'll watch out.
Involved in this call knew about these contacts. So this is not something that would come up in a trial, okay? This is not something that anyone out there in the public could consider to just say, well, that means what he's saying is Jacob Blake's a bad guy, therefore, you know, this is a different case. All I'm suggesting to you is that because many of the pieces of controlling behavior in these cases are about Jacob Blake seizing the keys or the car of LaQuisha Booker, and that there are instances of violence in some of these other cases, and that this is a pattern of behavior that the police have been involved in many times, that this really is an actual domestic abuse scenario played out one more time, unfortunately, on August 23rd. Controlling behavior is Jacob Blake, evidently hearing news he doesn't want to hear, and so deciding, now I'm going to take the kids, now I'm going to take the car. And LaQuisha Booker, powerless in that situation, going to the only place she believes that she will be able to get support, and that is law enforcement, to try to stop that stuff from happening. Okay, so that's what these contacts are about. One of these contacts, the one that's the last one on the list, dated May 3rd, is the warrant case, is the case that is the warrant for his arrest. In that case, a LaQuisha Booker, a distraught LaQuisha Booker, reports to police that Jacob Blake invaded her home, sexually assaulted her, in a place he wasn't supposed to be, domestic violence type scenario, and took her car in that incident. That is the felony sexual assault, domestic violence case that he had a warrant out for on August 23rd. Again, it involves her car and that kind of controlling behavior.
Fuerza de nuestro corazón, luchar, sí, luchar por la vida, por la libertad, por la verdad, con amor, con sabiduría, con verdad, por nuestra libertad, por la justicia, por la paz, por el trabajo, la educación. No debemos tener miedo a nada y a nadie, porque nos amparan y protegen las leyes constitucionales a todos los pueblos del mundo sin excepción. No debemos tener miedo por eso. Debemos unirnos, estudiar nuestra Constitución, porque es un derecho que nos asiste para protegernos. Y ninguna ley puede estar superior a esas leyes. Entonces, como ciudadanos, amigos y pueblos del mundo, ayúdenme a decir no a los barbijos, no a los barbijos, no a las cuarentenas, no a las cuarentenas, no a las vacunas, no a las vacunas, sí a la verdad, sí a la verdad, sí a la libertad, sí a la libertad, sí a la vida, sí a la vida, libertad, 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 libertad. Pueblos del mundo, ciudadanos y amigos de aquí, oídme. Nicht China son gonchista, nicht China son gonchista, nicht China son gonchista, nicht China son gonchista. Jai Pikasami, Gausai. Gracias. ¡Bravo!
Chimes in, and Lindsey Graham goes, oh, you can't object. You're going to start a constitutional crisis. You're going to start a civil war. Lindsey, it's not going to cause a constitutional crisis or a civil war if you constitutionally challenge the result of a rigged election. What's going to start a civil war is if we legitimize a rigged and stolen election. We will never acknowledge Joe Biden as the President of the United States. So my message to the Republicans tomorrow, fight or get the hell out. And so I've been going on a few tangents, going after little Lindsey. And I get a text from the establishment, I'm not going to name who, but they work with Lady G. And they say, please don't say mean things about Lindsey. It's going to be very hard to recommend your company's services to other senators. And I said, with all due respect, I'm not for sale. I will never sell my soul to the swamp, I can promise you that. The only politician in this town I have full faith and full loyalty to is President Donald J. Trump. So, if you're watching this, Mr. Establishment, sir, again, I'm not for sale, I'm not going anywhere, I'm not going to shut up, and maybe I'll run for office and make your life living hell in there. God bless you all. Let's keep fighting and make sure you hold anybody accused of our president accountable. And before I get off the stage, I also want to send a special message to Adam Kinzinger. Little Adam, I understand you're very short and you have some emotional support issues and a lot of questions going on in your brain about certain things in your life. I have one simple message to you, Adam. I'm coming to your district with a lot of money and a lot of friends, and we are going to send your Lincoln Project ass back home. God bless you. God bless America. Fight for Trump. Hold the line. Let's win. Oops. That's a cool exit, right? I forgot I have to introduce one of my best friends. I've been fighting with him for 4 years. Ryan Fournier, founder of Students for Trump.
You guys ready to kick some ass in Georgia and take back our country? You guys do it? You know, I heard something in the news the other day that Joe Biden is president-elect. What do you guys think about that? The media does not declare who the president is. The Electoral College does, and that vote hasn't happened yet. That vote has not happened yet. I spoke on my recent trip. I'm very tired. I just came back from Georgia. We've been on a bus tour fighting to save the great state of Georgia. And on that trip, I saw many members of Congress who said they are going to fight like hell for this president. Over 100 of them are going to be objecting to this certification. Over 100. And for anybody who is watching this, who just got elected or has been a member of Congress already, if you do not stand up for the man who has fought for you these last 4 years, who gave this party a spine, who revitalized this party, if you do not stand up and fight for him, we are coming for you. And we're going to take your seat, we're going to put someone who is a hell of a lot better than you, that's for sure. But the fact of the matter is this presidency is important, but Georgia is important. If we lose the state of Georgia, we lose the firewall between the radical left and our Constitution. They're going to make D.C. a state. They're going to make Puerto Rico a state. Say bye-bye to ever winning a Senate seat in this country. They're going to take away your Second Amendment rights. They're already trying to do it, right? They're already trying to do it. This president has been the most pro-2A president in modern-day history. The most pro-life president in modern-day history. Uncovered the swamp and every dirty, corrupt creature inside of it. This president is fighting for you. He's fighting for all of us. Now it is time we unite and fight like hell for him. Mr. President, we love you. We're going to fight for you. And we are never backing up. We are never standing down. We will fight. When we fight, we win. Thank you. And God bless all of you. And God bless this country.
Battle. Yeah. One of my battle buddies in all of this has been investigative journalist Matt Kaus.
What's going on, DC? I tell you what, we got here and we heard a lot of rumors they were going to stop us from coming, but it doesn't look like that happened, did it? No. We're here to right a wrong that was done in this republic. We are here to fight for our president, fight for our country. We're putting God first the entire way. And make no mistake about it, we are not going to be denied, are we? No. Now keep in mind, we were told this was the warm-up. It doesn't look like much of a warm-up. There are a lot of people here. And tomorrow is going to be, and I believe there's going to be over 2 million people here on the ground in Washington, D.C. As as we fight for President Trump, as we fight for our rights, as we fight for a stolen republic, and make no mistake about it, they are trying to steal the republic. It is not Donald Trump they are after. It is me, you, and every American in this country. They are trying to steal your vote. And we're not going to allow this to happen. And what it's done, what we have seen, when you look at the Lindsey Grahams, and you look at the Tom Cottons, and you look at the turncoats in this party who will not stand with the people, they will not stand with their constituents, they will not stand with this president. They are done in politics. If I have to put myself, and I know I speak for others, Ali and Mike and others, if I have to put myself in every state in this country and make sure these guys aren't elected again, I will damn sure do so. And I know that you will join me. Senator Tom Cotton, I don't want to run for Senate. It's not something that I want to do. I was talking to a couple of my attorneys today, but I'll let you know right now. I will either find someone who can primary you in my state of Arkansas, or I will do it myself. Your days, Senator, in politics are over. If you do not object, they're over tomorrow. Any congressman, any senator in our movement that does not object to this fraudulent election, your days are over, and we will see to it, each and every one of us. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for fighting for Donald Trump. God bless America. Let's get on the ground. Let's fight. If you're on your way to D.C., the roads aren't closed. We're here. Join us tomorrow.
Inside the holes of government, usually just on two hands, can't we? One of those allies, an assistant to the president, who's been a lion in the post-election, here in his personal capacity, is Peter Navarro.
Trump-Pence 2016. This is where it all started, in 2016. Here's what I'm going to tell you tonight. It's all about tomorrow, up on that hill up there, where we have to make sure that they look into what has been the theft of this presidential election. Now, I consider myself both a deplorable and a nerd, okay? What I've been doing the last month is looking very deeply at just what happened during that election. And here's what happened. The Democrat Party started a minute after Donald Trump got elected in 2016 on what I call the grand strategy to take down a sitting president. They've been working on this for 4 years, and you know what they did? They targeted 6 states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And they went in there and they spent all sorts of money to change the rules, to change the laws, to elect secretaries of state who would bend and break the law, so that they could stuff the ballot box and steal the election. This is what happens. And what does our mainstream media do? The anti-Trump media? What do? They lie. See no evil. See no evil. Speak no evil. They won't even cover the biggest political theft in American and world history. Remember what happened in 1960. Let's remember what happened. investigate, investigate, investigate. That's what I want right now. In 1960, Mayor Richard Daley, on behalf of John F. Kennedy, did what? He stole that presidential election and changed history, right? It's not like this hasn't happened before.
That we did not know. And I share that experience with all of you. They were witnesses who were appalled by what they saw based on what information they had, and of course they didn't know what officers knew. So here's the type of things they didn't know, those other witnesses. They didn't know that this was in the context of a domestic dispute, and that might be something officers would have to factor in. They didn't know there was a felony arrest warrant. They didn't know that Jacob Blake was armed with a knife, though you now know that. We didn't know that when watching the video the first time. They didn't know there was no permission to operate that car. And some of them didn't know that there was a child in the car. So again, I would suggest to you, many of the witnesses in this case would be very clearly defined by the things they don't know and that really matter in terms of the privilege of self-defense. So I showed you what the motion was that the officers described, right? That move with the with that right hand in a stabbing motion with the knife. By the way, the picture of the knife that was in the center picture in that slide was the picture taken from the driver's side floorboard, and that knife, as you saw, was open at the blade, right? So that's an open-bladed knife that was found exactly at this scene on the floorboard of that vehicle. All right. So I've described to you that both officers described this motion. From my perspective, another valuable piece of information in terms of whether the defense or privilege of self-defense is available is that Officer Arenas offers to DCI that from his vantage point that I showed you right at the car window, he also felt that it was necessary to fire to be able to save Officer Sheskey from being stabbed. He offers to DCI, didn't have to do this, but does say, I would have fired my gun as well had I had an ability, an open shot, because of exactly what I saw, thinking that, Officer Sheskey was a couple of feet away from being stabbed in that situation. Now, a couple things matter to me. Officer Sheskey says, we were all aware that Jacob Blake was armed with that knife. We separated away from him. Officer Sheskey says, I never felt it was appropriate to shoot my firearm just because he displayed that weapon. Officer Sheskey does not say, I felt it was appropriate to shoot my firearm because he was about to flee in a vehicle. He doesn't say any of those things. He says the only time, the first time I felt it was appropriate to fire my firearm is the only time Jacob Blake showed any offensive intent. And that's when he made that motion where he was bringing his hand over towards me to stab me with the firearm. Officer Sheskey shoots Jacob Blake 7 times. Okay, now this has been thoroughly discussed. That's a fact that's certainly known to the media. What the media may not know, and again, I've heard the narrative many, many times over the last few months where people say Jacob Blake was shot in the back 7 times. What we did was we went to Brian Peterson, who is the medical examiner in Milwaukee. So DCI went to him. They had him look at the medical reports and the x-rays. Quite appropriately, the ER doctors in this case were not prioritizing where entry wounds or exit wounds were because they were trying to patch up and do the fabulous job of saving Jacob Blake's life, right? So we asked an expert to come in who usually looks at cases, obviously, when people are deceased, right, a medical examiner. And we asked him to weigh in. And the opinion he has offered is that 4 of the wounds are to Jacob Blake's back, but 3 wounds are to Jacob Blake's left side. 3 of the entrance wounds are to Jacob Blake's left side. Okay, so again, Officer Sheskey fired 7 times. It is absolutely appropriate for the public and any of us to consider, well, is that 7 shots excessive? Is that too many shots? And here's where Noble Ray again offers his expertise. He went into some detail in his report, and I believe we'll talk a little bit today about why 7 shots would happen and why that is within what he would consider a reasonable range of shots. Most importantly, Officer Shesky says, I continued to fire until Jacob Blake dropped the knife, because I am trained to fire until the threat stops. So here's what happens, according to the officers. What happens is that Jacob Blake makes this motion, okay? He's fired on, and we know that Jacob Blake ultimately ends up seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle. We also know that his right hand has the knife and that it is dropped on the driver's side floorboard. So if you think about the defense in this case, if you think about how they will talk about this case, right? Are the physical evidence based on entry wounds consistent with what the officers say? Well, if you go to stab someone, the portion of your body that is exposed is the left side. That's what is facing an officer, Officer Shesky, who is firing the shots. We'll show you a diagram of where those shots are located on the body. This is, again, the best estimate. Here is Brian Peterson, the doctor, offering that opinion. So you can see those primary entrance wounds are right under that armpit, okay, on the side, 3 of them there. So if the natural reaction of anyone being shot at is after that occurs, you're turning away from the shots, then it would be at least a rational argument by the defense to say that is why there are also shots to the back, right? Because they've moved back. And we know his body comes back to facing the officer in the back because he becomes seated there. Now, we have no way of determining which of those 7 shots come when. So we don't know the order, right? I'm suggesting to you simply that there is a rational, logical scenario that anyone defending this case for these officers would be able to use this physical evidence I'm describing to be able to persuasively tell a jury this is consistent with what these officers have told you about what occurred. Okay? And you will hear Officer Shesky said, I stopped firing when there was no longer a threat. You'll hear also that Officer Shesky had 10 more bullets in his gun at the point DCI comes across him. So clearly he has not fired to empty all the chambers of his weapon. He stopped volitionally firing that weapon.
They're trying to fucking mace us. They're trying to hurt us. They're trying to hurt us. They're trying to get us. Get the fuck out. You get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You don't fucking belong here. Get the fuck out. 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 You're not from here. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You're not from here. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Excuse me. He just coughed on us. He just coughed on us. He just coughed on us.
It's the megaphone right here. They're just trying to drown him out because they'll just leave.
Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to get shot. Get shot. Get starved too. Get starved. Get starved. Then you better get starved. I wish you would get starved tonight. And that's Latino. You better get deployed back to your country. We don't respect Latinos like you, scratching white trash.
DC's only a war zone because of these people. The locals watching this, can you get rid of Steven Jackson?
Why don't you go that way?
That's on city, no. That's on state, man. Get the fuck out. That's on state, man.
We're going this way. Why don't you go that way? Get out of my space. Get out of my space.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they always have guns. They always have guns.
Keep putting the other
That's right.
Get the fuck out! Do not touch her, stupid bitch!
Don't fucking
Do not touch her! Do not touch her! Do not fucking touch her! Ha ha, that's what you get, bitch! Ha ha, that's a start. And that's a start, that's a start. That's a start. No, this doesn't hurt! No, she's not a camera! She's not a camera!
He grabbed my arm. He literally grabbed my arm.
Why are you messing her though? Why are you messing her?
Oh, no, I got it. I thought it was
That's her.
No, that's...
We're giving this to her.
That's her. That's fine.
She just had this in her hand.
We'll get that worked out in a second. What? Step over there so we can work this out, alright? The next on her, not us.
No, I need my phone.
Can you guys take some of that for me? Over there.
The police?
No, they're not coming. They're blocking off that corner though. Thank you, Lucy T. 398. Appreciate it.
Watching both T1 Accent Key. Thank you, G.
Let me put on my monopod. I want to, because I think I'm gonna need it.
You need it, monopod,
Yeah,
honestly?
I need it, yeah. Because otherwise, it's not gonna
Let me
work.
hold it for you.
Yeah.
So the
And
NYC Walking Show is controlling Accent Key channel as well.
I'm gonna take that out.
that.
Thank you so much, man.
No problem, my friend.
This is what friends are for,
Yeah,
helping each other out.
This is means friends and
Yeah.
indeed friends.
Pardon my view, folks, because I am setting up my monopod to get really, really tall. Otherwise, I'm going to get blocked in with the crowd. This is why you back up and you prepare. And I cannot use this microphone anymore. I need.
Oh, do it right.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's hope people say it's not like
Yep.
fuzzy or whatever.
Just make it straight if you can.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Now Action Kit channel is on my hand. Look at that. And that's mine. Oh my goodness.
My hands are so full, I can't even get my microphone on.
I don't think they will move us again.
I don't think so.
We have just few minutes. Not few minutes exactly, like 40 or 30 minutes.
You know what? Can you pinch this off?
Yep, sure.
Yeah,
Give me a
because
second. Yep.
my hands are so cold, I can't get it off. Thank you.
That's it.
All right.
No problem. Tariq, don't believe CNN. New York City is not empty. Look at the crowd. New York City never empty. I will try my best, Jim, to get closer, but I think that's the closest we can go. That's the closest point we can go from here. That's all. Grassroots, hello from Toronto. Thank you, Grassroots. Oh, right here.
I can probably put the gimbal on top of the monopod. It might
Yeah, you can do it indeed.
I can try.
Hey, Teddy. Thanks for tuning in. We are helping here to set up Action Kit gimbal because we want to use a long tripod. Monopod basically. Look at that. Look at that.
It off.
So you can see. Oh, police is coming to us that way. Move on. Not so sure.
They're moving again?
I'm not
serious. Wow.
This is the installation process of a monopod.
The Roger Stone wannabe by CNN in the 7th segment that they.
Your loved one can be paralyzed after being shot 7 times. We want to talk about justice today, and we want to talk about the right thing. It's 2021, and we as Americans and the citizens of Kenosha and the world as a whole must get this right. Not just for little Jake, but for all the little Jakes that this one attacked. Take any questions before we pass on to our lawyer.
Justin, your reaction today to the announcement, you've obviously been vocal, you've been in the streets throughout this whole process. Yesterday it sounded like you sort of prepared yourself for today's decision. Just your reaction.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that because I was off tone with my people.
Gotcha.
I'm going to slide to the side and let our legal people that will take questions out of here.
And what's your name? My name is Charlie DeMar.
You'll be first.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the media, city and residents of Kenosha and of Wisconsin. I'm attorney Biari Lamar, representing the Jacob Blake family, along with my co-counsels who are now here with me today, renowned attorney Ben Crump, and also Patrick Selby. Today, the news that we have heard from the Kenosha Police Department, the Kenosha District Attorney's Office is very disturbing. We are immensely disappointed with that decision. We believe that there was more than sufficient evidence to find probable cause to charge Officer Shesky. We believe that there were certain standard operating procedures that Officer Shesky should have followed that were not followed. There was no de-escalation. And we believe that the shooting an individual 7 times while walking away from the officer is nothing less than intentional. We believe that all the elements of attempted homicide were met, and that we believe that the city and the community is being deprived of their constitutional right to be able to be the trier of fact, and we're just immensely disappointed with that decision today. We believe that the district attorney's office somehow believes that as we roll into 2021, that all of a sudden the country is legally blind or something. We think that the 20-second video is very clear. We don't need a 2-hour explanation for what our eyes can see. So we're immensely disappointed with that. It takes 20 seconds to watch that video to find probable cause, and it took them over 4 months to find a reason to ignore it. We're not happy. We will exercise every remedy that is available. We think that it is very discouraging for all the protesters and all the individuals who gathered peacefully to urge change. And it just shows that we have a lot of work to do. We won't stop, and it doesn't stop here. And I think in 2021, it shows one very important thing, and that is that there's three justice systems in America. There's one for black and brown people, one for police officers, and one for the rest of America. And we won't stop until there is actually truly one nation under God with justice and liberty for us all. But we won't stop until we get there. At this time, we'll take
Hey, Justin, this from day one, you've been in the streets, being a voice for
your phone call. We have to answer, right? That's heart attack. Situation number one, then you have to allow yourself to digest rocks and glass. That's what we received today. It's clear that, I don't know, I wasn't present, but the racism that we heard that was down south has come up here and stretched its legs into the government. And so now we have a systemic system that's ran top heavy up here, feeding bad things down to the people, in which police officers look at our community as terror bait. As they shoot our people, as they put their knees on our neck. This is bigger and greater than Little Jake. It really is. This is about all the Little Jakes. And that's why the people keep coming out and supporting us. You know why? Because it could have been them. I heard it from my class roommate the other day. He said, you know, it really gets to me. I said, man, you seem more upset than us sometimes. Why? He said, because I realized it could have been you. Next question.
Yes.
Hi, so from the Kenosha News. How did Jacob Blake himself learn of the decision and what was his reaction?
Jacob did learn of the decision from a phone call with Mark Bravely. He did call about an hour before he went public and he informed him of the city decision. And I will say that Jacob is, he's very disappointed. How he feels being paralyzed, shot in the back 7 times. Never had the mens rea of wanting to cause any harm to anyone. He just wanted to get away. You know, he wanted to bring himself to safety after what took place before the video. And that is what, we will show as we continue to pursue justice for Jacob. But it's extremely disappointing to sit paralyzed, never walk again, and to be able to hear that the officer is not even going to get the opportunity to go before a jury of his peers. I mean, that is just a grave injustice.
What does Jacob think about all of the marching and the activism that's taken place today over the last 4 months and this decision today?
Where are you from?
I'm from ABC7 in Chicago. What is Jacob's reaction to everything that's transpired over the last 4 months? Little Jake.
Well, I mean, could you imagine being shot and paralyzed, trying to see about the safety of the kids? There's a tremendous day for him and impact for day for him, and we just want him to focus on getting better. As an uncle, when I go to visit him, we just watch football. Just want to leave us alone for a second and just concentrate on his well-being and himself. So we're talking a couple of days to find out how he really feels, but we want him to focus on his well.
What happens now?
Attorney Lamar, Aaron Maben with Fox 6 in Milwaukee. You've mentioned remedies, next steps. Where do you all go from here? Where does this case go now?
Well, I will say that we will definitely, the legal counsel, myself, Attorney Ben Crump, Patrick Selby, we will be looking at bringing a civil action in the near future to seek justice for Jacob. Today was about social justice. Today was about having criminal charges being brought, but we will definitely pursue other endeavors as it relates to civil justice.
Channel 12 News in Milwaukee, you specifically said that there is evidence before the shooting that shows that Mr. Blake was trying to get away. You've mentioned that evidence several times that you're going to bring forward. Can you speak specifically to what evidence you're talking about, or what specifically in that video you disagree with for the DA?
Well, what we're saying is that there was an altercation that the officers had prior to the video starting. We maintain the belief that Jacob was essentially brutalized well before the video even started. What you saw in that video was Jacob getting up after being almost attacked by these officers well before the video starts. So I think that goes to his mens rea at the time, that he did not have the fortitude to harm anyone. And for an officer to say that he thought that he was going to be, he was going to get stabbed, where? Show me in the video, where did you feel like you were going to get stabbed? I think that this is just preposterous. And I think that the precedent that this sets is dangerous not only to the city of Kenosha, not only to the state of Wisconsin, but to our country. If officers can justify shooting someone 7 times in this circumstance, we have a lot of work to do, and it is dangerous not only for black and brown people, but us all.
And to answer the question before, I'm sorry, I talked to Jake, my brother, not a minute ago, and he wanted us to emphasize that we'll be in D.C. Trying to sit down with the lawmakers that make a difference in every state. Because this needs to be handled at a federal level. It needs to be investigated at a federal level, and to be taken to the feds so we can change some laws. So I ask the citizens to live in peace.
Question here. So this attorney is saying right now that Jacob had knife and was reaching for the officer.
I think that, again, we don't need to hear a 2-hour explanation for what our eyes could see. People across this country were not protesting and gathering peacefully, advocating for justice for something that, would need to require the 2-hour justification. I think we all saw what happened, and I think the facts speak for themselves.
Identify yourself again.
I won't go into that right now. I will say that he remains in serious condition. I mean, he's still, paralyzed. This is life altering. He has a long road ahead. He will never ever be the Jacob Blake that he was once before.
Young lady behind you.
Not only that, but referring to the question again, sir.
I asked what is
Before that.
saying that he recognized
And our point was, when did he pull it out when he was running away from it? At what point did he show a knife to attack this person and make him think that his life was in jeopardy? At what point in the video that you saw did you see that?
The young lady and identify you.
I don't think that the allegations of a domestic situation even require a response. What is proven is that obviously what charges have been brought? None. He hasn't had any domestic charges that occurred on that date. So again, this is another attempt that we see not only in Kenosha but across the country is trying to justify the unjustifiable, as Attorney Ben Crump often says. This is just another instance of that. They say, oh, if he would have just complied with the officer's order, he wouldn't have been shot. That's preposterous to think that. Not following a law is called obstruction in the state of Wisconsin. That is not, it's a misdemeanor. It's 9 months in jail at the max and a fine up to $10,000. You don't get shot 7 times in the back for not following the order. So this logic that we have is dangerous, and we're here to address it.
Over here. Milwaukee Public Radio. On the civil action, are you thinking a civil rights violation, or what can you tell us more about a legal argument?
We will talk further about any civil remedies that we will seek later, obviously with my co-counsel Ben Crump and Patrick Selby. We will say that we've definitely investigated and it's in the works. I think that there's no question that there was a civil rights violation that happened back in August of 2020.
Any other question? We'll take a couple more before we hear from some community leaders and business owners.
It's like Sean Gallagher, TMJ4. What would you have liked to see an officer do in this situation? I'm Mr. Blake.
Okay. I just want to, you have to keep in mind that just like a fireman's trained to put out fires or mechanic to put in a motor, these officers are trained. Please keep that in mind. They can't have the same mindset that a normal citizen has or can say. They're trained. You're trained for people that may do things that are unexpected. He could have been brought down to the ground with multiple police officers. Why would the first instinct of any officer be to draw a weapon next to 3 children, less than a foot from 3 children, that he was supposed to be saving? He could have shot and hurt himself. That can't be the way they train him at the academy, is it? So he snatched the t-shirt of the young man and shot him 7 times in the back. What we would like to see him taken down if they thought there was something he needs to go in front of a court and adjudicate. That's the proper way the police should be policed.
Do you hope to see Officer Chesky lose his job?
We want to see him lose his job, we want to see him being indicted, and we want to see him have his day in court before he goes to jail.
All right, over here.
Justin, this question's for you again from Channel 12 News in Milwaukee.
Hey.
Are you guys is your family going to be protesting in the streets today or in the coming days?
Well, we've been working with the beautiful relationship that we have with LOC leaders of Kenosha, the Collective, and many other organizations, all of us are now in Kenosha and other organizations that have been tremendously good to the Blake family. I know about it.
Kate Chappell with NBC Chicago. When he was announcing that there would be no charges, within the same sentence he said there would also be no charges against Jacob. Curious if you had thoughts on that, him bringing that up in today's press conference.
I think think that when we look at no charges for Jacob, why would he have charges? I mean, what did he do wrong? I mean, he walked away. You know, it's arguable whether there was obstruction or not, but I think that would be even more asinine to have charged on them after they've been shot 7 times. I think he suffered enough punishment for more than enough individuals, unjustly.
Any other questions?
Could you spell your name?
Yes. V''I''V''O''R', Lamar, L-A, capital M-A-R-R.
Thank you.
We're going to have some of the leaders of Kenosha and some of the other organizations that have been standing strong.
I got it for you. I got it.
Just to give you some insight of the community feedback.
This is Tanya McLean from Leaders of Kenosha, and she's been instrumental with many different organizations, business owners, volunteers coming together, putting on non-violent violence intentions, efforts, and initiatives.
So I've been reflecting on this decision. We kind of knew it would go this way based on what we've seen in previous cases throughout this country. And I've just kind of been looking to others who have walked in this struggle, Black and brown people, and I was reading about that before he died, and it's just so fitting for today, so I'm going to share it. It says, people on every continent have stood in our shoes. The truth does not change, and that is why answers worked out long ago will help find the solutions to the challenges of our time right now. Democracy is not a state. It is an act, and each generation must do its part to help build what we call a beloved and society of peace with itself. We must also study and learn the lessons of history because humanity has been involved in soul-wrenching existential struggle for a very long time. And so the fight that John Lewis, Martin Luther King, who he was inspired by, and others have lost, we're standing here with the same exact story. How sad is that? So now the lynchings that we had in the South, the burnings and all that, people are police officers and people that don't look like us are able to assault, murder, kill, harm Black and brown people. It's just unacceptable. I was listening to Bravely talk inside, and there were a few things that he said that really, really, really upset me. He said that basically all of us that have been out here peacefully protesting, calling for change. And to back it up a little, before we hit the streets, many of us were out here in boardrooms, on committees, trying to fight for change. So for him to say, like, basically it's just starting because of what happened with Jacob, that's not true. But he basically said that we were calling for the firing, the indictment, and the prosecution of Chesney because we're trying to advance our cause. And what is our cause? We just want to be treated like each and every other person that doesn't look like us. We don't want to come outside and be harmed and have to worry about being murdered. I have 2 African-American sons and 3 grandsons. I don't want them driving. I have so much anxiety about it. It's very stressful, and people don't understand. And like Justin said, where is the empathy? And then he said that Jacob and all of us, we're seeking healing through a jury trial. The last time I checked, how is that healing? When you have 12 people that you absolutely don't know that are going to decide your life, and more than likely will not look like you. And then he said that we have been trying this case honestly. Thank God for the screen, because if the screen wasn't there, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now, because we know how that goes. So for Bravely to say all these things about people who care about Black and brown issues in this community to just sum it up as something as basic and asinine as this, I'm deeply, deeply offended. And Gravely is definitely entrenched